acknowledge we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind anyone attending through video conferencing to ensure your video camera and microphone are off, and when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your camera. Some delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? That Communication CP 22-43, Greg Horsman, Outreach and Social Action Ministry of Knox Metropolitan United Church, be added to item MN 22-3 and received and filed. And that the delegations for DE 22-110, Cameron Fraser, Knox Metropolitan United Church, DE 22-115, Claire Carter, Regina, Saskatchewan, and DE 22-121, Evan Hunchak, Dream Development, be withdrawn and their written submissions be received and filed as CP 22-44, CP 22-45, and CP 22-46. Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Can I have a seconder? Thank you. Got it. Sorry. For public consumption, the following adjusted order of items will be confirmation of the agenda, adoption of the minutes, public hearing 22-29, public notice bylaws 22-33, 2022 and 22-38, CR 22-75, CR 22-74, CR 22-18, -19, then 69, then 70, 72, 73, 71, 14, motion 22-3, motion 22-4, finally closing off with bylaws 22-36, 37, 40, and a stormwater amendment bylaw 2022 number 2. So that is what you're moving, Councillor Stanichuk. That's good. You're seconding, Councillor LeBlanc. That's good. Thank you. For the public, there's a copy of the adjusted order on the agenda at the public table by the doors there, if you're interested. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from June 1st, 2022 meeting of City Council? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We will now consider the bylaws that require a public hearing, and I will turn it over to Councillor Stanichuk. We will do the first reading of the bylaw 2022-29, Regina Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 9.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2022-29 be introduced and read a first time.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stanichuk. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with Councillors Moll and Zakiniak absent from the meeting today.
Thanks to the clerks. Councillor Stanichuk, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2022-29 be read a second time.
Thank you. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Through you, Mayor Masters, as required by legislation, the following bylaw requires a public hearing. Bylaw number 2022-29, Regina zoning amendment bylaw. Number 9, the proposed amendment is to accommodate proposed residential development consistent with the town's concept plan. Is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to address City Council on these proposed bylaws? There appears to be none. Mayor Masters?
I'd ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, second reading carries 9-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much to the clerks. Councillor Stanachek, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2022-29, going to third reading at this time.
Thank you. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, consent for third reading carries unanimously as required by law.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Councillor Stanachek, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw 2022-29 be read a third time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanachek. Clerks, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you to the clerks. We'll now consider the public notice bylaws that do not require a public hearing. I'll turn it over to Councillor Stanachek to do the first reading of the bylaws.
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaws 2022-33 and 2022-38 be introduced and read a first time.
Thanks very much. Clerks, could you please start the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councillor Stanachek, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that bylaws 2022-33 and 2022-38 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Do any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, second reading carries unanimously.
Thanks very much. Councillor Stanachek, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that council hereby consent to bylaws 2022-33 and 2022-38 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thanks very much. Clerks, could you start the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, consent for third reading carries unanimously as required by law.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Councillor Stanachek, can you please do the final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2022-33 and 2022-38 be read a third time.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Clerks, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the third and final reading of the bylaws carries unanimously.
Thank you very much to the clerks. As per the agenda adjustment, council will now consider CR 22-75, the 2021 City of Regina Annual Report and Public Accounts. Can I have someone move this report with a friendly amendment that page 15 of Appendix C under Grants, City of Regina, the amount for Boardwalk REIT Properties Holdings Limited be changed from $717,576 to $239,191. Can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Mr. Lacey, did you want to introduce the report?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the report before you includes the city's draft 2021 annual report in Appendix A, which describes the city's financial and non-financial performance from last year. Included in the annual report is a draft of our audited financial statements, which have been prepared according to Public Sector Accounting Board standards. And in the report as well, you'll see a draft audit opinion from our external auditor, where that draft is to provide a clean audit opinion on our financial statements, which means those, in the auditor's opinion, those financial statements present a fair representation of the financial position of the city. They are draft because the auditor doesn't issue his audit opinion until council has formally approved the draft annual report, which is what we're here before you today. As well, included in Appendix C is the 2021 public accounts, which details the major expenditures of the city of Regina, both for goods and services and employee salaries over $50,000, both for the city proper, but as well as our related entities. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, I will ask the mover if they wish to. Thank you very much. Clerk's going to have you call the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We'll now consider item CR 22-74, appointment of the auditors. Can I have someone move this report? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichak. Mr. Lacey, can I ask that you introduce the report?
Yes, through you, Mayor Masters. So the appointment of the city's current external auditor expires with the completion of the 2021 audit. And as a result, the city is required to engage an external auditor for the next 5-year period, 2022 through to 2026. We were before council a number of months ago seeking approval to issue an RFP that would obtain those services from an external auditor. That RFP process has been completed. As a result of that RFP process and the ranking of the proposals received, administration is recommending the appointment of M&P as the highest ranked proponent and recommending that council approve our award of a professional audit services contract to M&P for the next 5-year audit period.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Do any members of council have any questions for administration? Seeing none, I'll ask the mover. Feel like closing off debate? Thank you very much. Clerks, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thanks very much to the clerks. I'd like to call upon, council will move on to CM 22-18. I'd like to call upon delegation Judith Verisic from the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. I'm going to ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization again that you're representing and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and City Council. My name is Judith Verisic, Executive Director with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. I'm here on behalf of my Board of Directors and I live in the City of Regina. I am pleased to be here today on behalf of my board to present our 2021 annual report. In your package, you would have received a copy of today's presentation, the annual report, and possibly some other publications. Not sure if that got over here. But as a quick refresher, Business Improvement District is an entity created by City Council. RDBID was formed in 1981, so last year was our 40-year anniversary. We represent the commercial property owners within our boundary as they provide funding through a special levy. Our purpose is to enable a sustainable downtown neighborhood where entrepreneurship and cultural vitality flourishes, and all Regina residents are able to thrive in an active, safe, accessible, inclusive, and beautiful public realm. We work very closely with the City of Regina. However, our services are intended to supplement, not replace the services provided by the city. Our boundaries go from Angus to Halifax, from the railroad tracks to 13th Avenue, and along Broad Street south to College. Pre-COVID, over 35,000 people came to work downtown every day. Over 20,300 people live in downtown Regina and the 4 adjacent neighborhoods, Center Square, Cathedral, Heritage, and Warehouse. However, the total population of downtown proper is approximately 750 as of 2020. As mentioned earlier, RDBID is self-funded. Funding for RDBID is provided by all commercial property owners within our boundary. Our board sets a mill rate, which is presented and approved by council every year. The mill rate is applied to the assessed value of the property, which results in the bid levy, and this levy is collected along with municipal property tax, education tax, and library tax annually. The city accepts payment on our behalf and transfers the bid levy capture to RDBID to carry out our projects, programs, and activities in support of downtown. 2021 was a year of adaptation and change as uncertainty of the pandemic required RDBID to amend many of our programs and initiatives to respond to the ever-changing business landscape. Some of the highlights of 2021 was the adoption of our 2022 through 24 strategic plan, implementation of the community support program in partnership with the City of Regina and the Regina Police Services, the return of an abbreviated Summer in the Square program, which included Spin on Scarth, Fitness in the Plaza, the Pop-Up Bike Co-op, a Chef's Challenge, and Cinema Under the Stars. We celebrated the return of live music through our autumn concert series. We expanded our urban canvas program, including our traffic control box art gallery and the Footprints commemorative Indigenous art project. We hosted the annual Downtown Cleanup Day. We supported our members through marketing, social media promotions, promotional materials, and an e-newsletter. Other member promotions included the Festive Fashions and Festive Beverages campaign, along with the corporate gift card rebate program. We hosted our annual holiday season kickoff and tree lighting. We celebrated our downtown restaurants through the Taste of Downtown promotion. We installed additional seasonal lights and holiday decor. We celebrated our 40-year anniversary with a member reception and retrospective publication. We secured federal funding for additional banners and holiday decor through Prairie's Can. We secured funding for a modular warming station for the downtown ice rink, along with other winter amenities. We completed the Downtown Design Guidelines project, along with the Scarth Street redevelopment study in partnership with the city, as well as many other programs and initiatives that are detailed in our annual report. As Downtown Regina continues to recover from the impact of the pandemic, we will continue to evolve our programs and initiatives to best serve the membership while respecting the public health measures that may be in place to protect the community. Thank you for the opportunity to share our annual report with you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much, Ms. Berzak. Questions for the delegation? Councillor Stevens.
Thanks for the presentation, Judith. Through the chair, there's a reported $53,000 deficit, understandable given the circumstances. How do you cover that? And secondly, what's your projection for 2022?
Through the chair, the $53,000 deficit was primarily in place because of the provision for assessment appeals. As we all know, last year was a revaluation year, so administration can probably provide better explanation for this, but while there are appeals in the courts, we have to set aside some of the dollars. So technically that some of those dollars are sitting in a reserve waiting for the resolution. And hopefully once that's resolved, dollars may come back to us. This year we used reserve money to offset.
Thank you. The placemaking line item through the chair is significantly less than what was budgeted for. BID does incredible work when it comes to placemaking. Maybe you can explain why you spent less. Is it just a matter of capacity, efficiency? If you maybe walk through that a little bit. And where do you see things going in 2022?
Some of the our placemaking budget, when we set it, it included capital projects. And when it comes through in the audit, some of those capital projects come through the amortization line item. So it actually shifts around, but it did include the purchase of the holiday decor and the banners that were moved while the numbers are crunched by the auditors.
Okay, thank you. There's a bit covered in the report on the community support program. It's a pilot, or was a pilot, incredibly important. Can you provide some additional highlights as to what worked well, where there are gaps, what the city can do to help address the issues that the support program was working on? Anything that you could add in terms of what kind of support you need and where you see that program going in the future?
Through the chair, that's a great question. And this project was so needed in our community. And as we've done research across Canada through this past year, a lot of our fellow BIDs have started similar programs in response to some of the challenges created or exacerbated by the pandemic. Our program, just from 6 months of operation, June through December, some of the numbers here included 775 interactions with individuals. We assisted housing 7 individuals, 750 hours with direct in-person interaction. They also do needle pickup. And I think the whole point of this program is diversion from RPS. A lot of times when people are struggling in the business community or the community is observing this, the first call is to 911, and sometimes that's not the best first step. So the intent of the CSP program was to be that in between, to be able to create that diversion and provide that support that might not necessarily be emergent. So sometimes it's just a bottle of water or a banana that these folks need just to kind of get something in their bellies, and maybe it might be some warm socks or a blanket. So obviously there are some larger challenges that this team will work to address, and that results sometimes in housing or connecting people with the services that they need. But a lot of times it is simply just some compassion and care, which they go out and do. So where the city can come in, or where some of the gaps were. Hours of operation. We were limited in how many hours we could operate based on the number of the funding for the team members. We always try to have folks going out in teams of 2 for safety's sake. And when you have a team of 4, that's only 2 teams of 2 covering a large area, and you're working 40 hours a week, so there's only so much time. Having a ground floor home base would help. That's dedicated for them full year round and managed 7 days a week, maybe to extended hours. Like looking to the future, that would be ideal. We have since I guess it would be February 2022. We've been working with the Warehouse District and expanding the program there. So we were able to develop a home base in the Warehouse District. There's a little bit more availability in terms of affordable space. So that's worked out well. And we were able to supplement the staff with 4 more positions. So we're at 8. But again, it's a larger area that they're covering. So more funding is always needed for more people. That's the main expense. It's manpower, and then making sure, another gap or challenge is making sure that our staff is taken care of, because what they do is so challenging that there's mental health and wellness that we also need to invest in our team members to make sure that they're being taken care of so they can take care of others.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Stevens, Councillor Shaw.
Thanks, Judith. Just to add to Councillor Stevens' questions, you talked about the hours of operations. Maybe that would help. Can you tell me what that would look like? Like, and would it be overnight? Would it be 24 hours a day that you're having people out? Through the chair.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Because it was a pilot, we were trying to play around with what works best. We played around with an 8 to 5, and then we shifted to more of a 9 till 7 type program. But I do still think the early hours are needed as well. So being able to have coverage from 9 till 9 is actually the ideal. That's kind of where we want to get to. 7 days a week would be great. We were operating, we were testing out Monday to Friday, and then sometimes we would, during farmers market, that season, we would go Tuesday till Saturday, just to see what's needed. So,
Thank you for that. Do you have a cost benefit analysis of what you've saved? Did you do anything like that through the chair?
through the chair, just what we saved, or I'm sorry.
So calls for service that you.
Oh.
Do you have any idea what that amount was through the chair?
I'm sure we have the numbers. We just have to calculate. We have the raw data. We have to calculate the cost benefit, but that's something that we can definitely do and send to you.
That would be muchly appreciated, because if you
Yep,
can show
absolutely.
that savings, and thank you. That's all I have, Judith.
Councillor Shaw, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Judith, for the work that you do downtown, your whole team. Frost was a great success, and we learned a lot through that with working with Real, the warehouse, the city. Moving forward, what is kind of the thought of the learned things that we can collaborate together to probably find some efficiencies or savings to work together? Have you thought about that with your team, or when you move into this next budget cycle? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through the chair. That's a great question and very timely. We do have a meeting set up with the other the hub leaders, both next week and then the following week with the larger team. I've had my staff put together a tentative program at different levels. So depending, obviously everything's dependent on access to funding and what could we do at this level, and then so forth and so forth. So we're pretty excited, as you know, the momentum that we received after year one should hopefully trigger more interest in terms of sponsorship dollars, which would allow us to hopefully expand the program while resourcing it appropriately. Just making sure that we have enough staff on site to make sure everyone stays safe and have a good time at the same time.
Mm-hmm. So absolutely. Just in regards to the businesses downtown, how are they faring? I know that we've done, it's been a real talk around our council. We know that many are in distress and worried about inflation and all these other costs that are going up. What are your thoughts on that? And is that any reflection to what Councillor Stevens asked about kind of the assessments of the levies through you, Madam Mayor? What are your thoughts on that?
Through the mayor, I do believe that we have businesses that are certainly on the bubble, if you will. But that being said, I'm very hopeful. Like I'm an optimistic person, and through the FCM, the weekend of Regina hosting the Federation of Canadian Municipalities conference, we're starting to see a shift in folks coming downtown. This is just anecdotal observation and conversations when I'm visiting businesses. The shift has started to happen, and we're hoping it's going to continue throughout the summer. More people are going out, more people are spending money. We're seeing restaurants that had typically closed down their lunch the lunch hours through the pandemic as a cost savings measure start to open back up for lunch.
Yeah.
So that's promising. We've been talking to a few potential businesses that are looking to locate downtown. So that's not to say that we're out of this yet, but I hope that we are kind of turning a corner a little bit. So we're going to continue to track this. There's always concern with the fact that the return to work is kind of tenuous. A lot of folks are testing out the hybrid work model, and we'll see how that plays out and where everyone lands. But we are hopeful.
Good. Last question is in regards to funding, which you've talked about. We've learned through some of the other bids as well across Canada that we have visited in regards to funding. Do you also facilitate any kind of funding to help businesses, or any questions around any kind of funding, if it's green or business or anything like that? Do you guys do that as well for businesses to assist in even education of here's a grant, that kind of thing for businesses?
Yes. Through the chair, we definitely share any grant opportunities that they are eligible for. So there are a lot of grants through Tourism Saskatchewan. There's a recent grant for digital adoption through the Economic Development CEDA. So we make sure that our businesses are aware of those, and in some cases when we know that there's a specific alignment, we will shoulder tap and say, you really need to apply for this grant. We do not offer grants ourselves, but
No.
we offer support in terms of in-kind for folks that want to put on events, promotions. We'll come out there, and obviously we try to connect people as much as possible. So
Awesome. Great. Thank you again for all the work that you do.
thank you.
We'll have.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. Good. Any other member of council? Seeing none, I've got a question for you. Judith, what's the percentage vacant downtown right now? Do you have that number of office space vacant?
Through the chair, office space vacancy, I would say it's between about 15 to 20%. I'm looking at Terry. Lower?
Have you noticed folks returning to work downtown?
Personally, I have. And in conversations with landlords, we've been told that there has been a 60% occupancy at the end of March. So I would have to follow up on what that is now. Obviously, things are a lot different now, so I'm hopeful that it's a lot higher than that.
Thank you. I think Councillor Stevens and Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Shaw all touched on it. What's your biggest challenge right now?
It would be the challenges that the CSP program is addressing.
And what are your biggest opportunities?
I think there's a lot of momentum with interest in downtown. I feel that our community has seen what the hollowing out of downtown looks like, and they didn't like what that is. So moving forward, we've collectively seen a lot of communities that are doing some wonderful things that are both low-hanging fruit, low cost, easy to do, and things that are large scale, end game type projects. And I think drawing inspiration from that, my board is prepared to kind of relook at what priorities are and adjust budget allocations and priorities moving forward to hopefully ride that momentum and continue that interest in our downtown. And some of it's on the businesses, right? Like we have businesses that have been here for a long time, and you do your business the same way you've always done for the past 30, 40 years, and things are different now. So part of that's on us to kind of help them see what the trends are now, see what the consumer wants to see now, and see where the consumer wants to be now, and what kind of environment is that, and what role do we as the bid, you as the business owner, and the community what role do we all have to play to make that happen? So I know I'm at the table. I know the city's at the table. It's on me to get the businesses at the table too. So a lot of work to do, but it's exciting work. And I think it will be very fruitful and rewarding for everyone.
Excellent. Thanks very much for your responses and for your presentation this afternoon. There's no more questions from council. I'll ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
We'll now consider item CM 22-18, the Regina Downtown Bid 2021 Annual Report. Please note, council, this is a receive and file report. Can I have a member of administration please introduce the report? Mr. Lacey, Mr. Nicol.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District bylaw requires the Business Improvement District to submit an annual report to you for the preceding year, as well as its audited financial statements. This report fulfills that requirement, and as a result, as noted, this is a file and receive report recommendation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. Can I have a mover of the report? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, and a seconder. Councillor Mancinelli, thanks very much. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you. We heard Judith speak of the deficit, and it's in regards to the appeals that are in place. Can I just get, what is the timeline on that? Is it a year? Is it, like, what is the appeal process and the outcomes for timing? Through you, Madam Mayor.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I do not have a specific timeline. The appeal process takes its own process, and I don't have any particulars with respect to these appeals. Typically what happens is when appeals do occur, there's kind of like an allowance of accounts, doubtful accounts set aside. So you set aside a provision that if appeals are successful, the overall property tax, or in this case levies, that you're going to receive are going to be reduced. So that's what this provision is for. I don't have any particulars with respect to today where those appeal assessments are at with respect to where they're at in the process.
Thank you. I guess I'm just looking for the appeal process itself. Like, could these go on for years, or is there a timeline that they would be done in a year, or what's the process there?
Yeah, so these do go in front of an appeal board. Just trying to find the. So these do go in front, first of all, of the local board of revision. So that's a board of council here that's appointed, that's independent. Applicants then, if that ruling from that board they're not satisfied with, can appeal it to the Saskatchewan Municipal Board of Assessment. And then from there, if they so decide, they have a choice to take it to the Court of Queen's Bench. So we don't necessarily control the timing of those processes and the decisions of the appellants about whether or not they wish to pursue the various levels of appeal. So it can take potentially years, depending on when those various bodies hear those appeals, and then whether the appellants decide to pursue the next level of appeal if they're unsuccessful.
Okay. Okay. And then is the communication through you, is the communication back with the bid at all, how they're going, or is it, are they left out of the loop, or do we really not have anything to do with that? How do they get, I guess process-wise, if they have to plan on their budget, when they're planning, how would they ever be, is it just through then the owner? How does that work?
So typically through the budget process, we do provide advice to the bid with respect to what we think they should be setting as an allowance.
Yeah.
So you'll note on the financial statements here that they did set up a budget of $40,000 for the year, but because of just the nature, you don't necessarily know, it's your best estimate. And so the amount actually is higher. So we do work with them to try to determine when they set up their budget about what we think is a reasonable allowance to set up. With respect to the process itself, I see Ms. Amanda Huggle is on the line here. She's from our assessment branch. I'm not specifically sure exactly how we communicate the results to them. We certainly would with the bid, but I'll maybe ask her if she has any additional information to provide about how that communication process works once we are aware of what the outcome is of that appeal.
Thanks, Barry. Through you, Mayor. I don't have specific communication, but I believe that we are in touch through 2 of our areas within our branch on those outcomes, specifically around the amounts.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. Any other members of council have any questions for administration? Seeing none, I'm just going to make a comment because I know Judith Verasek is still in the room. During FCM, at which I think we had 2,100 people between delegates, sponsors, and trade show folks, a ton of comments because many of them stayed downtown, as many as possible stayed downtown, that we had a beautiful downtown. It was clean. They felt safe. Had great restaurants, and so a hats off to the downtown bid as well as the city administration who really focused in on showcasing our city for that weekend. So thank you for that. Councillor Bresciani, did you want to close off debate? You're good? All right. Clerks, can you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thanks very much to the clerks. Next, we're going to deal with CM 22-19. I'd like to call upon delegation Lisa Gibbons from Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District. Not virtual. Please, I'm going to ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing again for the record, where you happen to live, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions I have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Gibbons. I am the Executive Director for the Warehouse District, and I live in Regina. Close to the Warehouse District, but not quite in it yet. As most of you know, the Warehouse District is a not-for-profit organization funded by property owners within our boundaries. For those not familiar, our district reaches from the rail yard tracks to 4th Avenue, from Albert Street to Winnipeg. We'll be talking about the COVID pandemic and how it pushed many business owners to the brink, tested our patience and our resolve, and even brought out the best in much of our community. In 21, we were excited to welcome back events such as Nuit Blanche, YQR Food Truck Wars, the Rider Shuttle, all which had a positive impact on businesses as well as our community. The Hop Circuit connected our 4 breweries located in the Warehouse District, with 2 outside the district, raising the profile of craft beer and celebrating patios as we begin to work towards business recovery. We're also proud to be part of the Indigenous Footprint Project with our partners Regina Downtown, working with local Indigenous visual artists to create posters and stencils of original artwork incorporating footprints to honor thousands of individuals impacted by residential schools in Saskatchewan. New banners are currently being installed in the Warehouse District, a result of federal funding through the Western Economic Development Canada that we received in 2021. Our cleanup crew, in partnership with the North Central Family Center, made many trips through the district picking up garbage. And we also launched many holiday promotions, from a gingerbread building contest to win the wish list, as well as hosting a retro route, new way to shop vintage. No one includes a worldwide epidemic in their business plans, and we'd like to thank all of our members who have worked tirelessly throughout the past 2 years to continue to find new ways of keeping their businesses alive and prospering. For some, the only choice was to close their doors, and we salute those folks who had to make that difficult decision. We hope for the Warehouse District that in 10 years from now, instead of talking about this pandemic, we will be talking about 22 and the investment that we made into our community and the lasting impact that we're seeing throughout our city. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Lisa. I have a question from Councillor Stabenchuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, and through the chair. How many staff do you have at Regina Warehouse Bid?
Through the chair, my board likes to say two-ish. So 1 full-time and 2 that work 3 days a week.
Okay. I've noticed that like you have taken on a couple of new issues. It was mentioned as well that the community support program came to the warehouse district. So I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about that and whether or not that's going to continue through the chair.
Yeah, so through the chair, this was of course a pilot project started by our sister bid in downtown, which when the temporary shelter moved into our district, which is an important preservation of life, we wanted to provide a supplement that would support business owners and support the folks either using the shelter or who may be visiting with folks. So the community support program, understanding that our district is extremely large and it would be impossible for the amount of staff that we have to actually cover border to border. We're focused in on collecting data to understand where the critical issues are and focusing our resources in those spaces and using that data to inform future decisions on how we move forward with supporting those gaps in service. So that's a lot of the work that the team does is those places where there's gaps from our folks who are hard to house and really living some difficult life situations, how we can best support them so they don't end up with calls for service from RPS, which in some cases may end up in that route, but we would rather divert that and provide service for people as opposed to a jail cell.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, looking at the financial statements, there was, a lot that was taken on in the warehouse district. And what was budgeted and what was spent, there, it's quite a, you spent a lot less than what was budgeted in certain areas. One in particular, I just wanted to ask if you could say about special projects, because that was budgeted for 75,000 and
Oh, yes.
3,458 was spent. So just to explain what happened there.
Through the chair. So what you're seeing in that line item is some hopes and prayers that didn't come through. So that was aligned with some grants that we applied for that we did not receive. We were not successful in this round, but we will be successful next time. We were feeling pretty confident in some temporary use for the yards, but we're going about that with a different approach in alignment with our city team. So yeah, unfortunately that did not come to pass, but in its stead is the initial temporary use engagement that we were able to do with some of our property owners, and we've shared with some folks in the room, and we look forward to formalizing that process and coming out with some actual, as we've seen with Frost, how great use on the yards can be, looking at formalizing that.
And through the chair, kind of following up with Mayor Masters' questions to Judith, what were the biggest challenges that you had in 2021?
Well, gosh, I have a list. I think one of the biggest challenges that we're seeing, and we can ebb and flow with some of the changes that we see in terms of the shelter and the community support program has been a great bridging option as we see a rise in challenges in that area. But from a bid perspective, some of our challenges are related to zoning, actually. We're losing some of our businesses to areas where it's easier for them to open office because we are light industrial. We are working through those. That is not end of times, but it is one of our biggest challenges as we look to transform the warehouse district.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stabenchuk. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you for your presentation and all the work that you do. I do appreciate it. Love the warehouse district. Over the last year, I had a lot of people, businesses that I know that are in the warehouse district that came to me with concerns as to the Camp Hope moving into the warehouse district. Is there any tangible financial money spent, money lost in contributing to Camp Hope, or was this, because I couldn't get anything out of anybody as to all their complaints. You know, it was like, well, we did this, we did that. But can you tell us of anything that the businesses came forward and the people living in the area came forward with you with financial impacts to the Camp Hope, through the chair?
Thank you, through the chair. So that's a difficult thing to quantify. There's definitely a lot of quality conversations around that and the impact throughout that. I don't have any numbers outside of the expansion of the community support program. However, while we linked that to the temporary shelter, in the past 2 months in checking back with the team, 2 of their critical incidents happened still within the warehouse district. So it's a challenge that's going to continue as we're part of that connecting neighborhood through to service. We don't have a ton of service in our district, but to get to shelter or to social services, often folks will travel through. So we could use the numbers from CSP as part of that. A lot of the businesses surrounding, I'm thinking of Allsort, I'm thinking of Kevin and the Alternative Funeral, are not as much customer focused. So the experience that they're seeing is for them and their staff and their personal safety. The Centennial Market and Value Mall were truly impacted and had some additional concerns. They didn't end up hiring additional staff. They added some cameras. So I don't have a ton of data for you on that. I wish I did, because data helps tell the story. But we do a check-in with them, and the shelter's moved. They've got less challenges going on, but it's also warmer out, and so folks aren't seeking a place to warm up at this point. So
Thank you for that.
sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Gibbons, can you identify opportunities where your bid and the downtown bid can work together to create a better or a bigger idea of what Regina downtown is all about?
Through the chair, that's a great point. We do work very closely with our sister bid downtown, and there's been many points throughout our history where we have partnered, because I have limited resources and there are some larger resources available across the tracks. And our definition of downtown or city center is expanded. It's not just those hard boundaries that we see, which we do have to answer to our members. So we do have to make sure we're looking after that. But things like the Indigenous Footprint Project. Downtown did the heavy lifting on that, and we provided support. The Community Support Program, the same. They're doing a lot of the heavy lifting. We're providing resources in terms of space and some of those other pieces. So where we're able, definitely there's opportunities to work closer and closer together. And I think as the City Center core framework group continues to work together, we can even add real into that bubble and building out that connectivity between the 3 organizations.
Thank you very much. One follow-up through the mayor. Density is a challenge in the downtown. Do you have any comments to make on how we could better encourage folks to live and work right in the downtown?
Yeah, I think through the chair, some of the things that we've seen in our best practices, building density is huge. It's what's going to keep our donut filled in the middle and not end up just with an empty day-old donut. Sorry. But some things that can go to move that yardstick forward quickly. Post-secondary in your city center makes a huge difference wherever that may live. Assets that attract youth. Let's face it, the folks who are willing to adapt and to do things differently are younger generations, so we should focus on them to move them into our city center. They're the folks that are going to support our shoulder businesses. And building assets that support that. So, for example, the yards, whether that's a temporary use project, the green space ends at Victoria Park and begins at the cemetery. Well, there's not a lot of action at the cemetery at the moment.
Thank heaven.
So building assets that would support density would be really important.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thanks, Lisa. Again, I just want to, you said staff and a half is what you have to work with in, down in the warehouse. Okay, I want to say thank you, hats off. So as I'm at FCM, I hear the rumor that we have the most craft breweries here in Regina per capita. Is that accurate?
I don't know about the per capita stat, but I could say we have the Warehouse District has the first craft brewery in the province, and having 4 plus spirits
Yeah.
in the district is a pretty big deal. And taking those FCM folks on tours of the breweries and talking about heritage and the importance of city building was a fantastic opportunity. So thank you for bringing FCM to town. It was great to talk to mayors and councilors and city managers from across Canada and get their feedback on what they thought of the district.
Yeah, no, that's what I heard, and I thought if that's the stat, we should be promoting that, so thank you for that. Just in regards to, you indicated something about the zoning, and I remember, and I'll ask administration after, about the zone forward that did come forward that did eliminate some type of restaurants or zoning that could not be part of this industrial area. Can you just elaborate what you're seeing there?
I'm
Through the
supposed
chair?
to say grown-up words, okay. Yes, so one of the challenges that we're faced with, and Zone Forward, I think was supposed to move the milestick on some of these things, but perhaps we need a bit of an updated vision on what we want to be when we grow up and a realistic picture of where we are right now so that we can set those benchmarks. The light industrial makes it difficult for zoning of many things that we'd like to see in our district. So let's say we want to convert a building that was formerly a warehouse into an office. That's a challenge because that's light industrial, and you can only have an office in that space if it's connected to industry. Now, we could go through the process, and Deb could speak to it, of discretionary use and how to go around that. But often those owners are not developers. That's a person who wants to buy a building and move their business there, and now they've bought it in another area of the city. And that's great, but we've lost those 30 to 50 employees who would add value to the warehouse district and support those coffee shops and breweries and restaurants that we want to see.
Perfect, thank you. Just the last question, and you've had discussions with administration for suggested changes, is that accurate?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good. Thank you again. That's all I have.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. As Councillor Stadenchuk asked, biggest challenges. What are the biggest opportunities you've got?
I think we're sitting on 17 acres of opportunity right now. So the arts, I mean, it's been there for 10 years. I've called it a dust bowl. I think we're finally seeing some movement on it. That's huge. The Dewdney revitalization, that's huge. Every time we open a street and we upsize instead of same sizing, that is a huge opportunity. Our zoning, I mean, folks want to be in the city center, so let's make that workable for them. They're gonna help with our property taxes, so let's make sure that those warehouses don't sit vacant or that land isn't vacant, and we support that as those things move in. So those are some of my opportunities.
All right, and thanks very much for your presentation today. I have anything further from council. I forgot who moved this. Councillor Staden. Oh, never mind, it's a delegation, I'm fine, we're good. It's early for me to be losing track of things, but so be it. Thanks very much, Lisa, and have a return to the gallery. There we go. I bet you I can get a mover on the next item. Holy smokes. Come on. All right, folks, we're going to consider item CM 22-19, the Regina Warehouse Bid 2021 Annual Report. Again, we'll note it's a receive and file. Mr. Lacey, could I have you introduce it, please?
Through you, Mayor Master. So similar to the previous report, the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District bylaw requires the Business Improvement District to provide you with an annual report and audited financial statements of their previous year's activities and operations. This report fulfills that obligation, and as the mayor's indicated, it's a file and receive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. Can I have a mover of the report? Thanks, Councillor Sedinchuk, the seconder by Councillor Bresciani. Any questions from members of council? There we go. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So to the question from the delegation regarding the zoning, and I remember the zone forward conversation that night, the 1,000-page document that council had to scan through. This is previous council. And I remember that direct conversation on the warehouse, that whole industrial, light industrial that was being recommended that night to take out some of those businesses. And it was raised as a concern. I remember Councillor Findura, a few others had raised it, and I'm concerned again now because that's what we want there. So what are we doing to mitigate that? And as we heard from Lisa Gibbons, she's been in conversation with administration, so can I get an update?
Ms. Bryden, your mic's already on.
I noticed that.
She's
Thank
ready
you.
to go.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Bresciani. First of all, I want to say I agree completely with Lisa. I think there's a lot of opportunity in the downtown and the warehouse bid districts, and we are working very closely with both Lisa and Judith on helping with revitalization and intensification. So first of all, I know you've heard me say this before, we are bringing a package forward in July for council's consideration that will talk about some incentives for intensification and revitalization in the city center core areas, which would be of value to both of the districts. And then secondly, in direct reference to the zoning situation. So there is a donut in the warehouse district, and it's a bit of a, part of it is individual businesses could come forward one at a time, and I know we've heard that it is a complex process to go through the DU process, which is the situation we're in right now. So there's a few things that we can do to help address that, working directly with property owners and really guiding them and helping them if they've got the time to go through that process, which we're hoping we can communicate with them enough for them to understand that they can do that rather than just pick up and move out of the bid area. And second of all, there is conversations about what we can do in relation to the planning in that area, which would also then reflect the zoning in those certain areas. But we are a little bit, there is that whole, there are businesses there that are zoned properly for their location. And so by changing the zoning on them, then they're like, we're hamstrung and we can't do anything. So there's some communication that has to take place and consultation with those property owners before we can move forward with those changes. But we are in the process of starting those conversations in the next couple of months here.
Thank you. I'll just make a comment. One of the biggest things that we heard there, how important our industrial and precious our industrial land is. This is light industrial. Again, when we have entrepreneurs and businesses that want to ignite that area, it's vitally important that we absolutely are open to those conversations, and they will enhance the businesses that are there currently. I remember the conversation well as there was businesses that I know had reached out saying if they add a foot or make any additions or any construction to their site, they then would have to move out of the area. So I just hope that this moves forward, that we look at so everyone can thrive, the businesses in that area, and if they're existing, and the new ones that want to move in. And I would agree that someone who does not understand all of the policies around it, to have to come to submit to discretionary and all this, they will walk away, they will find another location. So let's make it simple and easy. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I know when I first got elected and I asked at the council, and I don't know if you guys remember this, I do believe it was Diane, there was a concern about the Wi-Fi out there and the internet connection in parts of the warehouse district, and I'd gotten a reply back from the city saying that they've been working on it, but it was some sort of a provincial issue too. Do you have any recollection of this through the chair?
I believe I can answer if Mr. Lacy can't. Go ahead, Mr. Lacy.
I will try. Through you, Mayor Masters, and Mayor Masters sounds like she might have something to add. So I do understand in the warehouse district, some of the fiber optic lines, so your SaskTel lines, your Wi-Fi lines, internet connections, that infrastructure is not all there to provide the kind of service you see in other parts of the city. I do know that as we look at our rehabilitation of Dewdney Avenue, we do work with the provincial crown utilities as well with respect to where there's opportunities when we're doing that work for them to also go and do work and upgrade their infrastructure. So those are part of discussions that will be ongoing. But I think anything we do in Dewdney would and SaskTel does in Dewdney would help the situation. But I understand it's a little bit of a broader infrastructure issue with the with that entire area.
Thanks. What he said.
So in a nutshell, there's nothing that really we can do right now until that gets developed over on Dewdney.
Fiber optics go into the ground with
Into the
other
grounds.
underground services. So as Dewdney is being revitalized, the connection with SaskTel happens at that time.
So nothing will happen until the Dewdney gets.
And Dewdney Avenue is going ahead when, sir?
Planning will be occurring over the next year, and I believe construction will be undertaken in 2024. And so this is really a SaskTel driven matter that we're working with them on. It's their infrastructure that would need to be upgraded.
Okay, I think I got that. So it's SaskTel, not us, and we need to start developing. Okay, great, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Bresciani, there's no other members of council that wish to speak. Did you want to close off debate? You're good? Thanks very much. Council will vote on receiving and filing the warehouse bids annual report. In case that wasn't clear, please call the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thanks very much to the clerks. Council will move on to CR 22-69. I'd like to call upon Delegation Blair Forrester and Paul Gregory from Forrester Harvard Developments. Gentlemen, I will ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Your worship, members of City Council, my name is Blair Forrester. I'm the president of Forrester Harvard Development Corp and Westera Development Corporation. With me today is Paul Gregory, our manager of residential land, and we are the proponents of the application that's before you today. We also have a subsequent delegation from our planning consultants who will be doing it virtually. They're here primarily to answer any technical questions that you may have following our presentation. We are very pleased to finally be here in a position to ask for your consent for another stage of residential development at Westera. As we're all aware, there's been many exciting announcements recently about West Regina with SaskPower, Cargill, Red Leaf, and recently Amazon. Our Westera neighborhood was always intended to be the logical housing supplier for industry on the west side of Regina for the thousands of construction and permanent jobs that that these companies will require. We were before you in January of 2015 for our first concept plan approval, and following that time we saw one of the sharpest declines in housing starts in the province's history. During that period we also saw an evolution in how bricks and mortar and physical real estate was expanding across North America. That evolution was accelerated significantly with e-commerce requirements required from the COVID-19 pandemic. We are very bullish on bricks and mortar retail moving forward. We're seeing a return to previous shopping habits. But it's quite clear that the pace of expansion and the square footage required by these users is going to be permanently constrained. We're happy to report that the current lot supply in West Era is nearing sellout. And we have some good support from the residential home building community in the city for some new lots. The application before you today is for 135 single and duplex lots on the west edge of our concept plan. It is contained within 16 acres of land, which is within a 60-acre parcel that was originally zoned for large format retail. Because of the reasons I just laid out, we feel it's our opinion that this is far too much large format retail land for the west end of Regina to absorb. And if we do not receive rezoning on it, chances are it will sit vacant for a protracted period of time. Within the West Area Community Plan, there is also a 20-acre neighborhood shopping node that is unaffected by this application. The families that are ultimately going to occupy these lots are going to increase the population of West Era and are going to go a long way aiding us to attract the desperately needed services in the area, which are grocery, drugstore, convenience and food service operations. So we are here asking for your consent. Thank you very much for your time, and both Paul and I are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Forrester, I'm going to open it up to questions. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, thanks for presenting and giving the rationale for why you want to move forward on the housing. The only critique in terms of public commentary was people who wanted to maintain the retail. What are your plans for retail, or are you waiting until there's demand because of more people living there?
Thank you. Excellent question. And through you, Your Worship, I believe the two comments that we got back were just simply confusion. They thought that the reduction in this land was reducing the neighborhood commercial node that we have. As I've mentioned on a couple of occasions, back in 2015, we actually signed a grocery store deal. So we have an executed grocery store deal for West Era. It was at that grocer's entire option as to when the population base in the area would support their business model. The slowdown in growth and the economy, coupled with the COVID pandemic, has put that on hold. We expect applications like this will go a long way to convincing them to move forward with that application. In consultation with Councillor Zakidniak and following that, a couple of comments that came in, we have a West Era proprietary Facebook page that has, of the 1,000 or so residents, we have 240 of them that subscribe to the service. We put a detailed map out with all the planning rationale behind this application. It was received by, I think as of this morning, 181 of those 240 people. We received 15 thumbs up and one positive comment and no negative comments on the application. So I think we've satisfied the questions that maybe some of the residents had.
Okay. And I guess just to follow up then through the chair, the city, we've talked a lot about complete neighborhoods, so the goal is to have like a grocery store and other kinds of retail that kind of makes a complete neighborhood in the area. Is that so?
Through you, Your Worship, yeah, that was the entire plan behind West Era, and we bill it as a complete community because we have allocated, there's employment lands, there's retail commercial lands, and there's a wide array of housing options. We clustered most of our high density housing around the commercial nodes, and we've worked through most of that, but we don't have any single family options, and the cyclical nature of the residential development in the community right now is that's what's in demand. So until we can actually have that complete array of housing options, the growth in the neighborhood would be somewhat stymied.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward. thank you for indicating, now you talked about the demand for single-family homes. So what would be the width, or is there different sizes of these lots? And again, that's what we've been hearing in the industry, so what do they look like, through the chair?
Yeah, maybe I'll ask Paul to answer that question.
Through the chair. We tried to right-size the lots to, look at intensification in there so that we have the right density of population in there. They're not extremely big lots. They're basically what a lot of builders are looking for. They're mostly in the 34-foot wide range, a few into the 32 and a few into the 36, but nothing extravagantly big. It was sort of to give people what they were looking for a single-family home in a good neighborhood.
Great, thank you. And then.
Hey, Councilor Brasciano, thank you, whoever's cell phone is on.
Great, thank you. And with this change then, with that development, then it'll be sold that the next piece that these would back onto will be commercial, and that will be communicated through these builders, so homeowners, so they won't be coming back and saying, I didn't know there was commercial that I'm backing onto. So it'll be very clear when this is being sold to them, through the chair?
Yes, Your Worship, that's the fact that the zoning on the residual piece is currently in place. We've indicated to our builder group that that we want it to be clear, and working with administration, we would, at the time when we're prepared to bring forward the commercial piece adjacent, all the appropriate buffering would be done at the time of that discretionary use application or DP application.
Great, thanks very much.
Thanks, Councilor Bresciani. I see no further questions. I have one. Can you tell me why you're here? What in our zoning, what in our bylaws require you to bring this forward?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's just simply that the land was previously zoned and we're changing the land use. So that's requiring us to come forward with this application. And it's also just the utilization of public services. We have land that is serviced and ready to go and not being put into production. And we'd love to increase the tax base of the city. We'd love to increase the population base of Westera. And we'd love to continue to provide a housing option to a lot of economic activity that's happening in the GTH in the area.
Thank you. Thanks very much. No further questions from council. Thank you very much both for your presentation and your answering questions. And ask that you return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegation Grant Mikelshian. Good afternoon. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon. And I think, sir, you need to unmute *6.
Hear me?
Now we can, sir. Please proceed.
Can you hear me now?
We can, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, hi. Your Worship, members of council, my name is Grant Mahalshin with B&A Planning Group, a planning agent for Westera Development Corporation. I'm here in support of the subject applications. And as mentioned in the report and in our brief, the purpose of the application is to amend the Westera Phase 1 concept plan and to rezone the subject site, reducing the amount of large format commercial retail in favor of some additional low and medium density residential in response to changing market demands. The rationale in support of the changes have been identified in our brief, and the applications have been supported by both administration and Regina Planning Commission. With respect, in this situation, we respectfully request your support of the applications, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll just open it up to the floor of council to see if anyone has any questions for you. I don't see any. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you leave the phone line. Council will now consider item CR 22-69, proposed concept plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 8701 Dudney Avenue. I'm going to ask Councillor Fundura to please introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring report CR 22-69, proposed concept plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 8701 Dudney Avenue. Planning Commission recommends the City Council approve the application and amend the Westera Phase 1 concept plan, and to approve the rezoning of portion of the lands in Westera Phase 1 from mixed large market zone to a residential urban and low-rise zone. Mayor Master, can I get a seconder, please?
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Westera Development proposed an amendment to the Phase 1 concept plan by reconfiguring 6.5 hectares of large retail land use to medium and low-density residential use. As you heard from the delegation, market and people living in the area drives the demand from commercial. Large retailers are at this time not interested in setting up shop, not trying to pawn anything. What happens here, we need more residents in the area to encourage commercial development to come in and set up shop. This area has more land, as the delegation mentioned. There is at least 48 some acres left for commercial, so they're not running out of land. So amendment are supported by OCP objectives planned for the housing supply. The administration reviewed and administration supports the proposal. Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve, and then Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fundura. Do any members of council have any questions for either administration? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli.
Through the chair, during today's discussion, it was cited that commercial properties are holding off till there's more residents available to take advantage of this area. Just wondering if administration could comment on Pinkie Road and its rebuilding and what effect that will have on access to this area and potentially maybe an interest for some of these commercial investors to start up.
Who would like that one? Do you want to, is Mr. Warren on the line?
So,
go ahead, Deb.
Thanks, through the chair. So, the Pinkie Road design work is underway, and we have an RFP out for the design, or no, actually, the RFP should be going out hopefully sooner or later this year for the design work. But the direct impact, I actually have no comment on what the direct impact will be for the GTH or this area.
Okay, well, maybe I'll just comment for a second. West Hill and Edgewater are two large subdivisions in my ward. Neither of them have any retail component to them whatsoever, and they've been that way for multiple decades. Pinkie Road is a direct link. Knowing that people are coming out of a pandemic and looking for investment, I just thought, being this is televised, it'd be a good time to say that. So thought I'd mention it.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stanicek.
Thank you, Mayor Master. So question, I guess, for administration is, through the chair, is the fact that this, I know, this plan was previously, the whole idea of developing the West area has been in existence for quite some time. Have we heard from people who currently live in that neighborhood about the fact that the development stopped and the impact on them?
Ms. Bride.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think I'll defer that to Ms. Dawson.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the planning for this community has taken place since, well, about 10 years now, I guess, and the applicant would actually know more about that, but the approval of the neighborhood plan took place in about 2015-16, and then concept plans came after that, and we did the first round of rezoning to allow for some of the first developments to happen, and then that development started to occur, and then just through market conditions and that sort of thing, we've heard that there's been some slowdown in some of the commercial areas building out, and I think that the applicant would concur with that. And of course, as any neighborhood builds out, there's growing pains because there's still construction going on, roads being built, and then extension of the neighborhood line. So we have heard that, and that's typical of a neighborhood build out. And we're currently working through some processes in terms of how do we provide some messaging to homeowners that are thinking about purchasing or building homes in new neighborhoods and what to expect. And I think that maybe help them in their decision-making process, that there would be construction noise and there will still be developing infrastructure and assets as they start living in those neighborhoods. So.
Okay, thank you. The reason I asked is just because I had heard through Councillor Zakidniak that people wanted to see that area fill out more because that's what they had hoped was going to happen, that the rest of the area would fill out. And so there would be, I guess my second question through the chair, is there maybe some people who would say, why are we continuing to approve developments in the suburb areas of the city when we know that we need more densification in the center of the city? So I'd like to hear from administration. We did hear that a report will be coming to us in July, but does this prevent us from trying to develop a strategy for densification of the core of the city?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you through the chair. I think I'll defer this to Ms. Dawson, and she'll probably add more, but I do think it's important that the city as a whole strike a balance between greenfield development and intensification. I'm reading the intensification report as I'm saying. So, you know, I think there's a balance, and we do recognize that there is a need for new development opportunities and areas where new construction can occur. And I think that's really kind of what we're going to hear when we move forward. Ms. Dawson, do you have more to add?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. The only thing I would add is that this is an approved community. We've known that the build out of this West Area neighborhood was going to take place for several years. It provides a different choice for somebody that's looking to build a home and perhaps location. It doesn't take away from any of the intensification goals that the city has. And there are still consumers that are looking for a greenfield option, and perhaps on the west side of the city.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stadenchuk. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. In regards to transit, another reason that I think that this is very important, I would like to know that with this going forward, this will, because I've heard that there are concerns with the lack of transit in Westera, so this would enhance that, more people maybe then getting on the bus. Would that be accurate?
Mr. Nicol, would we like to send this to Mr. Bells?
Sure, if Mr. Bells is on the line, but I think, yes, it's clear, Councillor Bresciani, that it stands to reason that the more people that are out in a particular area will lend itself to enhanced and increased bus service from Regina Transit.
Thank you. And I'll just make a comment. I think that it's vitally important, as we heard from Ms. Bryden, that we strike a balance, that we have growth in our city. We know what's coming. We've heard there's going to be a shortage of housing. So I think it's vitally important that we find a way, especially when developers come forward and are putting their investment in to develop. I think it's vitally important that we move that forward. So that's my comments, and I support this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadenchuk, I believe you moved the motion. Would you like to close off debate? Thanks very much. City clerks, could I ask that you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thanks very much to the clerks and to council. We are at our mandated 90-minute break. It is 2:31. I will see you back here at 2:46. Thank you. introduction, Evan Laskew with Havana Developments, Inc. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters, members of the council, city councilors. To express my gratitude to be here today in front of you to talk about our proposal for this 106 unit development in the Hawkstone neighborhood. What we have is 106 units of row and stacked townhomes. These will be, in terms of the stacked buildings, 2-story on top with basement suites below, and the row will be the 2 stories above plus the basement as a single unit in the stacks. And to refer to the brief here, this is going to be mixed at market and affordable housing, though those measures have not been established at this time, with this being a little bit early in the cycle for anything in HIP. The property as purchased by us was left quite low. In due diligence, it was filled with snow, and it was interesting going out and seeing it in the spring. It was about half filled with water, and it's a very interesting looking site, so we're eager to fill it in. It was developed in 2014 and has sat vacant and has gone through multiple owners. And the site to the southeast is a proposed Northridge development. Again, they're in discussing some of the pushback from the community. I know the previous apartment development out there had over 200 negative comments, and I believe ours sat at 22 with 5 and 4 the positive. Again, will be a mix of row and stack structures, and with this property being zoned RL and medium density, we are very comfortable with our 50 units per hectare. Again, just for background, we did submit this at 148 units in due diligence and how we were originally planning to develop this under discretionary use. Being a planned group of dwellings, 148 matched with what we see in OCP, and but referring back to the concept plan, the administration gave us the opportunity to continue with 106. So that's the reason why we're here today. If we would have been 106 off the hop, I believe administratively we might have made it through. But we are very glad for that feedback. There's not much left to be developed in Hawkstone. There in the concept plan, there are lands to the north, which will continue to be developed. There's roads and a lot of extra things that need to go in there to make it all happen. But this again is one of the last to go in. So we're just helping to fill things out as well. And we believe that this development will contribute positively to the OCP's planned densities. The development has some green space in it, as well as a playground, which for these parcelized types of properties, we very much seek to incorporate into the developments just to contribute more to the community. So if you aren't aware of Havana, we are predominantly multifamily built for purpose developer based out of Regina, Saskatchewan. I myself am based out of Regina here, born and raised. And again, my name is Evan Laskew. I'm the Vice President of Innovation and New Developments, and just representing the interests of the business here today. I am grateful again for the opportunity, as is Team Havana, to put this before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laskew. I have questions from Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So did you say that you are waiting for the HIP to be part of the HIP program for this to be also to go ahead? Is that what I heard you say, or just elaborate, clarify for me?
The HIP applications for this one, it will just establish the amount of affordable suites in the development, but this development is not contingent on getting affordability funding. Yeah.
Thank you. So what you're saying is this development would move forward without that as Havana has done previously without funding? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Okay. Yes. As far as the municipal side is concerned. So again, very much are seeking it. I think it contributes meaningfully, and our developments are well suited for that type of thing in line after they not for profits. But no, this development is not contingent on that.
Thank you. In any of these doors, would they be available to seniors or people with disability for accessibility units through the chair?
For accessibility, the units themselves feature several risers going up into the main floor units. The basement units will have the entrances on grade, but there will be stairs down into the basements. So people with accessibility issues likely would not find it to be something they'd be incredibly attracted in. Again, tenant improvements with the right lease agreement, you could certainly make a case for somebody to put in a lift. And again, we are putting in the stalls for accessibility as required under the zoning bylaw.
Okay.
As far as the elderly are concerned, you could make the same argument with stairs. We do have elderly tenants in many of our developments that are similar, but again, I would have to defer to another format to discuss the exact amounts and proportions.
Thank you. In regards to the compound of how it works, it's the compact housing, and is there for the garbage recycle and of course the green bin that will be coming eventually down sometime, is there places that, is it done in a compound type where they go and take the garbage and all that, or is it done that everybody gets their own? How does that work? Because it's multiple.
Right. With the density, we feel that individual bins would create too much congestion and it'd be quite the eyesore. So what we've proposed is Moloch bins to be located in the center of the site. So they seal quite well. They look fairly well. So as opposed to doing Loris bins and screening, we're proposing Moloch bins.
Okay, great, thank you. I agree with that. In regards to storage, so I understand there's no garages, they're just front. The parking is in the back. Is that accurate through the chair, or how does parking
so as opposed to something you might have seen in Eastbrook there, where we have the lane, everything is going to be in the front for these ones. So the front access for the basements will be on grade, and then there'll be the accesses with stairs leading up to the main floor and second floor units. So the parking set aside for this development is, I believe, 173 stalls. So that will provide for the row housing 2 stalls per, for the stacked housing 1 stall per unit, and that should leave 25 stalls remaining that we'll spread out and put a couple EV chargers for some future development and parking pedestals for block heaters and level 1 EV chargers.
Okay, and is the in regards to the transit, how close is the transit to this building for people to get on a bus through the chair?
Through the chair, the nearest bus stop, I believe, is a block and a half away. So it would be in the city's interest and in the residents' interest to have another stop come through there.
Thank you. Okay, and yeah, I think that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. You good? Okay. All right. I see no further questions. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you very much.
Council will now consider CR 22-70 discretionary use application for 2820 Narcisse Drive. Councillor Fundura, could I ask you to please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. I bring report CR 22-70, discretionary use application for 2820 Narcisse Drive. Recommendation from the Planning Commission that City Council approve the discretionary use application to develop 106 units as 7 building stacked and 9 building row at 2820 Narcisse Drive in Hagstone subdivision. Can I get a seconder, please? Thank you. The applicant originally proposed 148 units that exceeded the density threshold in the Hawkstone concept plan. So the applicant submitted the proposal with 106 residential units. And this does comply with the Hawkstone concept plan. Administration reviewed that, had a good meeting with the developer. Administration supports the development, and commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Fundura, you want to close the debate off?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Clerks, could I ask that you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thanks very much to the clerks. We will now consider item CR 22-72, closure of utility parcels for 9501 9th Avenue North. Councillor Fundura, can I ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you. Members, I bring report CR 22-72, closure of utility parcel 9501 9th Avenue North. Planning Commission recommends the City Council approve the resolution with respect to municipal utility parcel MU1 and MU2. Can I get a seconder, please? Thank you. The proposal is to remove the municipal utility parcel designation from MU1 and MU2. The designation was applied in error when the lands were approved for subdivision. The approval will correct the error. Administration reviewed the application and is in support of the removal. Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fundura. Any members of council have any questions on the DU application? Seeing none, Councillor Fundura, any further comment?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Thanks very much. Clerks, can you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thanks very much to the clerks. From committee, we'll consider item CR 22-73, appointment to the Master Plan Public Advisory Committee. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Hawkins, thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Stanichuk. Administration, can I get 1 moment, please? Oh, well, it's the city clerk. Please, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, this item is being brought forward as it is a new advisory committee being brought forward on behalf of the Provincial Capital Commission. As a result, they do require to have a representative from the City of Regina sitting on this committee. And so before you today is the recommended appointments for that.
Thanks to the clerk. Council, does anyone have any questions with regards to this report? All right, seeing none. Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to close off anything?
No, I have nothing further.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Council, on the next item, CR 22-71, we have a communication from Stu Niebergall from the Regina Area Home Builders Association. Can I have a member of council move to receive and file? Communication CP 22-39. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani as a mover. I have Councillor Fundura as a seconder. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Received and filed and carried. We'll consider item CR 22-71, zoning bylaw amendment, backyard suites amendment. Councillor Fundura. Can I ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. I bring a report CR 22-71, zoning bylaw amendment, backyard suite amendments. Planning Commission recommends the City Council approve the amendments to Regina zoning bylaw to allow backyard suites as permitted use, and to approve amendments to the housing incentive policy to expand 5-year 25% tax exemption to applicable backyard suites. Can I get a second there? Thank you. Mayor, the backyard suites are secondary living units separated from the primary dwelling on the residential lot. Before they were called laneways and garden suites. Backyard suites are becoming an increasingly popular housing options across Canada. Amendments to the housing incentive policy would provide 5-year 25% tax exemption to all backyard suites. Backyard suites would become a new option for housing, which adds diversity and affordability to the community. Commission seeks concurrence, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fundura. Do any members of council have any questions with regards to the report? Councillor Stanczyk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Where are my notes? Sorry, I had some notes here. I can't find them. What I will ask is regarding the tax. The amendment did state that in terms of the proposed zoning amendments, that existing secondary suites could be amended or renovated and apply for this. I just wanted to ask questions through the chair about whether or not what kind of existing suites do you foresee could be would be applied under this change to the bylaw? Would there be like a suite in a basement that's maybe not legal just because it doesn't have the proper egress? And so if they renovate it, then it would apply. Is it for an Airbnb? Like, would Airbnbs be considered under this zoning bylaw? If it had existed as an Airbnb, could someone apply for to have for the tax exemption? So I just want to get a sense of what, in terms of existing ones, what could be used apart from new construction is what I'm asking.
Ms. Bratton?
So thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer this one to Ms. Dawson on the specifics of the existing housing incentive program.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Just for some clarification, the zoning bylaw amendment before you is to introduce backyard suites, which is an alternative location for a secondary suite. Currently permitted in our zoning bylaw is a secondary suite within your primary residence, and we're just extending that to another location on the property. So in addition to extending where the secondary suite may be located on your property, we're also proposing to apply the same housing incentive policy to those properties. So I may ask Ms. Pfeiffer to go through how one would apply for the HIP program and how it would extend to the backyard suites.
Yeah, through the mayor. To your question of are there other ways that someone can access a secondary suite exemption? If they were to legalize a suite, yes. If it's a short-term accommodation, no, because it's an existing unit. So it's something that's kind of being formally brought on for the housing stock. As far as the process that someone would go to apply for it, they would apply to the city once the suite is developed. I mean, they could ask us at any time if they're located in an area of the city where that exemption would be eligible. Then they would apply to the city, and if they meet our eligibility requirements and are deemed to be supportive of the program, then we would enter into a legal agreement with them. And part of that is that they maintain it as a long-term rental, so not a short-term accommodation during the exemption.
Okay, thank you for that. So policy 5.3.4, now that I've got my notes finally in front of me, it does talk about the occupancy permit. So the dwelling units must obtain a final occupancy permit before the tax exemption is applied. how will this be enforced? Because I imagine that could, you know, people would have to sign like a long-term occupancy contract, or how would that work? Through the chair.
Sure, through the mayor. So the occupancy permit is for the development itself. It's not a rental agreement from a tenant to the landlord. Yeah, so the reason that we don't enter into the exemption until the unit has an occupancy permit is because we need to make sure that it's had final inspection and is what it is.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, does the homeowner or the developer, whoever's going to be building this backyard suite, will they have to cover the infrastructure costs such as extended water and sewer, power connection?
Through the mayor, so yeah, the housing incentive program doesn't cover capital costs for the secondary suites or potentially for backyard suites. It's just the tax exemption that's available for those.
Okay. And just in regarding the photos that were provided, the maps and the photos, so the pilot projects, especially the ones on Greens and Gardner and Harbor Landing, were all of those backyard suites? So they were kind of like looked like they were combined garage and backyard suites. Is that what we were looking at in those pictures?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that is what we were looking at.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. In terms of the application for a backyard suite, would neighbors have to be consulted on this? What's the process for the neighbors? Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Pfeiffer?
Actually, through you, Mayor Masters, I might take this one. It's a permitted use. We're proposing to bring it into the zoning bylaw as a permitted use, and under the legislation in our bylaws, permitted uses are permitted as a right as long as they check all the criteria in the zoning bylaw that's applicable to that particular development. So the neighbors would not need to be consulted. That's a discretionary use process where there's a bit more discretion applied.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you through the chair. It's a great project. I think the communication and engagement is noteworthy. I think administration did an exceptional job with this. My reading is the support is overwhelmingly positive and across the city where these pilots have taken place. My question is about the housing incentive element of this. I'm not questioning it, I'm happy to support it. I'm just curious of what we know about the number. Is it functionally a reward for someone building this? Do we know that this is the number that incentivizes? Should it be higher? Should it be lower? What do we know about how effective that HIP model and the percentage is to actually induce this kind of intensification?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that one to Ms. Dawson.
Thank you for the question, through you, Mayor Masters. So the intention of the amendments brought forward today are to extend the program into another location. But Ms. Pfeiffer will actually be able to provide you with some details on how the uptake of the program is.
Sure. So through the mayor, we have seen uptake in the last 5 to 10 years when the incentive has been available. It's hard to say if that's an adequate compensation. I think it was probably set at 25%, considering it's a portion of the lot or a portion of the existing dwelling. But we haven't heard from people that it's a disincentive to try.
If I could follow up, and not to distract from what we're talking about here, but how do we review these numbers? So I'm pleased to see it's working. Do we look at this figure, and as it's bolted into the overarching HIT program, do we evaluate that percentage and think maybe we need more, maybe we need less? It sounds like we're just extending the status quo, which is fine.
Yeah, so through the mayor, we're currently doing the background research for the comprehensive housing strategy and a review of our programs and policies and what they're delivering. So at the moment, this really is just to harmonize with the zoning bylaw before undertaking a more extensive review as to whether or not the boundaries where that exemption would be provided is applicable, or, you know, if that needs to be adjusted in some way. So I would say that's where we're at with that kind of review.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Councillor Stevens, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. I think Councillor Stevens has seen my questions. So just on that, so that was my first flag when I read the report. I've heard that there is an uptake for these suites. And so I guess the question is that I just heard you indicate that we just did it to kind of harmonize with the policy. I also understand that the housing incentive policy is going to be revamped or re-looked at shortly. Can I ask when that is, through the chair?
So through the mayor, through the comprehensive housing strategy review, we're doing an assessment of all the incentives and policies that we have. And that'll help us, you know, understand whether or not the incentives, the capital grants, the types of programs we have are effective at meeting the needs of the city. So under that review, which, I mean, we're starting the background of it right now, I think it's in our plan for 2022, 2023 to be doing that work. That may indicate that there's additional programs or incentives that we need to be providing if there's particular types of housing we're looking to target.
Thank you. So I guess the question, so we do have the housing incentive policy going to be coming back. With some amendments and changes within a year. So I guess I question, is there a risk in adding an incentive when we don't know if there's a need for an incentive, when we know we have an uptake? Can I just get a comment on that through the chair?
Sure. So through the mayor. So the reason that it's just being extended is at the moment it's not an incentive that's available citywide. So we're not saying, so for the pilot projects, they were all had to be council approved to receive the exemption. At the moment, as Ms. Dawson has indicated, backyard suites are going to be treated the same as secondary suites. So under the housing incentive policy, it makes sense for the time being that would extend because they're a similar housing form and they're providing a similar housing variety or a new housing form. At this time, we're not looking to extend the areas of the city where that would be available. So that's why we would do kind of a temporary amendment now to harmonize with an existing zoning bylaw. If it's legal and it's being used the same as a secondary suite, we would want to encourage it in the areas where we're already encouraging it. As far as a bigger review as to where we might want to extend that or change the program, I think that needs more research and analysis.
Thank you. I guess, so what other similarities are there that you're saying you want to align it with the incentive that's out there now? How does the backyard suite compare to what other incentives out there that you want to piggyback that on then? Through the chair.
Through the mayor, so
you can leave your mic on.
So as was indicated, we've had this incentive in place for secondary suites for almost 10 years. It provides a similar type of housing form and variety. So a secondary suite is typically located within the primary dwelling, whereas a backyard suite is just located elsewhere on the lot, but they're providing the same form. So they're providing a rental unit that's in an existing neighborhood on an existing lot. So while the location might be a little bit different on the lot, what they're actually providing as far as a variety of housing options is similar.
Okay. Just I guess the last question is that was it, so just the backyard suites then, just to bring them in line with the secondary suites to get the same incentive that's offered now, but it will be re-looked at. So there's no risk in, I guess, from from staff saying, once we implement this, it's very hard to take it away. So again, I guess I'm wondering if there's an uptake. I guess I'm questioning, is that incentive necessary for the backyard suites as we're seeing an uptake? I don't know why would we incentivize something if there's an uptake? That's my question.
Thank you, through the chair. So when we say there's an uptake, we don't mean there's like 500 of these units being built. this year kind of thing. So there's this, I would say it's probably a fairly slow uptake and request for backyard suites. We know we have work to do in terms of incentivification, and I think continuation of an exemption that supports intensification is probably a good option right now until we do further review and can figure out what other work we need to do in terms of incentivification and where we should be providing our supports across the city.
Thank you. So what was the reason for the intensification just within the middle, the core area, rather than just allowing it for the first year to see what the actual uptake is with incentives for the whole city? Through the chair.
So thank you through the chair. Currently the incentive for basement suites is restricted to areas 1 and 2. So this proposal is just aligning the backyard suites with that existing framework. Given the conversations related to parking, et cetera, in a lot of the greenfield areas, we just felt like incentivizing the intensification area made more sense at this time.
Okay, good. And last question, there will be is there a report that does come back to us on this, or how does this feedback back to council on uptake and on this?
Thank you through the chair. So as Ms. Pfeiffer indicated, the comprehensive housing strategy information will come back to council, and it will contain the statistics and data related to our programs and policies, and then moving forward the next steps in terms of the exemptions. So
Okay.
that will be coming forward to council.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the other things, I have no problem if we want to incentivize, but where's the need? And I know there's a lack of senior housing. I know there's a lack of housing for people with disability. So if we're gonna incentivize, I know that in our current HIP program, we're incentivizing heavily women fleeing domestic violence, which also is important. But I think now what we're learning is there's also other areas that need to be. So if those incentives, that data can be collected as to where the incentives are needed and the requests coming forward. So if it's for parents to kind of take on a backyard suite, like those are some things that I think would be beneficial across the city. So if that data can be collected as well, that would be very helpful when it does come back. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councilor Bresciani. I see no further questions from Councilor. Councilor Vendura, did you want to close off debate?
Just a few things. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, go ahead.
At Planning Commission, we heard that, because I didn't hear the conversation here, that it's either one or the other. It can be both. Am I correct? So if someone has a basement suite, they cannot apply on the same property to have a backyard. So it's either or. Am I correct in that?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, just want to make sure that everyone hears that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Vendura. Clerks, could I ask that you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Moving on to a tabled report. This one may be procedurally tricky, Council. Here's how it goes. We'll now consider item CM 22-14, heritage demolition of 1863 Cornwall Street. This item was tabled on May 18th, meeting of City Council, during the debate on an amendment that was brought forward from Councillor Dan LeBlanc. It was then tabled again at the June 1st, 2022 meeting of City Council by Councillor Bob Hawkins, who provided notice of motion for his reconsideration motion. I'm going to ask the city clerks to put the motion on the screen that Councillor Hawkins wishes to have reconsidered. And Councillor Hawkins, why don't I ask that you introduce your reconsideration motion?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm grateful for your summary of how we got here, because that's a tricky thing. The issue here is not whether or not the facade on the Burns Hanley building is a heritage facade. The reality is, and I think everyone agrees, that we have a heritage streetscape of 3 buildings in that area, part of the Victoria Heritage Conservation Area. The issue here is how the facade of the building should be preserved if the building itself is to be demolished. And there are 2 possibilities. The first is that the building facade could be braced in place while the building is demolished. The second is the facade could be deconstructed brick by brick, each brick labeled, stored, and then reconstructed once the building itself or the development that's to go behind the building is put in place. We heard as council several expert opinions, but not from experts themselves. They were opinions presented through the voices of the proponent and the applicant of the various positions in this case. In other words, they weren't arm's length expert opinions. They were expert opinions sought by the 2 proponents. The difficulty was twofold. One is that those opinions which we heard directly conflicted. Another is, as the debate went on, there was confusion about various facts. And I just want to illustrate this. First of all, the Provincial Heritage Board, which reported on this and indicated this was a heritage matter, said that either method, the facade method or the deconstruct method, was possible. Against that, the memo from the City Council administration cited the following, and I quote, "Reconstruction, such as what is proposed in the Harvard Conceptual Redevelopment Plan, is not defined or discussed in the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historical places in Canada because it is not a recommended method of preservation." And the standards and guidelines are the gold standard for heritage presentation. We also saw that deconstruction, or heard that deconstruction would inevitably mean that some of the bricks on the facade would be lost. We learned that there was no replacement bricks available for reconstruction where bricks were lost, either in the building itself, because the bricks on the side of the deconstructed building are different bricks, and because it was said that it would be very difficult to find replicas for these bricks anywhere in the continent because of their age. There was various costing figures discussed for the various methods. Those figures were wildly divergent. The best that we got was facade would be 1.46 million. Deconstruction, reconstruction would be much higher. So that when you look at that, oh, and there's one other fact I should mention. Although deconstruction and reconstruction has been used to preserve facades, the examples cited and the examples I've seen all dealt with situations in which the deconstruction, reconstruction storage was of limited time. In other words, went on while the new redevelopment was taking place on which the facade would attach. Here it's possible that the redevelopment of the land will be many years, and indeed perhaps even more than a decade before that reconstruction takes place before that redevelopment takes place because of current economic conditions. So what are we left with as a council? We're left with 2 sets of conflicting opinions. We're left with divergent facts. What do we need? None of us here are experts. What we need are the opinion of a data-based, fact-based, objective opinion of an independent arm's-length experts brought to us to say, here are the facts as I see them. Once we have that, we're in a position to make a rational decision, to make a choice on how to preserve this important facade. And there aren't many facades left in Regina, to preserve this important facade going forward. The plans for heritage in general propose this kind of independent arm's length expert, and that will be seen as the plans come forward. For right now, what I want to say is this is a heritage decision that's too important to leave to hunch, to leave to intuition. We need something solid in terms of independent expertise, and that's why I'd ask you to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins requires a seconder for reconsideration. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Council, we are not debating referring it back to administration for a third party, as Councillor Hawkins explained very well. What is before you is to reconsider a vote that has already occurred. This matter of referring it back to administration for a third party engineer to look at it was voted on and was defeated at a previous council meeting. And so the reconsideration is to reconsider that particular vote. That's what's before you. So the debate is about reconsidering it, not anything else. Because there's no debate about a referral. Maybe I'll have, Mr. Nicol, would you like to comment on the reconsideration?
Well, thank you, Mayor. Further to what Councillor Hawkins has put before you is this question of securing an external independent third-party heritage expert. Now, over the last couple of weeks, administration has reached out. We've done some outreach to determine what we might be able to do in this regard. Two things I think you need to keep in mind, and they can be seen to be in somewhat of a conflict. You have the Heritage Act, which an architect who focuses on heritage will look at. That will be their frame of reference. You also have buildings in Saskatchewan that are governed by the Construction Codes Act. And so that's where someone would come in and look at the safety of the building in question. So you inherently find yourself dealing with safety versus heritage. And what we have determined in our findings is that if we were to secure someone in this regard, the best estimate of a time to do this study thoroughly is between 6 and 9 months. So the decision coming back to you, should you reconsider, maybe not until early next year. Now, that's not a hard and fast, but I mean, September, October at the very earliest, perhaps. But again, it could be a range, I said 6 to 9 months, it could be a range of 3 to 9 months. And again, people in this area are very hard to find and secure. And when I say that, I don't mean that they don't exist. What I'm suggesting is it's hard to know what the demand on their respective time is. There will be a cost. I don't know how much that would be at this point in time. That would be something that we would have to consider, again, because of the time involved. Ultimately, the advice that I would give you, and it's just contextual advice, it's not entering into the debate, at some point in time, council is faced with a decision that doesn't lend itself to an easy decision one way or the other. You have heritage concerns on one side. There have been 2 options placed before you. The initial decision recommendation was a demolition. This is inherently going to lend itself to some parties being disappointed on either side of this, whatever it is. So, long story short, I think we could find somebody. It's going to be a matter of time to find that, and the decision will not be imminent, at least until the fall at the very earliest that we could secure someone.
Thank you, Mr. Nicol. I see no debate. Councillor Hawkins, I'm going to give you the opportunity to close off debate if you like.
Thank you very much. They're not making more of these heritage facade buildings, streetscape buildings. I think it's worth spending a little bit of time to get this right. We rely on experts, we rely on facts, we rely on data to get it right. If there's a safety concern, I would say this. The building has been like this in the condition it is now for a number of years, and we know how to deal with safety. We dealt with it at the corner of Victoria and Albert on the Capitol Point thing. We put up a fence, and that would work. So I think that the safety considerations are important but can be met. The time considerations are important but have to be measured against the importance of preserving a heritage streetscape. 6 to 9 months to preserve a heritage streetscape is not a very long time when it took nearly 100 years to make that streetscape. I think that we should do this right, and that's why I'm asking that we hire an arm's length expert architect engineer to do this work for us.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. So again, the reconsideration motion is Councillor Hawkins put this on the floor back on May 18th to refer it. That referral motion was defeated by the majority of council. He's asking you to reconsider to put the referral motion back. So on a referral motion, it's not unanimous. He just requires the majority of council. We're not voting on the referring it to a third party. You're voting on allowing it to come back to council to debate the referral. You've already made this decision once. You said, no, we have enough information and the recommendation of administration, and you defeated the motion. He's asking for a reconsideration. So he needs a reconsideration to pass by the majority of council in order to get it back on the floor to vote. No, just majority on this one. So, clear as mud? You're voting on the reconsideration. Sorry, Councilor Bresciani?
Sorry, can I just ask though, the city manager didn't say, is that at our cost?
No, you're not voting on that.
Okay, I know. I just wanted, he did speak to that, but he didn't say about the cost.
If this passes, then we'll have that conversation. You're reconsidering whether to overturn a vote of council from a month ago. Clear? Clerk, could you please call the vote? Oh, Councillor Hawkins?
I actually don't think that's correct.
Oh, that's what the clerk is telling me.
So I wanted a reconsideration of the substance of the motion.
Good.
In order to achieve that,
Yeah.
I had to bring a notice of motion that I wished to do that. I brought that at the last council meeting. We are now considering, I think, the substance of the motion. The substance of the motion being that, let me pull it up here if I can,
I think it's on the screen, sir.
that this item be referred back to the administration to seek an arm's length third-party expert opinion on the best approach for preserving the facade of 1863 Cornwall Street, and that expert opinion should be given by an expert who is both familiar with heritage and heritage construction. That's what's on the floor today.
Well, I'm going to turn this over to the clerk because that's not their understanding of the legislation.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So, Councillor Hawkins, you are correct. You gave notice at the last meeting that you plan to, at this meeting, ask for your motion to be reconsidered. So there needs to be a vote that takes place. The council agrees to reconsider your motion. If that passes, then you will vote again on your referral motion that was already considered at the previous meeting.
But my understanding was the notice to have the substantive motion reconsidered at this meeting was given and passed at the last meeting, I believe 9-1.
Sir, you just read the motion you just read a motion. It wasn't voted on. You read a motion to have it reconsidered. Is that correct? Yeah, so anybody can walk a motion on. That motion was walked on that you were gonna have it reconsidered at this meeting. So there was no vote on your reading of your motion.
I distinctly remember a vote.
All right, I'm gonna pass.
Yeah, to table it.
It was a vote to table it to this meeting so that you could give notice.
I don't want to belabor this.
Okay. So the matter before you is the reconsideration. Requires a majority of council to reconsider the previous vote. If it passes, we'll vote on the referral motion itself. Understood? No, you're voting to whether to reconsider a previous vote of council. All right, clerks, please call the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion to reconsider passes 7-2, with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillors Hawkins, Mancinelli, LeBlanc, Findura, Bresciani, Stevens, and Stadnichuk. And the following voting against are Councillor Shaw and Mayor Masters.
Excellent. Can you put the motion back up that Councillor Hawkins would like reconsidered? No debate on a referral motion, council, go straight to vote. Councillor Bresciani, you haven't voted. Can I just go back to my question about cost though? No, it's a referral motion.
You did.
What?
You did give me a lot of that.
Oh, at administration? Administration would like to know how much it costs.
Like, what are we talking? It would be obviously on our dime.
No.
Through you, Mayor Masters, our estimate of this, which would be borne by the city to undertake this review, is between approximately $40,000 to $60,000.
You good?
Yeah, I need,
Put the vote back up. Are we voting again? You timed out, we'll have to all vote again. No, it's a good, it's good of you to remind me.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the referral motion is lost 6-3. As follows, the following voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, LeBlanc, and Stadnichuk, and the following voting against are Councillors Mancinelli, Findura, Bresciani, Shaw, Stevens, and Mayor Masters.
One moment, please.
Yes, or is it?
Oh, hang on one moment. We will now continue with the debate on the amending motion from Councillor Dan LeBlanc, which was moved at the May 18th meeting of council. The clerk will place the amending motion up on the screen. Councillors Hawkins, Shaw, and Zakidniak have already spoken to the amendment. It is up to any other councillors wishing to speak to the amending motion. Apologies, Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Can I ask a question of administration? I would like to know, since we last discussed this, what kinds of conversations administration might have had with regarding the process of protecting the facade, preserving the facade.
Mayor Masters, through you, those questions, any questions particularly around discussions, conversations with either party, just to ease the discussion, I think just address them to Ms. Hill, and she's primarily the lead on that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have had several additional conversations with the property owner and with Heritage Regina regarding the two options that were determined that were within the Heritage Review Board report. So the one being bracing and retention of the front facade in place, and the other being the deconstruction and storage of the heritage building materials until a future date. I'll speak mainly to that second option because I think there were more questions around that option. We heard from Brixton, who have been contracted by Harvard, that they would be able to store the bricks, that they would be stored in a humidity-controlled environment, and that there would be opportunity for administration to confirm the location of the bricks and to do inspections on a regular basis to ensure that they were being stored appropriately, and that all of those things could be framed within the covenant agreement that would be required as part of any approval. We heard that there is potential to access additional heritage building materials if required, that it is possible to find appropriate matches, and that there may in fact be some matches to those bricks actually within the walls where there's more than one layer of the brick in place right now. But that there's also a market for that, and that Brixton felt that they would be able to locate those matches if required. So I think that's sort of the summary. Heritage Regina was also participating in those calls and have indicated to all of us, the property owners and administration, that they continue to be supportive of the option to brace the front facade in place and conserve it in that manner.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not going to support this amendment because I do think that it would require quite a lot of work, and I would like to see the facade protected. And I am going to try to trust in the process that it will be stored properly. There's been so much discussion. It's been gone through several council meetings. So I think that it's quite clear that there is a strong, strong desire from this council to have that facade protected. So I'm not going to vote in favor of this, and I am going to support the administration's recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, just for clarification, the consensus that was reached between the applicant as well as the heritage community was the facade was fine. So that's where all of the parties agreed, correct? That we just need to preserve the facade and integrate it into any kind of future development at that site. Is that right?
Through you, Mayor Masters, if I can just reframe it, I think I'm agreeing with you. It's that whatever action we take, it can be focused on that front facade, the front wall of the building, and that there was agreement that the remaining 3 walls were that could be demolished so long as the focus was on that front facade.
Okay, thank you. And I have to ask, what's so special about a brick? So at what point is it, no longer heritage if 10% of the bricks are lost, 1 brick, the mortar? Why should I care about the mortar and one specific, or even a dozen bricks if they're lost or crumbled, which I suspect they would be? What's the big deal?
Through you, Mayor Masters, there's a couple of different answers, I think, to that question. So the type of brick and the mortar type and color are part of what we talk about in terms of what needs to be conserved in the building, because they do have a tremendous amount to do with how that building looks. When it was built, they placed the building in a time period and in a style. There's a lot of additional considerations in terms of when the building was constructed. There would have been a cost factor, and so premium bricks would have been used on the front, and more utilitarian bricks would have been used elsewhere on the building. And so in order to preserve the look and feel of that building, we need to make sure the bricks are matched accurately, and the mortar as well. Our staff go out and inspect to ensure that mortar colors are appropriate in reconstruction projects.
Okay, my final question, and it kind of comes back to what we discussed earlier. If this goes ahead, then ultimately there would have to be the same kind of heritage analysis into how we would preserve, at least temporarily, the facade and the structure. And there would also have to be the same kind of safety assessment. So we're kind of back to where we were earlier in terms of what would be required. And presumably that cost would be shouldered then by the applicant. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't know actually the full process. I don't know what's been done already by the applicant. That would be in terms of putting those plans in place and assessing what that would need to be. But we would work with them through that process regardless of council's decision. In all 3 of those options, that would be administration's role to work with the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc, you get to close off today. You did have your light on before. I was going to ask a few questions. Did you want to go now, or did you want to go at the end? Certainly, go ahead.
My recollection is that the second paragraph of the amendment, as it's up, the words "with such repairs to be completed within 90 days" was not part of the original amending motion. Rather, it was sort of added later for legal requirement. So seeking to clarify whether that's true, whether that's not the language proposed at the previous meeting or in the report.
Hang on, I'll let clerk speak to it.
Through you, Mayor Masters, Councillor LeBlanc. So we were advised by legal that this wording does have to be added as part of your motion to meet the requirements pursuant to the Act. And that will be the same as well. There will need to be an adjustment to the main motion as well too. If that passes, that a similar adjustment will need to be made as well too.
Just a 2-part question, point of order. One is, am I right in understanding that it's a 90-day minimum, so we could give beyond 90 days and that would be compliant? And then the second would be, if I'm correct in that, I'd like to have my motion instead read not within 90 days, but by June 15, 2023.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that is correct. You can change it to a later date if you wish, so we can make that amendment.
We'll give the clerk 1 moment to clerk that. Thanks, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor LeBlanc, you good with that? Thank you. All right, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So I would like to ask city administration, so if we deny the demolition application and we order the owner to undertake the necessary repairs and measures, is there a risk to that on our part? For safety or anything like that? Is there a risk?
Mr. Nicoll, you want to direct that one?
I think we'll do that in two parts, maybe first to Ms. Bryden and then also to Ms. Clifford from the Solicitor's Office.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. So I do think there's certainly a safety risk anytime you have fencing and bracing, and in particular in the downtown where there's lots of residents and people walking around. I think there is risk from a safety perspective. I also think from a perspective of the impact on the community with having that enclosure and bracing in place, you know, it would impede the sidewalk. It creates a space behind the facade for where, you know, people might not be open visibly behind the facade, etc. Yeah, I think I'm not sure that there's more to add, but Ms. Clifford might want to add more.
Through the chair.
Ms. Clifford's, your microphone is on.
Through the chair, I don't think there's anything more to add. From a legal perspective, I think there's the risk has been well explained by Ms. Bryden.
So there could potentially be your liability, is what I heard, through the chair.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't
Sorry,
hear
there
you.
could possibly be a liability, it could be a liability through the chair, is that what I heard?
Yes, through the chair, there's possible liability should there be a failure of the building and someone were injured or there was damage to property.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I see no further questions. Just prior to having Councillor LeBlanc close off debate, I'm curious from administration, is there any precedence for how much money we can have someone pay to repair a heritage property? Can it be limitless?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm going to pass that one to Ms. Hill because I don't think there is.
Through you, Mayor Masters, and no, I think there's a great variety of investment in these buildings in very different, you know, of course, markets and, you know, situations where land is at a premium and property owners are wanting to maximize that that investment that they have. There's active investments in heritage properties and rehabilitation, whether it's facades or full building retention. And I think just note here in Regina, we do have a lot of investment happening of this type. We have what's happened at the College Avenue campus, which has been a tremendous project, and then also the city's leadership of the restoration of the Municipal Justice Building, as well as an example of significant investment in that restoration.
Thanks very much for the answer. But my question was, at what point in time does the owner, if in this case it's Harvard, and we say, nope, you can't demolish it, you have to brace and fix it, and hypothetically that costs $1 million, but the building isn't worth $1 million. Would the owner of that property have recourse with the courts to say that that is an unreasonable measure? That's my question.
Through the chair, yes, there is recourse for the owner through the courts should they wish to challenge the reasonableness of council's decision.
Do we know what reasonable is?
Through the chair, no, I don't think that limit has been set. This would not be a very common case in Saskatchewan to have a matter like this proceed through the courts.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
This would not, there isn't a precedent for this in Saskatchewan case law. This is, I don't have a basis to say at what point the court might choose to find it unreasonable. There just isn't established precedent for that to
Do you suppose, since the Heritage Review Board sent us options, viable options, the deconstruction and storage and covenant as being an option, hypothetically, it costs $500,000 to brace, which I think the number's probably a touch higher, but it costs that much money to brace. The owner takes it to court. Would they look at the Heritage Review Board to say, City Council, you had another option here which was reasonable according to the Heritage Review Board?
Through the chair, the role of the courts isn't to take over the job of City Council. So provided there was a reasonable basis for Council's decision, that Council turned its mind to the right things and came to a reasonable conclusion based on the facts and the evidence that Council heard, the court isn't likely to intervene. They want to keep very clear the spheres of what is political and what is judicial.
Excellent. So how would they decide this case? Because you just said it, there could be a claim against, there could be, the owner would have recourse according to the courts. So how does that go?
Through you, Mayor Masters, it's well known I'm not a lawyer, so I'll just say this from my perspective, that I think in terms of reasonableness, where the courts would likely look to may well be focused on what the Heritage Review Board proposed by way of trying to find a means to make everyone somewhat happy. And they did that through the options that they identified in their report. So again, without getting into the costing and the expenses of that, I think the reasonableness would be that they would look at what the experts on the Heritage Review Board found, and if those were deemed to be reasonable, then I would imagine that the decision would lie there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
I'm finally an expert in the area, and you're getting very bad advice.
Okay. What advice
The
would you have?
answer is, the correct answer is, the courts would be, anybody could take anything to court.
Right.
That's the first thing. Whether or not, and council made this point, something would be reasonable would be something that the court would stay far, far away from, given the political nature of this. The court would be very slow to second guess a decision of council, an elected body, on the basis that the decision was unreasonable. And I'll put that advice up against any lawyer anywhere.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I think the test on reasonableness for me is the expense to salvage. That's more the reasonableness, not whether or not a decision was reasonable, whether or not the expense is a reasonable expectation of an owner. That's kind of where I was going. So I think to that end, Ms. Hill, can you tell me, given all of the debate that's happened, there's a recommendation that's been written. Do you believe it's the right recommendation?
Through you, Mayor Masters, administration continues to support that recommendation. And if I can just add, I think the piece that we've not talked a lot about is direction and policy direction and focus that we have now through some of the reviews that we've been doing recently with Donald Luxton and new heritage policies that we're putting in place that really focus on collaboration and negotiation with property owners to get to a result that meets needs on both sides. And the Heritage Review Board also underlined that in their report, that this was an approach that they felt was middle ground and that both parties were in agreement with continuing to work with.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Councillor LeBlanc, would you like to close off debate?
Thank you. Unlike Mr. Nicol, I'm very happy to wade into the legal debate. So I would say two things. The first is, I agree with Councillor Hawkins. We have limited liability for any kind of review. The second is in relation to another comment. So as if Harvard owns a dangerous building and that building falls on someone, can that someone sue the city? I would say not a hope. They own that building, we don't. That's their liability. Fix your building, don't let folks in. The second is a broader one, which is about the policy. I'm actually, as a matter of principle, not overly concerned about heritage buildings, but I'm quite concerned about us following the rules we set for ourselves. Our Victoria Park Heritage Conservation District, Appendix B at 4.2 lays out some of the things that ought to guide us here. 4.2.2 says, the removal or alteration of any historical materials or features should be avoided whenever possible. I say that's possible here. Leave it up, that's option 1. 4.2.5, deteriorated architectural features should be repaired rather than replaced whenever possible. Same bit. There's a cost to it. No doubt that comes with this being a heritage property. We discussed this last time. The Harvard company bought this in the 90s. They were aware this was a heritage conservation district, or they should have been. They're a big company. They did or should have had lawyers at the time. They ought to have known. They let it languish 30 years. That drives the cost up. To put it bluntly, that's their problem from a lack of action rather than ours. We ought to enforce the policy. I say policy points us toward option 1, so I'd seek your support.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Clerks, could I ask that you please call the vote on Councillor LeBlanc's amendment to disallow the demolition?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the motion is lost 3-6. The vote is as follows. The following voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, LeBlanc, and Stevens. And the following voting against were Councillors Mancinelli, Findura, Bresciani, Shaw, Stadnichuk, and Mayor Masters.
Thanks, Council. We're not quite done. We'll now continue the debate on the main motion, recommendation of administration within the report. Councillors Shaw, Stevens, Hawkins, Findura, Stadnichuk, Bresciani, and LeBlanc have all spoken on the main motion. Do any other councillors wish to speak to the main motion? Oh, that's a good question. I think you had 1:30. Yes, you did. Go ahead.
Move option 2 in the report.
Councillor LeBlanc requires a seconder. Councillor Hawkins seconding. 1 moment, and the clerk will set it up. Councillor LeBlanc, you get to speak to your amendment. Go ahead.
Nothing at this point, Mayor Masters.
Council, any members wishing to speak to this? Councillor Hawkins, please proceed on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe, as best I can, and without the expert opinion that I think we all needed, that if this facade is taken down brick by brick, it will never be restored properly to the condition that it would be in if the facade was preserved by bracing it. I simply believe that bricks will be lost in the process of deconstruction, that the storage will be difficult, bordering on possible, and will in all likelihood go on for years and probably more than a decade, and that the reconstruction process itself will be problematic. I do not believe, as was stated, that there are historic bricks of this kind available. And it's not enough when you're talking about restoration to just put together a look-alike brick. I don't think there will be the necessary replacements available. So I don't believe, and I wish I'd had an expert opinion further, but I don't believe that this facade can be deconstructed and reconstructed in a way that meets historical and preservation standards set out in the standards and guidelines. I also want to say that we have had a difficult passage in this city with taking old things down and getting them back up. And, you know, the obvious example is the Glockenspiel. Only through a rather heroic effort of Councillor Flagel was that ever rescued from the garbage. And, you know, I'm concerned that as time goes by, as memories are lost, that the importance of putting this pile of old bricks back up, I'm concerned it'll fade and that the will to do it will be gone. And the third reason I have no confidence this will take place is because of the actions of Harvard with respect to this building. Harvard has been trying to get rid of this building for well over a decade. It allowed deliberately to allow a process of demolition by neglect to put the building in the state it's in today. Had in 2019, as was recommended to it, it made an effort to preserve this building, this facade, the price would have been reasonable, and this whole tortuous debate would have been avoided. And now, council is being asked to trust Harvard to get this facade back up in a preserved way. I just don't have any confidence they'll do it. I hope they do, but I have no confidence they do. And for that reason, I'm supporting option 2.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any other member of council wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none. Councillor LeBlanc, you want to close off debate?
I'm fine.
Thank you. City Clerk, call the vote on the amendment for option number 2.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the amendment is lost 6-3. And the results are as follows. Councillor Hawkins, LeBlanc, and Stevens voting in favor, and the following voting against are Councillors Mancinelli, Vendura, Bresciani, Shaw, Stadnichuk, and Mayor Masters.
Thank you to the clerks. Councillor LeBlanc, you got a minute 29 left on the main motion. Did you have any comment?
I don't, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Shaw, Stevens, Hawkins, Vendura, Stadnichuk, Bresciani, LeBlanc. Is that everybody? Councillor Mancinelli, you're the only one who hasn't spoken. Are you good? Councillor Mancinelli, might as well round it off.
Everyone else got to speak, I might as well take my turn. So, through the chair, this has been a very long debate. Heritage in our city seems to be very contentious, and as a second-term councillor, my feeling is it's because the net's been cast so wide and creates confusion. I really do want to preserve our city for the important attributes and landmarks that it has. This takes money and it takes investment of time. And right now, with so many dispersed properties being covered off of heritage, it's hard to see where to put that time and money, and things get dragged down into the weeds all the time. I've spent countless hours as a councillor discussing heritage in our city, and in all honesty, it's never been something like the Knox Metropolitan or maybe one of the courthouses. It seems to be stuff that's been left to neglect. So knowing that we're working at cleaning up the heritage list so we can actually put pertinent time to pertinent properties, get better outcomes, start to save some of these properties instead of going to neglect is something that I think is very important. And in a situation like this, I think my job as a councillor is to try to facilitate people to have confidence in investing in our city and renewing our downtown and in helping it become the place we want it to be, and knowing that they can plan and follow through, and also in knowing that there are things worth preserving down there and we can't let them fall apart. I hope this really brings it to bear and makes it come around as we start to populate the list down to things we can manage. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Shaw, you moved the main motion. Did you want to close off debate?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I just have a couple of things to say. We talked about arm's length away. We had a review from the Heritage Review Board. J.C. Kenyon did their process. It's done. The recommendation is there from experts, even if they were not an arm length, but half an arm length. We live in Regina. It's done, and I've only my first term counselor, and I'm already tired of this. It's back and forth. We just need procedures and bylaws set up when people buy heritage projects so they know what they're getting themselves into. Yeah, that's all I have to say, Mayor Masters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shaw. Clerks, can I ask that you call the vote on the main motion? One moment, please. Sorry. I think there was a clause number 2, point number 2 actually changed, correct? Do you want to highlight the changes? Sorry, City Clerk, can you go?
Through you, Mayor Masters, as stated earlier, legal had advised our office that in order to comply with the act, point number 2 had to be slightly adjusted. So it will now read as follows. Approve the demolition of the Burns-Hanley building subject to the property owner prior to issuance of the demolish permit, entering into a heritage easement and covenant agreement with the city to be registered against the title to the property, including terms and conditions that provide for redevelopment of the property in accordance with the plans submitted by the applicant, and including the dismantling and storage of the west facade of the building for the purposes of reconstruction and restoration of its significant features to be incorporated as a condition of any future application for redevelopment of the property.
Mover and seconder were Councillor Shaw and Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw and Councillor Bresciani, are you okay with this wording amendment? Thank you. You can call the vote now. You got it?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 7-2 as follows. The following members voting in favor are Councillors Mancinelli, Findura, Bresciani, Shaw, Stevens, Stadnichuk, and Mayor Masters. And the following voting against are Councillors Hawkins and LeBlanc.
Thank you very much. The Clerks Council, we are at our mandatory legislative break. It is currently 4:19. I will see you back here in 15 minutes at 4:34, 4:35. Next on the agenda is motion 22-3. I would like to call upon Delegation Terry Sleva. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters, Regina City Council. Administrators, thank you for accommodating my disorganization. I'm Terry Sleva. I live in Regina, and I'm here today representing myself to underline the importance of this motion passing. We need to look at the statistics, of which there are plenty, that support this as being the correct economic move. But also look at this from a humanitarian perspective. Homelessness is a worldwide issue, but we as a moderately sized city are faced with the very real opportunity to end its presence here and at home. Regina can continue to be a leader in what is possible for a city of our size. And I think we should invest in those opportunities. We see this coming to fruition with our attitude towards the climate, the transit system, and now we can tackle homelessness as well. Let Regina be an example of how we can raise the bar for our community and prove to other cities that such feats are possible. Leading by example, especially when it comes to homelessness, can be a direction that helps people Canada-wide and not just here at home. The fact that this has been discussed for years shows you that it is an ongoing and concerning issue. It's time we do something about it that not only solves the problem, but helps families and individuals get the stability and safety they need to make the positive futures that each and every individual should be entitled to. By giving homeless individuals a place off the street and a secure housing environment, we can aid in their positive future growth, which will then benefit our city and influence a positive future for everyone involved. Tax dollars are not plentiful and need to be properly administered in a way that benefits the people of this city the most. That's all people, including homeless. There should be no one sleeping in a cemetery in Regina, so that they can feel safer at night. I know you understand and plan to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry Sleva. I'll open it up to members of council. Anybody have questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Shelley Sayer. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and the city in which you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon.
Mayor Masters, Regina City Councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on the lands of Treaty 4 territory and the homeland of the Métis Nation. My name is Shelley Sayre. I live in Ward 7, and I'm here representing Ranchero Society in support of this motion. I hope you've had a chance to read my long letter. In consideration of the time limit, I'm going to highlight the main points of it, so please bear with me because I'm going to go fast. Ranchero delivers a wide range of accredited mental health and developmental services, which includes owning and operating permanent affordable housing for youth and families, and supportive housing for adults in partnership with Phoenix Residential Society. Many of our tenants have experienced homelessness. We've been providing housing in Regina for over 25 years. It is through experience that we learned, and is why we support this motion. We have learned that female-led single-parent families, single youth, and adults with multiple and persistent mental health needs rely heavily on income assistance programs, making it difficult to secure and maintain safe and affordable housing. The 2021 point-in-time count shows an increase in homeless numbers and acuity level among those that experience it. The pandemic revealed the growing number of people that are chronically homeless in our city, and sadly, it will impact more going forward. In fact, right now, it is almost impossible to move around Regina in almost any neighborhood, street, park, or alley and not notice. Funding a Regina homelessness initiative that will take the lead in this endeavor is so important to ensure intergovernmental coordination and stakeholder efforts. As a council, you can seize this opportunity to bring public attention and, more importantly, education to this issue and be the leader in solving homelessness in Regina. Secondly, we've learned that social isolation, food insecurity, and lack of access to mental health supports lead people back to unsafe environments where intimate partner violence reoccurs, addictions resurface, precarious street life and couch surfing makes permanent, safe, and affordable housing further out of reach. Camps and parks, makeshift shelters behind businesses, yards, garages, vacant houses, and dumpsters prevail as people look for belonging and a physical space. The number of unsheltered people in public spaces jumped from observing 6 in 2018 to 68 in 2021. This city took extraordinary steps to shelter folks out of Pepsi Park. We now ask that you champion efforts to shut the front door. Housing with wraparound supports give people the best chance to remain permanently housed in a home with consistent care to build relationship and have their needs met. One clear message coming out of the Mayor's Housing Summit was the desire and hope that we can do more. The 5-year plan has existed for 4 years now, and there are more homeless today than in 2018. We need to do more. We now know that dedicated and affordable housing across the continuum is key, but it's only part of the solution in the Home for All plan, and as we discussed at the summit. We support a call to revisit this plan and fund a city-led task force. The plan outlines what needs to be done, that there's a role for everyone, including the city. You have the ability right now to say yes and implement those recommendations. We can't wait any longer. As citizens, we are paying for the end costs of homelessness through supporting a temporary shelter, through policing, crisis, fire, rescue services, through alley cleanups and park maintenance. Provincially, we pay the cost of emergency hospital visits and corrections and public safety services. It makes sense to have dedicated funds in the budget so we can collectively mitigate and reduce overall costs at the front end instead of scrambling to get people out of the cold. Even more importantly, to alleviate all that pain and suffering. We applaud the City of Regina for the recent agreement signed with the Saskatchewan government for an 8-unit Indigenous-led pilot for supportive housing. It confirms for me that the city is responsive and aware of the current crisis. We now have an opportunity to be proactive and fund a city-led task force to update that 2018 plan and continue the necessary collaborations develop sustainable and targeted strategies and partnerships so that people remain permanently housed, and work closely with police and crisis services to track results and decriminalize persons without a home. This council can lead the Regina community in this charge. Homelessness is definitely a Canadian crisis, but I'm so confident that we can do better and that this city has the ability to lead with a big heart, with tenacity and expertise right here in these rooms, to be an example to other jurisdictions across the country of what we can do, and we are fully engaged and work together for permanent solutions. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Shelley Sayer. Any questions for any members of council? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Colleen Taylor. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and the city in which you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Taylor, and I'm here today representing Poverty Free Saskatchewan. I live in Ward 3 in Regina. Since 2009, Poverty Free Saskatchewan has been advocating for comprehensive poverty elimination plans. Action is needed by all government levels with the support of business and community. Poverty Free Saskatchewan recommendations in the appendix to our submission cover the areas of housing, income, education, health, work, and participation in our communities and services for low-income people. I want to thank the city for this opportunity to speak to the Ending Homelessness motion. I'd like to speak on behalf of those most at risk of houselessness, as well as to illustrate that an investment in their housing is an investment in our community as a whole. One particularly vulnerable group is children and youth. Based on a 2019 study by Miguel Sanchez, an estimated 20% of Saskatchewan children live in poverty. Regina Public School Board estimates that 4,800 children are living in poverty in that school system alone. Census Canada's 2021 data indicates that around 10,000 Regina children, live below the poverty line. One of the greatest risks facing these children is homelessness. Many of these vulnerable children would not be included in the point-in-time homelessness count, as most are couch surfing. In 2017, David French's Away Home Canada study found that nationally 20% of homeless folks are people ages 13 to 25. 6,000 experience homelessness every night, and 35,000 children experience homelessness during the year. 29% of homeless youth are 2 LGBTQIAP+, 31% are Indigenous, and 28% are racialized communities or community members. French's study stated that homelessness creates an increased risk of exploitation, violence, victimization, physical and sexual abuse for children and youth. They have more chance of involvement with police and the justice system and are more likely to disengage from school and face barriers to employment. Mental health and addictions issues are more likely to arise due to the stress associated by street life. The seeds of chronic homelessness are often planted during childhood, which create lifelong trauma. Another vulnerable population regarding homelessness in Regina is Indigenous people. A point-in-time count in Regina found that more than 80% of Regina's homelessness identify as Indigenous. Sadly, this is a reflection of the impact of colonialism in this country. Supporting Regina's plan to end homelessness and support of the motion before you is reconciliation in action. While I could inundate you with further statistics regarding those most vulnerable to homelessness, I would rather direct you to consider the costs of not addressing homelessness in our city. The city's own study found that addressing homelessness reduced costs for police, fire, mobile crisis, and emergency medical services. In short, addressing the homeless issue in Regina will save the city money in the long run. I would respectfully argue that the city of Regina simply cannot afford to leave this situation unaddressed. If we as a community are willing to invest in a future Regina with thriving infrastructure, then we must invest in accessible housing for all our citizens. I therefore respectfully request you support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleen Taylor, I'll open it up to any members of council wishing to ask any questions. I don't see any. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I ask you to return to the gallery. I'd like to call upon Delegation Abby Whalen. I'd like you to introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, the Honorable Mayor Masters and the City Council. My name is Abigail Whelan. I live in Regina, Saskatchewan on Treaty 4 territories. I'm here representing myself, and I'm here to talk regarding Regina's homelessness problem, as well as the factors surrounding it, and how we can address these issues if we can solve homelessness and give these individuals a better quality of life. Regina's local government and residents will benefit from this. In 2018, the percentage of epidemic homelessness was 31.97%, and the percentage for long-term homelessness was 47.29%. With the recent COVID pandemic, those percentages would have gone up as a lot of people had lost their jobs when they were deemed non-necessary essential workers. The reason that the point is valid is why haven't they would have gotten laid off, but with the restrictions being lifted, nothing was done to help these people work again, and when it was considered safe to do so. The biggest cause of homelessness in Regina is the inability to locate affordable accommodations. Regina currently has 7.5% rental vacancy rate. To put it in another way, there are a lot of rental units available. However, rent remains high. A one-bedroom apartment costs $949 on average to rent. The number of homeless people in Regina has increased dramatically as a result of the provincial government's new income assistance program, Saskatchewan Income Support, or SIS. On SIS, a single person receives $950 a month to cover all their expenses, including accommodations, utilities, nourishment, clothing, and transportation. As a result, the number of homeless people in Regina and across the province has increased. Let's break down the costs for these expenses and see if they covered this would cover this. Rent is between $500 to $1,000 on about $700, let's say. An average person pays $341 for utilities, let's say about $170, $50 for food per person, $30, $25 for clothing, about $20, $88 per month for a bus card, about $30. A CIS person would still pay $955 per month on these living expenses, leaving them still to be homeless. Not to mention the money goes straight to the person rather than the property owner, causing tenants to be evicted due to lack of financial management. I think a Housing First program would be a good solution. Housing First is made for recovery and approaching reducing homelessness that focus immediately placing homeless persons into independent and permanent housing, followed by additional support and service as needed. Housing First is primarily present is people who are better and able to go forward in their lives if they are housed first. This is true for people who are homeless as well as those who have mental health and addiction concerns. Housing is offered first, followed by physical and mental health care, education, employment, substance addiction treatments, and community connections. Phoenix Homes is Regina's first Housing First program. If Regina could persuade our provincial government to divert the revenue from CIS and put it into Phoenix Homes, all of the homeless people would get homes that they require. In the long run, we'd save more money for the taxpayers, as well as the police, healthcare systems, and other government services. If the provincial government rejects this, we could also shift 25 to 30 million out of the police budget into Phoenix Homes project, as we would not require such a big budget for police. Phoenix Homes reported that between 2014 to 2018, an estimated $2.2 million was saved that would have been otherwise spent on EMS trips, hospital days, ER visits, detox visits, police calls, and arrests for the 49 participants that they housed. If we could abolish homelessness and enroll everyone in the Housing First program, just think of all the savings that we'd see. Homelessness is a significant impact on each and every one of us. Those who are experiencing homelessness are not just individuals, they're also families, veterans, mothers, fathers, cousins, siblings, and parents with children who have disabilities or people who have disabilities themselves. I'm really glad that I had the chance to do this today, since I've been struggling with my own personal health problems the past recent years. And so many wonderful individuals have reached out and helped me through my school, the Miller community, the healthcare systems, and other government systems. I received a lot of assistance from my community, and I'd like to give back addressing this issue and working towards putting an end to homelessness in my community. And if we're all working together, we can definitely put an end to Regina's homelessness.
Thank you very much, Abby Whalen. I will turn it to Council. Councillor LeBlanc, you have a question?
Abby, did you say you're a Miller High School student?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I see no other questions from Council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask you please leave the meeting.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Sheila Wignes-Patton. I will have you state your name for the record, as well as the organization you're representing and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions I have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello, Mayor Masters and Regina City Councillors. My name is Sheila Wignes-Patton, and I'm here representing Phoenix Residential Society. I live in Ward 3, and Phoenix Residential Society is in Ward 6. Phoenix Residential Society is a nonprofit community-based organization, and we provide services to individuals in Regina with a variety of disabilities. We've been providing supports and services for over 40 years, and we currently serve 200 individuals in our various programs. Our Homes Housing First program has 40 individuals that we support that were experiencing homelessness before they came into our program. We are grateful for the support from the city, from provincial and federal governments, and many community-based organizations and individuals. And I do want to say that the city has shown great leadership in addressing the issue of homelessness. However, there is still significant work to be done to implement the plan to end homelessness, and it is for that reason that we support the motion that's before you today. The point-in-time count completed in September of 21 found that at least 488 individuals were experiencing some form of homelessness. Phoenix, too, can speak to the numbers of individuals needing housing, as we operated the centralized housing intake process until April of this year, and we maintained the by name list of individuals assessed and waiting to receive housing and support services. Since 2016, 1,300 individuals were assessed, and although many of those were able to receive services and supports from the network of community-based organizations, 63% of those assessed were not able to receive services due to long waiting lists. And what is tragic is that 34 of those individuals on that list died while they were waiting for services and support. These deaths, I believe, may have been prevented had the right supports been in place. The motion before you states that housing and supporting homeless individuals is not only humane, but saves taxes on the aggregate. One aspect of the cost savings and positive impact that a Housing First supportive model can have is the reduction in interactions and arrests by Regina Police Services. And we worked with the Regina Police Services to gather data, and looked at 29 individuals that were housed through the Homes Housing First program. And we compared stats from 2 years prior to individuals getting support and services to them being housed for 1 month or 2 years afterwards. The data indicates that there was a 75% decrease in calls for service for those 29 individuals and an 88% decrease in arrests. And we do know there is lots of a significant decrease in the utilization of EMS, ER, and detox as well. Cost savings are important to consider. We believe it's equally important to consider the impact on the individual. And so we conduct quality of life surveys with the residents in the Homes program. And they reported things like a 76% increase in the amount and quality of food that they receive, 70% improvement in feeling safe, and a 73% said that their level of happiness had improved. Homelessness is a complex issue. The final report on the 2021 point-in-time count states, despite clear and compartmentalized definitions, people experiencing homelessness are not a homogeneous group, and their experiences of homelessness are not always easily categorized. The 200 individuals in all of our Phoenix programs come from all walks of life and live in almost every ward in Regina. And we believe, though, that the majority of the residents we work with would be at risk of homelessness were it not for the supports and the services they have in place, including a place to call home. Having a continuum of safe, affordable, supportive housing available is the first step in addressing homelessness. This past year saw the city take action on homelessness by supporting Camp Hope, and the city also recognized the need for ongoing housing and support, and again has shown leadership in partnering with the Government of Saskatchewan and Regina Treaty Status Indian Services to pilot the new low barrier supportive housing program. Should the motion to fund the plan to end homelessness in Regina be passed, it will enable the city to take a proactive approach to put a coordinated plan in place to address the needs of anyone affected by homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question from Councillor LeBlanc for you.
Thank you for coming. I have two related questions. What is Housing First, and why does Phoenix choose to use that model?
Housing First is an approach that puts the services and supports in place without the requirements for things like having being sober or needing to be psychiatrically stable. That's the idea. You put the house in place first, then you can get to address those other issues that are always present or often present with homelessness. And we chose that. Housing First is a model that is recognized around the world, and it really does generate results. We've seen really, really positive results with the individuals that we've served in the last 7 years.
Thank you. And following up on that, what sort of supports might be available to tenants in a Housing First model?
Oh, we call it whatever it takes. So Phoenix Homes program provides trusteeship, medication management. We do support to navigate the systems around finances, about the medical systems. We really do try to do almost anything that it takes to support people for them to maintain their housing.
Thank you. And then I see the infographic at page 3 of your submission. It's the red infographic there.
Yeah.
It seems to track data from 2014 to 2018.
Yep.
Do you have any reason to believe that the numbers would be significantly different from 2018 to 2022, for example?
No, I don't believe so. I think, things have changed. I think things like the opioid crisis has definitely affected homelessness, and but I think all of those, the figures in terms of cost savings would stand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Shaw.
Hey, thanks for coming. A lot of great facts in what you said and the work that you're doing. I heard this once by an Indigenous person from Ritz's. She talked about people within the Indigenous culture that don't want to have homes. Can you address that and speak to that for me, please? Because until I'd heard that from her, I had no idea that there was people like that existed, and I guess that does exist. And are you aware of it? Can you speak to it?
Yeah, I think it's the idea of maybe settler culture imposing something on the people in the Indigenous community, and some may choose to not have a home per se. They're more comfortable in living with different people from moving around. So I can see that happens. I will say that the majority of the people that we work with in our homes program are Indigenous. Not all of them are. And we respect the wishes of the individual.
So in saying that just verifies what you said, that there always will be people that are quote unquote homeless in the Indigenous culture because of what they prefer through the media. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say it would be.
Okay, thank you. These programs that you're running at Phoenix Group and that housing, who pays for that now? Where's that funding coming from through you, Madam Mayor?
A portion of the funding comes through the federal government through the Reaching Home program. This is the first year that we reached out and got some support through the Ministry of Health and Saskatchewan Health Authority. It's one-time only funding, we are hoping to secure long-term funding. That's one of our challenges.
So when you go back to the Saskatchewan government, you'll show a cost-benefit analysis probably, and that will be, okay, yeah, you're correct. Is this kind of through you, Madam Mayor, is that kind of the process?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I see no further questions. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Gallery. I'll call upon Delegate Dr. Carl Sherland. I will ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions you may have. Good afternoon.
My name is Carl Charland. I'm a homeowner here in Regina for the last close to 5 decades. And I speak to you as a member of the Christian faith community here in Regina at Our Savior's Lutheran Church. And today I'm speaking from that community specifically for the members of its Justice and Peace ministry team. Justice being fairness, peace being in harmony, things being sort of homeostasis, which we all want to be in. Big word. We ask you and urge you to vote for this draft budget motion to work toward addressing homelessness in Regina. I'd like to affirm and agree with the eloquence and previous delegates' presentations. Many wonderful thoughts, statements, practices, and things going on right now. I affirm them. We affirm them. When I was considering this presentation, I thought, what plausible reasons do we have to vote against this motion? Then, of course, I thought about Marie Antoinette, let him eat cake. I thought about speaking about the harm that the reputation our city gets nationally in having tent city. And the example our provincial capital here, Regina, could present to people to have an attractive home for people and businesses. I thought about speaking about how it is more cost effective, as previous speakers have stated. 5.5 million out of 800 million proposed budget. This is reasonable. could speak about the city's motto, having taught Latin some years back. And speaking with the University of Regina Latin instructor many decades ago, Regina may flourish. Well, will it flourish only for the healthy and wealthy? Or is this about all of us? Yes, that includes the weakest. And of course, the 2018 5-year plan to end homelessness. But instead, I thought I would share a few thoughts on vision. The vision presented in the biblical proverb, where there is no vision, people perish. As Christians, we are called in this vision to love our neighbors as ourselves. The golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Who is my neighbor? A lawyer asks Jesus of Nazareth, who then presents the Good Samaritan story. Someone beaten up on the way to Jericho, who stops and gives aid. This is our vision, to serve people in need, and not just those who seem to have no need, the healthy and the wealthy. We need to start thinking about the homeless in Regina as our neighbors, real people, and not just poor versions of ourselves who happen to be homeless, not just numbers and statistics. In fact, here's a challenge. Let's do what CBC television journalist Mark Kelly did several years back. Let's have 3 of our counselors live on the street as a homeless person for 3 days, and I will join you. And together we will report back to the rest of you about our experience of what it's like. It becomes then a living issue, not a statistic or a number on a page. Please pass this motion. The Bible says people, human beings, are created in Latin imago Dei, in the image of God. No one who is made in the image of God should suffer, live, linger, or die on the streets of Regina. I know you counselors could affirm that. This budget proposal is a statement of values and vision, and concretely demonstrates your values. We ask you to vote in favor of this motion. This motion has implications for truth and reconciliation. We need a budget that shows it respects and values Indigenous peoples who are overrepresented among the poor and the homeless. People without a vision suffer. Show us, taxpayers, and show us, residents in Regina, your vision of dealing with houselessness and homelessness. This issue is not going away. We need to act now. Remember the United Nations Charter of Human Rights, Article 25, about housing. Remember the UN Declaration of Rights for the Indigenous peoples and rights to housing. Remember our Chief of Police, who recently states, the goal would be a vibrant city where everybody gets the help they need, a city where everyone can thrive and raise a safe family. Sounds like our city motto. Let's live up to our city motto and vote for this motion. Thank you, councillors Stevens and LeBlanc, for bringing this motion forward.
Thank you, sir. I'll open it up to the floor of council, see if there's any questions of the delegate. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask you to return to the gallery. I'd like to call upon Delegation Ed Lehman. Good afternoon. I will ask that you state your name for the record and any organization that you're representing and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon.
Okay, my name is Ed Lehman, and I'm representing the Regina and District Labor Council. I am really hoping that you will unanimously support the motion that is before you. The Regina District Labor Council is composed of 19 affiliated unions representing 31 members across our city. It organizes annual events to raise the profile of the labor movement in Regina, as well as advocate for a city that works for working people. The Regina District Labor Council has always been active in the fight to end homelessness, and this was particularly expressed this winter as Camp Hope raised the visibility of homelessness in our city. The Regina District and Labor Council proudly seconded a donation request at the last convention of the Saskatchewan Federation of Labor, asking for a donation from individuals and unions attending. The passing of a hat at that convention raised over $27,000, which from the floor of the convention, which was an unprecedented amount and a clear demonstration of the commitment and the feeling of union members to take action on homelessness. Homelessness is not separate from the labor movement. There's a stereotype that workers are all paid well. This is not true. Many workers have part-time, they may be unionized, but they still maybe only have part-time work or only seasonal work. And many workers in our city are below the recently announced living wage of $16.23 an hour. The stereotype of how well organized workers are doing was blown apart when many of our affiliated locals had their workplaces shut down due to COVID in March of 2020. Many locals reached out to their members to discuss how they were doing at this time, only to find out that many of their members were precariously housed or had lost their housing. This is consistent with a point in the time homelessness count that took place in 2021, which identified that 22% of those surveyed lost housing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We know that current and former union members make up some of the 488 folks identified as experiencing homelessness in our city. Homelessness is present within our movement, and we support the city of Regina taking serious action to address it. While the labor movement will continue to advocate at a provincial and federal level for action to end homelessness as well, we believe that it is the responsibility of all levels of government to do what they can do. This is a great opportunity for the city of Regina to be a leader on this issue. We support the city of Regina taking this step and commit to communicating our support of this motion to our 31,000 affiliated union members across the city. I fully agree with everything the speaker before me said, and while I don't share his spiritual outlook, I share his humanitarian outlook. And I am very grateful for everything that Dr. Sherland said. This issue is an issue of fairness and justice, and I thank you all for taking leadership on this issue.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to the floor of council to see if anyone has a question. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much, Ed Lehman, for your presentation this afternoon and ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Shiloh Stevenson. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. Jimigwech, Manitou, Jimigwech, Namiso Miss Nokomas. Nin Kiwaitin Ganipuit. I give thanks to our Creator. I give thanks to our grandmothers or grandfathers. My name is Northwind Standing. Many of you know me as the pain in the butt from the camp. But my name is Shiloh Stevenson. I represent the Warriors of Hope, formerly Regina Needle Recovery. We're the group that's behind Camp Hope. One day, I set up a tent, which brought us back to this table to be here. We represent the lost, the hungry, and the forgotten, what you call the homeless, what we refer to as the houseless. Treaty 4 is our home. Right now, we're just between houses. That was shared with me, and I follow that. Such a beautiful day today here in the city, where we think more of dogs, animals, bricks, and facades. I wish they'd never hear that word again. Then we do our own people. For 40 days last year, we were granted use of a park to help our houseless people. Many people stepped up to help those in need, including many of you. We appreciate that. We thank you for that. Camp Hope helped remove the carpet that the city of Regina's mayor, council, and folks kept brushing the issue under for years and decades. Camp Hope helped uncover an ugly truth and a sad reality that we have here in Regina. Regina, along with many other communities, are facing this dilemma. What I'm struggling to understand is why only in Regina we have to write scripts and book a time to come in here and convince you to do the right thing. Why isn't this motion being passed unanimously without hesitation is my question. Are we that selfish? We're thinking more of other things. Are we getting a new bigger carpet and a broom to brush this under? I sure hope not. Just to shed some light on this topic, I've gone as far as opening my house to help house people. I spend 9 hours a day at my job doing this work alongside other agencies. Then I spend about 3 or 4 hours every evening with the Warriors of Hope doing more outreach work. I do this along with hundreds of other residents here in Regina. Many of them who are youth. You heard one speak already. One more is coming up. Youth that will be sitting right where you are. I'm certain that all the residents of Regina will be supported with our future leaders. So we may as well set the bar and pass this motion. I sure hope we don't become like the city of Prince Albert, where they're closing parks and alleyways for certain hours of the day. I mean, the way we're funding our police force, maybe that's the backdoor plan here. But I like to be proved wrong. And I hope I am. I'd like you all to imagine, sit back and think about this. One of your loved ones, such as your brother, your mother, or even your children in this lifestyle. Not supporting this motion, which gives them some light at the end of the tunnel, how would you sleep at night? Sure as the hell not in a tent or a park bench, or having to trade sexual favors for a bug-infested couch or a bed to sleep on. I may not know the answer to solve this issue, homelessness, houselessness, but I know that I will never set up a tent in Regina again. I promise you that. Through Camp Hope, I've made partnerships with Warriors of Hope and other agencies. I know how to house a person. I know how to get them onto assistance. That's that wraparound care, housing first model. We sit at the CARS table as well as the Reaching Homes table. Once again, I ask you to think with your hearts today. Let's not have your loved ones and children be left behind. Let's support those who are currently falling through the cracks. We're leading you guys into the way. Support us. We're how far into this 5-year plan? Thank you for your time. Jimmy Gwech.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the floor for council to ask any questions. Seeing none. Oh, one moment. Councillor Mancinelli.
Through the chair, in your presentation, you mentioned sitting at two tables and it's given you knowledge on how to house and help. Could you just expand on that a little bit, please?
So it began with the CHIP table, which is now CARS. We've been asked recently to come sit at that table in the efforts that we do out of my full-time job as well as the Warriors of Hope, helping network and support the people in the Reaching Homes program. So we have wraparound supports right from trusteeship into finding housing, seeking housing, advocating at social services level, and anything that the person needs, if I don't know, we know a guy. It's just that system that we have set in place.
Thank you. Has this ever been an ability before for the years you've worked in this area and what you've put forth? Have you ever been able to have these type of connections and maybe a little bit of headway in the past, or is this kind of a new front for you?
This is all new uncharted territory for us.
Thank you.
I see no other further questions from council. Thank you very much. Call upon Delegation Wanda Walter. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you.
My name is Wanda Walter, and I'm an intern pastor with the Evangelical Church in Canada, and I live in Coronation Park here in Regina. I just want to start by saying thank you for taking the time, Mayor Sanders and all councillors, to listen to what I have to say. In the beginning, the Creator God created humanity in God's image and declared humanity to be very good, and God continues to do this to today. Because all people are created in God's image, all people have inherent, priceless worth and dignity. In the beginning, there was right relationship in which each person was treated with mutuality, respect, equity, and love. We all know that this right relationship didn't last. We just have to take a look at our broken world, and we see, for example, people who are houseless. After right relationship was broken, God began to work faithfully and tirelessly to restore right relationship, and that continues into today. Through Moses, Jesus gave the 10 Commandments to help people to live in right relationship. Many Canadian laws are based on the 10 Commandments, including the 5th one, which says, do not murder. Martin Luther, the founder of the Lutheran Church, explained the meaning of do not murder in this way. We are to fear and love God so that we neither endanger nor harm the lives of our neighbors, but instead help and support them in all of life's needs. I would like to propose that a modern day equivalent to Martin Luther's explanation is Article 25 of the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which in part states, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care, and necessary social services. Throughout history, God continued to call for right relationship and justice through the prophets, who challenged those with wealth, authority, and power to create an environment where the needs of the widow, orphan, and immigrant were cared for, and their inherent value was honored. Today's widows, orphans, and immigrants include people who are houseless. In our individualistic and capitalistic society, we often forget that all we have is gift from the Creator God, and that God is still calling people who have to share what God has given them with those who do not have. St. Paul wrote in his first letter to the Corinthians explaining how the members within the church make up the body of Christ, and that each member is interdependent upon all other members of the body. He describes how the lesser parts of the body, those less valued by society, are to receive the most support and attention. And he goes on also to stress that each part is equal. In addition, Paul underscores that in order for the body of Christ to have fulfilling life, all parts must be well cared for. If one part is missing, injured, or sick, the rest of the body suffers because of it. And this is true for our Regina community today. When there are individuals who are members of this body that we call Regina that do not have a place to call home, do not have a place to take a shower, cook a meal, or sleep in safety, they suffer. And when they suffer, it affects all the other members of this body we call Regina. Those of us who have agency have a responsibility to come alongside those who are vulnerable, to work with them to bring about justice, just as Jesus Christ did and continues to do so today. And that is why I am here. I am an intern pastor with the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Canada who believes in and trusts in a God of self-giving love, a love that goes far beyond feelings to include action grounded in justice. I have faith in the God of self-giving love who does not look at people through the eyes of the world, but through the eyes of a perfectly loving parent who weeps at how poorly some of God's children are treated. I believe in a God who desires the necessities of life for all, particularly housing for those who are vulnerable. As a result, I implore and urge you to approve the motion proposing that the city's 2023 budget include $5.5 million to address homelessness in Regina using a Housing First supportive housing model. I realize that it takes strength, courage, and determination to make the choice that a lot of society does not value. You are not alone in this, for this is what Christ did continuously during his time on earth and continues to do through his people today. Ultimately,
Wanda Walter, you're about 45 seconds over 5 minutes right now.
Oh, sorry.
Do you have a final
Yes,
sentence?
I do.
One sentence.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to members of council for any questions. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you very much.
Call upon Delegation David Sear. I'd like you to please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they have for you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is David Sear, and I'm representing myself from Miller Comprehensive High School. Dear Mayor Masters and City Councilors, I come here today to speak on the growing problem Regina has with homelessness and poverty. The Saskatchewan poverty rate as of 2019 is 19%. And since 2014, a steady increase in the number of children who live in poverty has been acknowledged. I was born in Regina, and I was raised in North Central, a densely populated area home to more than 12,000 residents in 183 square blocks. Growing up, I was no stranger to roaches and mice. Even if we kept the apartment completely clean, there would be erosion infestation that spread from neighbor to neighbor. And I grew up thinking that was the norm. My parents worked hard to pay rent and keep me fed with clothes on my back and a roof over my head. But that didn't stop me from recognizing that we were struggling. Many of my friends didn't have more than just their mom or their dad, and most of them live with similar worse conditions with even more siblings. More mouths to feed, more bills to pay, and despite a lot of these adults struggling to provide for them. There were many days I would use whatever money I had to feed my friend, so he didn't go home to have a few saltines and some homemade juice for supper. My point being that poverty was very much acknowledged by the community and the people that drove through the area as if they were tourists at a zoo. The decaying condition of my neighborhood was even apparent to me in my youth, and as I grew and took advantage of educational programs, I was able to distance myself and open my eyes to the world around me. I've realized there's a very steep obstacle that keeps my people and others who find themselves in poor condition to stay exactly where they are. The quality of life for low-income families is only getting worse and worse, and inflation is a driving factor that's beating these people down while they're already on their last limb. My people desperately need the divide between classes to come closer and closer. Programs for rehabilitation and employment need to be implemented for the community and those who are homeless to make a better life for themselves and the generations that are raised by them. Programs like the Phoenix Home and Housing First. That's about all I have.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the floor of council to see if they have any questions for you. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for taking time away from your job this afternoon, David, and thank you for your presentation. I ask that you please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon Delegation Catherine Cameron. One more time, I'll call upon Delegation Catherine Cameron. Okay. I'll call upon Delegation Florence Stratton. I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions we have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Florence Stratton, and I'm speaking on behalf of End Poverty Regina. I'm going to start with 3 shocking statistics. According to Regina's 2021 point in time count, 488 people are homeless in Regina. Regina's 2019 plan to end homelessness cites a much higher figure, 2,200. This is likely a more accurate number. According to Regina's Treaty Status Indian Services, approximately 85% of Regina's homeless population are Indigenous. No one should be homeless in Regina. But why is the vast majority of Regina's homeless population Indigenous? The short answer to this question is that it is one of the enduring effects of ongoing settler colonialism. Treaty 4 was signed in 1874. In signing the treaty, the Cree, Saulteaux, and Assiniboine First Nations agreed to share the land with newcomers. But sharing wasn't on the agenda of the Canadian government. Its goal was to gain the land for European settlement. In his book, The Reconciliation Manifesto, the late Indigenous leader and land defender Arthur Manuel calls it land theft. In Manuel's words, the biggest land theft in the history of mankind occurred, and Indigenous peoples were reduced by the settlers to a tiny patchwork of reserves that consisted of only 0.2% of the land mass of Canada, the territory of our existing reserves, with the settlers claiming 99.8% for themselves. One of the results was instant and ongoing impoverishment. Perhaps it is time we settler Reginans amended the land acknowledgement with which we often begin meetings. This meeting is taking place on Treaty 4 territory, land stolen from Indigenous peoples. Because Indigenous peoples were not moving off the coveted land quickly enough, the government of John A. Macdonald in 1878 began to use food as a weapon. Implementing a policy of deliberate starvation, it withheld food from Indigenous peoples in order to force them to relocate to the tiny reserves to which it had consigned them. Macdonald even went so far as to boast about this policy, saying, "We are doing all we can by refusing food until the Indians are on the verge of starvation." Many of us learned about this from James Daschuk's book, Clearing the Plains. As Daschuk points out, thousands of Indigenous people died as a result of the government's starvation policy. Then came residential schools. Many treaties with First Nations, including Treaty 4, promised to establish schools on reserves. Instead, in the 1880s, the Canadian government implemented the residential school system, which lasted over 100 years. As we learned from the report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, at least 6,000 children died at the schools from malnutrition, disease, and abuse, a higher death rate than that of Canadians who enlisted to fight in World War II. As we, by whom I mean settler Canadians, now know, many of the children were buried unceremoniously in unmarked graves. These 2 Canadian government policies, a policy of deliberate starvation and the residential school system, fall under the definition of genocide provided by the UN Convention on Genocide on 3 counts. Article 2B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Article 2C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. And Article 2E, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. These two Canadian government policies are not simply part of our history, they also have an ongoing legacy. As Daschuk points out, the starvation policy is one of the root causes of the current gap between the health, living conditions, and other social determinants of health of Indigenous peoples and settler Canadians. As the TRC report states, the legacy from the schools continues to this day, reflected in the significant educational, income, health, and social disparities between Indigenous peoples and settler Canadians. So why do Indigenous people make up a disproportionate number of Regina's homeless population? A slightly longer answer to this question is the biggest land theft in the history of mankind, a genocidal starvation policy, and a genocidal residential school system. In the name of truth, and as one small step toward justice, please vote for the Ending Homelessness motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence Stratton. I'll open it up to the floor of council for any questions. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask you to return to the gallery. I'd like to call upon Delegation Peter Gilmer. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council and the opportunity to answer any questions they have for you. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. I'm Peter Gilmer. I'm with the Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry. I'm also a member of Ward 3 of the City of Regina. And after going after all these excellent speakers, I have to apologize in advance for some level of repetition, but I do need to say what I have to say regardless of summarizing and repeating in some cases. On behalf of the Regina Anti-Poverty Ministry, I want to thank Councillors LeBlanc and Stevens for moving this motion and for their ongoing leadership on this issue. This motion comes out of the Plan to End Homelessness, which was commissioned in 2018 and signed off on by the city in 2020. But in a sense, it's the culmination of over a dozen years of community concern and civic dialogue about the need for a significant investment in both Housing First programming and supportive housing. The idea being to ensure that all people have a decent place to live, and then having the wraparound supports in place for those with complex challenges so that housing and a better quality of life can be maintained. This motion calls for a significant but reasonable investment of $5.5 million to combat homelessness. This is the right place for the City of Regina to invest. While it is disappointing that the provincial government has yet to provide any funding for the plan, at present our concern is that they focus in on repairing and making sure that income assistance programs and social housing programs are much better than they presently are, that fixing those programs should be a top priority. On this jurisdictional issue, there really is only one taxpayer. Saving dollars at the municipal level by not addressing homelessness does not save taxpayers money. That's because the cost of emergency services at the municipal level, fire, police, EMS, as well as healthcare, and the criminal justice system at the provincial level are very costly. Indeed, the cost of allowing homelessness to exist is much higher than the cost of ensuring that everybody has housing and that supportive housing is in place. One study that we've used frequently as a comparative example is that in 2015, the Poverty Cost Campaign calculated that the cost of poverty to the province of Saskatchewan was $3.8 billion per year. while a study by social policy researcher Paul Gingrich found that the cost of eliminating poverty, or at least legislated poverty, so that everybody could live above the poverty line would only be $547 million. Now that sounds like a lot, but we're spending 7 times more on the cost of poverty than what it would cost to eliminate poverty altogether. And one other study that I don't have sourced, but I've heard at many tables, housing tables, is that for every dollar that's put into ensuring that people have decent and affordable housing, that there's a savings of $10 on the back end. So there's no better investment that can be put forward than making sure that there is a right to adequate housing. And indeed, adequate housing is a UN internationally recognized right under Article 11 of the UN Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And therefore, permitting homelessness is a breach of the most basic human rights. It's been mentioned several times already, but studies and counts have shown that between 80 and 85% of those who are houseless are Indigenous people. This motion is one of the many important steps, as Florence just talked about, that need to be taken to alleviate the damage that's been inflicted by colonialism. Now, while our office works with thousands of low-income people province-wide each year, the extent of the homelessness crisis really hit home for us last year because we're based out of Knox Metropolitan United Church, where in the past there'd always been a few people who had sought shelter in the Lorne Street alcove of the building. But last summer there was many more and for longer periods, and other makeshift encampments popped up around the city until Camp Hope moved in and provided refuge and supports. Now, our casework focuses on the income assistance side of these issues and broader housing policy issues. So we certainly see how things like the CIS program and the loss of the rental supplement have been major contributors to this crisis. But the need for supportive housing and for safe consumption sites was certainly driven home to us loud and clear last summer.
Peter Gilmore?
Yeah.
Past 5 minutes. Do you have a sentence to finish up?
I do, and that is just that for the sake of alleviating so much human suffering in this city, please pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll open it up to the floor of council for any questions from council. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the mayor, thanks, Peter, for coming. I just want to get a sense from you of what, because you've worked in this area for a long time, how you have seen the homelessness crisis change over the last decade. You did talk about that last year, things really changed, but how has it changed in your experience?
Well, relating it to housing, the interesting thing is that when we were presenting to City Council back 10 years to a dozen years ago, the real concern was that we had a vacancy rate at that time that was almost zero. And in the aftermath of significant condominium conversions and rising rents, we saw on the one hand, we saw very low vacancy rates and real pressures in terms of rising costs. The concern for us now is that we've now got a vacancy rate that's gone up as high as above 7%. I hear it's declining a bit again, but the reality is, we were told that when the vacancy rate came down, that the issues of people being able to access housing wouldn't be as much of a problem. And instead, we're seeing more people who are homeless, and certainly the ongoing issues of people with significant complex challenges is part of it, but certainly social policies and the fact that housing itself is unaffordable for so many people. We may have the vacancy, but we don't have the capacity for people to be able to afford places, and that includes social housing. We've got vacant social housing units as well that we need to be getting people in as well. So On the one hand, yeah, we don't have the availability crisis, and yet we still have a greater degree of homelessness. So I think that obviously it cries out for looking at things like ensuring that rents are much more manageable, that we ensure that there's pressures to bring those down. I mean, we take a position provincially in favor of rent control, but that being said, what we need to do is make sure that those supports are in place. There's three ways you can mitigate hardship for low-income people during a housing crisis. You can expand social housing, you can bring in rent controls, or you can make sure that people have income supports in place so that they can meet the cost of expensive rent. The problem is that not only, we're basically batting 0 for 3 provincially. And that's why I think that this is one place where the city can really step in and play a leadership role, because we've heard this at city council tables for years. We've heard it from most community agencies who've played a real leadership role. And there's people with expertise on housing first and supportive housing in this community. We need to make sure that we bring that all together and that we make sure that for those folks who need it the most, that we've got supportive housing in place.
Good. Thank you very much. You answered my second and third questions too, without even knowing.
Seeing no further questions from council, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I ask you to return to the gallery. I'll call upon Delegate Tiro Mitembu, I apologize. Hopefully I got that right. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you happen to reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions I have for you. Good evening, Tiro.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name's Tiro Mtembu. I'm co-owner of the Hampton Hub Restaurant, located in Ward 6, just behind the General Hospital. There's been so many wonderful speakers, and I think that the experts, I urge you to listen to some of our community leaders here, like Shiloh, Brother Peter Gilmore. These people dedicate so much of their time and energy to this, and so I urge you to listen to the experts. I'm going to make the argument that this is good for business. It's both physically responsible, it's good for business and tourism. In my neighborhood, often there's a lot of poor bashing. We look at the houseless and we try to determine reasons why they got here, as opposed to just loving up on them. In our neighborhood, we view these as our community members, our brothers and sisters. And everyone goes through hard times. One of our regulars today told me that she was houseless in the 90s, and she said, when you go there, discuss and make sure that everyone knows we're all one social economic disaster away from being houseless ourselves. We're all one unfortunate accident. So it's important that we gather a safety net that will be there to catch our most vulnerable and marginalized people. I'd also say that this feeds into racism. When we don't address this issue, people continue to look at my neighborhood and other neighborhoods like North Central, and there's some kind of idea of the deserving poor. And this is not the case. We have people that need help, and having a housing first strategy would give that wraparound support that our most marginalized people need. Women in our neighborhood have to make terrible decisions between housing and food insecurity. In particular, I was raised by a single mom, and I know that our poor folks are some of our best budgeters. And right now with the social assistance program where it's at, people just simply can't make ends meet. And when you don't have the capability of coming into your local businesses, then it feeds again into this poor bashing sense. So people that work at the General Hospital deserve to come into our community and feel safe. People in their downtown core. If we build from the bottom up, that I think this will be good for all of our local businesses as well. And I would say that we can't just use goodwill to combat poverty and homelessness. Brother Shiloh can't do more. You guys can do a lot more. And this is a great step to move forward. It's about political will. I've heard here today that there's a lot of political will for suburban sprawl. There's a lot of political will for talking about old bricks. But I think that we can give the debate around housing our most vulnerable the same, and if not more. So I urge you to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll open it up to the floor of council. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you again and ask you to return to the gallery. I call upon Delegation Trina Hodgson. She's on. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Hi, it's Trina Hodgson. I live in Regina, and I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm a member of Sunset United Church. I'm a registered social worker in private practice. I volunteered at Camp Hope and am now with Warriors of Hope Community Support. I also volunteer with the Interfaith Saturday Lunch Program. I'm grateful to be able to share the work being done at the grassroots level to serve our community and our Indigenous relations. What I share tonight is with utmost respect for the people I have met. The work being done at the grassroots levels is attempting to fill gaps related to underfunding of government programs and CBOs. When I arrived at Camp Hope one of those first Sundays, it was because I truly believed we'd lost our collective humanity. And to a certain extent, we have. But what was not lost was people's willingness to answer the call. People showed up day after day with items to help and asking the question, what do you need? There were days I could state specific items. There were days I said everything. We need everything. And there were days that, in all honesty, all I could muster was, I need you to call your city councillor, I need you to call your MLA, and I need you to call your MP. One of the most important things about Camp Hope was that people were seeing how they came to be there or their sobriety were not barriers to our support. The first question always was, what do you need? One of the things I noticed quite quickly was that there was no hot coffee in the morning. People were cold and damp, and there was nothing hot to drink. The Tims delivered in the evening was cold. I figured I could solve that problem. And with the folks of Sunset United Church, we did. We utilized the urn from the church. People donated coffee and 2 large thermos carafes. We made it happen. There were days where we served 4 100-cup urns, depending on the amount of hot coffee that was dropped off. Next was the lack of breakfast. Well, we could probably solve that too. With big pots from the church, we were soon serving between 75 and 100 people oatmeal every morning. I quickly realized that trust was earned through consistency of my actions. This was the lesson I shared with others as the group of interfaith leaders met to discuss how we could be of service post-camp. And while we did not have the human resources to host the warming center, what we could do is we could offer lunch. There was no meal program on Saturdays, and this group was able to address that need. Thanks to the generosity of the folks at First Baptist Church, we are able to have a consistent location. We were able to bring together groups of congregations to supply and host lunch each Saturday for this foreseeable future. This is not only about lunch, but a place to warm up, share fellowship with others, and meet people where they are at, with compassion and grace. As this is a grassroots endeavor, we are able to respond as needs are identified. People needed socks, we found socks. People needed menstruation products, we added them to the shopping list. One of the repeated statements that has stayed with me has been people's appreciation for the opportunity to do God's work. It reminds me of people coming to camp to donate. thankful for the opportunity to give. People want to help. People want solutions to end homelessness, houselessness, and hunger. But they want their gifts to be meaningful and tangible. While I respect the work of organizations in the community and understand the need for process and policy, what we need to remember moving forward as we end houselessness is people experiencing houselessness and food insecurity don't need more forms to fill out or hoops to jump through. They need food in their tummies and a roof over their heads. I deliver bread donated for people in the community. When I arrive, I see people I know from camp still getting support from folks. I applaud all of those working to support folks in the community. But as a society, as a community, we need to do better. Many days when I arrive, it's standing room only. We need to replicate this feeling of safety and community. We need to create this energy in more spaces. This is the energy of the Warriors of Hope and the Interfaith Saturday Lunch Gathering. It's what the volunteers of both groups endeavor to bring to the community. We need to include food security and harm reduction models as we commit to ending houselessness in our community. We can't do one without the others. We are always ready with cash in hand for the fun things, a stadium, a new pool. We have millions for a state-of-the-art temporary home for our furry friends. Now is the time to stand up as a community and state we care for the most vulnerable among us.
Trina,
We're here.
Trina, I'm going to tell you that you're 20 seconds over 5 minutes. Do you have one final sentence to finish off?
Sure thing. For those of us that identify as Christians, we are answering God's call to the people we serve who are in need. We need to embrace Jesus' radical love for all his children, and I implore others in the community to do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you.
I'll open it up to members of council. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Council, we have a mandatory supper break at 6 o'clock. We have two more delegations virtually. We have two more delegations to hear virtually, so I'm looking for concurrence just to hear the final two delegates. Thank you. And we'll break after that. I'll call upon Delegate Cale McClellan. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they have for you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Cale, and I'm just speaking in support of Councillor LeBlanc's motion about ending homelessness. In the last few months, I've spent some of my time working and hanging out with folks who live in the Heritage neighborhood. And when I say live, I mean some sleep in small tents hidden in bushes or alleyways to avoid being harassed by police or NIMBYs. Some sleep in abandoned homes and garages, relying on small fires for warmth. This past winter, I heard the story of friends who narrowly escaped an out-of-control fire that easily could have ended in tragedy. There's no safe or dignified way to warm 8 or more people in abandoned garages. Other times, I've spent over an hour calling multiple agencies trying to find a bed for someone to sleep for at least one night. Sometimes I meant sending someone to detox, even if they were sober, and sometimes I meant using my own money to pay for a bus ticket to get someone to social services where they can hopefully get some help. Neither of these situations are sustainable. Navigating these systems is frustrating and exhausting for me, someone with more privilege than most of the peers I was assisting. I couldn't imagine trying to do this while hungry, tired, or sick. While shelters are better than tents, I'm sure we can all agree that their precarious nature only adds to the instability many face. Having to find a new place to sleep every day is an endless game of cat and mouse and leaves many without the energy or ability to find a place to eat. We have heard that oftentimes shelters have to turn people away because there's a lack of beds. Besides that, shelters are not a permanent address, something that is needed to secure a job or even social assistance. These are very basic things most need to survive, but we can and should be aiming higher than that. We should be working towards building a city of happy, healthy, and vibrant people who can enrich and engage in our community in meaningful ways. These past few weeks, I've heard of community members contemplating a resurrection of Camp Hope, not for fun, but out of necessity. That idea has been quelled by alleged indirect threats of arrest from the police and city officials. While threatening to arrest homeless people is a cowardly and repulsive act, I would like to believe that's not true. Instead, I hope the city is asking community members to refrain from setting up tents because they are planning to fund the plan to end homelessness, resulting in quick access to safe, stable housing so people can live a happy and dignified life. And for the record, I am like always right. So I'll be offended if you guys choose to break that streak to me. I also want to remind you all that homelessness is not a personal failure, but a system failure. And we are all part of that system. We can keep playing mercy with the provincial government, but we already know where their priorities lie, and there are people we have all been elected to represent who will continue to suffer because of it. So I'm asking you all to support this motion to end homelessness. Please approve this with the same vigor many of you have when it comes to approving police budget. Further, Councillor Shaw, I would like to correct your idea about the wanderers. No, there are not people who want to be homeless. Everyone wants a place to call home. Some people choose to travel, just like people who choose to spend their winters in Arizona or Florida. Framing homelessness as a choice is a weird take. Nobody chooses to be homeless. Nobody chooses to be insecure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you from Councillor LeBlanc.
Thanks, Kel. I just want to ask a question of context around your most recent comment related to folks wanting to be homeless. Do you happen to be Indigenous, and are you familiar with the traditions of Plains Indigenous people?
Oh, I forgot to mention that. I am Indigenous, so I'm probably the right person to be asking that question to, not another white lady.
Thank you.
Nope. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Great, thank you, bye.
I'll call upon Delegation Joe Thomas. I'll ask that you state your name for the record and an organization you're representing, if any, and where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good evening. Joe Thomas, are you available?
Hello, yes, sorry.
Hi, please proceed.
Hello, my name is Joe Thomas. I am representing myself and the Student Action Group of Worthy Purpose. I am here today in response to the motion on ending homelessness. Firstly, I would like to say thank you to those involved for having this motion put forward. Homelessness has been a prevalent problem since 2007 during the oil and gas boom when rent began to rise exponentially. So bringing forward this motion is a good step in the right direction to end the homelessness crisis that Regina is currently facing. A little more on Worthy Purpose. It began as a school assignment on how we as students would solve some of the current issues in Regina using the church that was up for sale as a community hub. As the project went on, we made more and more connections with the people from the community that can make it a real possibility to make a difference. Although the project ended in January of this year, a few students who are all 16 or 17, including myself, decided to continue during non-school hours with the project and made plans for how we could possibly turn the church into something that could make a real difference. Through my connection with Worthy Purpose and through life experience, I have seen the crisis of homelessness Regina is facing firsthand. I've seen it by driving past Camp Hope, going to school, and just by walking my dog. It is a problem affecting real people, and we have the ability to change this crisis affecting these people's lives. I've also done interviews at the Queen City Pharmacy, and I've seen some of the same things there. In response to what was seen at the pharmacy, myself and the rest of Worthy Purpose went and got certified by Warriors of Hope for administering Narcan. Something I would like to mention is how crazy it is that we as 16 and 17-year-olds feel compelled and obligated to take Narcan training and do interviews asking those affected by homelessness and addiction on what we could do to improve as a community. Out of the many people I've talked to, from the Warriors of Hope and the community about what we at Worthy Purpose are doing, all had the same reaction. All said that when they were 16 and 17, they were definitely not doing what we are. So unless there is change, then not all kids will know the feeling of being a kid, but you, the city, can make that difference through this motion. One of the things I would like to address is Camp Hope. This program became known as one of the biggest representations of Regina's ongoing homelessness crisis. This camp was established in early October of 2021. This camp provided people in need with a safe place and many more services. In fact, over 100 people were staying at the camp. The city of Regina made an amazing effort and provided temporary housing for at least 40 people during the 5 months of winter. But what happened to more than the 60 other people that were staying at that camp? That is why we need the Housing First model and all the support that comes with it to ensure that no one is left without not only a place to live, but also a place to call home. Bringing this motion through could lead to an end in homelessness and a reduction in addiction, and that is something anyone can get behind. It is not only the right thing to do, but it will also save taxpayers money in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up to the floor of council to see if anyone has a question for you. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Council, by legislation, we have a break that was to have started at 6 o'clock. It's to be 45 minutes. We could make it half an hour and reconvene at 6:45. We do adjourn for the evening at 8:30 unless there's a motion to extend past 8:30. Is that correct, clerk? 9 o'clock, I apologize, 9 o'clock, so says the legislation. So we'll recess right now until 6:45, if that's all right. We'll recess, we'll come back at 6:45. Council, we have communications on the motion from Matthew Livingstone of Regina, Joey Reynolds of Regina, and Catherine Cameron of Regina, and from Tamira Marchment of Sophia House. Can I have a member of council move to receive and file communication CP 2240, 2241, 2246, and 2247? Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider item MN 22-3, ending homelessness. Councillor LeBlanc, would you introduce the motion?
We've been talking about reconciliation since we got these jobs. I say we've been skirting around the edges of reconciliation. Is it less offensive for a homeless Indigenous person to shiver freezing next to a pool named Buffalo Meadows than next to one named after Edgar Dewdney? I suggest it is not. Is it comforting to suffer a fatal overdose in Victoria Park knowing that John A.'s statue is no longer there? I suggest it is not. It's time for us to start our reconciliation journey in earnest. I suggest that we cannot credibly speak about reconciliation while Indigenous homelessness runs rampant. The city committed to a 5-year plan to end homelessness in 2018. It is to be solved by 2023. We are not on track to meet that goal. Instead, there are twice as many homeless folks today than there was when the plan was adopted. It's time to make good on our commitment. 79% of Regina's Indigenous homeless population is Indigenous. They are grossly overrepresented. That's not an accident. It flows from colonization, historic and ongoing. We formally rejected colonization and racism. We have a policy of naming streets after Indigenous folks. Now we need to make sure that Indigenous folks don't have to sleep on those same streets. Continued inaction on reconciliation is continued colonization. Our historic acceptance of Indigenous homelessness is gross inaction on reconciliation. It's a gross form of continued colonization. It needs to stop. We need to put our money where our mouth is. At a minimum, we need to seriously debate this as part of our 2023 budget proposal. That's what this motion is aimed at. It's about getting a fully costed plan to end homelessness in our 2023 draft budget. This will allow us to weigh our priorities of community safety and reconciliation against our other priorities. In part, this motion flows from previous year's delegations from Miller High School. We heard from some today. These students come to us, tell us to address homelessness, and then we pat them on the head, indicate it's not in the draft budget, we don't know how much it would cost, and so we're not going to move a motion to that effect. That makes perfect sense. I'm not in favor of flying blind, but this motion addresses that issue. It allows us to have a substantive discussion in December about what it would seriously mean to take the 2018 commitment to heart. This motion will come with a report providing context to the number in the draft budget. The report will explain how much it would cost on both a total and an individual scale to house all homeless folks who want it. It will also explain the continued costs of inaction on a one taxpayer model. I'm asking for it to be assessed globally here, which would mean what would the impact be on an actual Regina resident who pays both provincial and municipal taxes. I suggest that this makes sense and that ignoring it is ignorant. Calls to mind a couple, one of whom is responsible for groceries and the other of whom buys restaurant meals. If the grocery partners stopped buying supper such that they ate out more, they could hardly brag about the fiscal responsibility of the lowered grocery budget. We're doing the same here. We need to stop robbing Peter to feed Paul. The 2018 plan indicates that the province should split the cost with us. They didn't do that in 2019, 20, 21, or 22. I don't expect they will in 23. Some will say the province should pay half. I'd go further. I think the province should pay it all, but they won't. We've got to take the world as it is, rather than as we'd like it to be. The province is not coming. Calls to mind the old saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. We've been fooled 4 times. Let's not be fooled again. If homelessness is going to be solved in Regina, we must do it. In order to seriously discuss whether to do it, this motion needs to pass. If it passes, it will provide us with the information we need to seriously debate the matter as part of our 2023 budget deliberations. So I'd ask for your support. Let's give ourselves the information we need to seriously discuss that in the right forum, which is at budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Requires a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Opening up the floor, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councillor LeBlanc's words. I'm going to speak a little more personally, actually. The most important memory I have of my time in council was the debate over the Maple Leaf Pool. In that debate, the administration recommended that the pool be closed. I came into the council chamber agreeing that the pool should be closed. We had a large number of delegates, the most impressive of whom was a 14-year-old lad. And he said, it's all very fine for you guys sitting on council who have summer cottages to go to. Maple Leaf Pool is our cottage. That turned my vote. So tonight, I listened very carefully to the delegations, and I can tell them that they turned my vote. I will support this because I think it sends a powerful signal that this council's commitment to community safety and well-being means something, and will mean something when we go to the difficult task at budget time of finding the resources to make that meaning real. I also think we're in a unique position to set an example to other communities in this country. We're saying that no government can download to the extent where they terrorize a lesser government. This municipal government will not be terrorized by the threat of a province that continuously downloads. And this motion is the proof of that. I want to say one other thing. I've been aware of Housing First since the time it first arose in New Brunswick. This is not a new program. This is a program that we know has worked in communities across this country, and I believe it can work in this community too. Regina will be a better place because of this motion, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stanczyk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the mayor, I have a question for administration. And it's regarding something that one of the delegations said, that by having some municipal money available for addressing homelessness, that we'd be able to leverage, that gives us ability to leverage federal government monies and possibly provincial. So I wanted to ask from administration if that is usually the formula, that if there's going to be federal or provincial money available for any kind of housing project, that having the municipal funding helps us match or contribute to that project.
Who would like to take this question? Thanks. Ms. Bryden?
So just in answer to your question, certainly having the municipal portion available to be able to access any federal or provincial funding is definitely beneficial to the city. That's goes without saying, I think. Whether there's actually programs out there that we're currently not accessing or that are coming on stream that we need to be prepared to access, that's a different conversation that I don't think there's anything out there that we're currently not accessing already, but I'm not aware of what else is maybe coming down the pipe, and I can ask who's gonna, Dave? Emmeline will speak to that, sorry.
Through you, Mayor Masters, on the capital side, there's certainly an expectation that the municipality contribute often in order to secure federal and provincial dollars, and we do that through the HIP program, through the tax exemptions and capital grants. That's typically what's required to meet that threshold.
Okay, thank you for that. If this motion passes and there's a report that comes back for the budget discussions, would there be information? I think it would does talk about the financial cost of continued inaction. So that is something that you will be able to, that administration would be able to pull together, because we have seen one infographic about that, and it was just the example from one project with 49 individuals. So that is something that could be done in a report coming to council.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, yes, that would be done.
Okay, thank you. I do strongly support this, and I thank all of the delegations that spoke today. What really struck me was one of the comments, well, the woman who works at Phoenix Residential, who talked about the long waiting list and that they had to turn away a high number of individuals, and that 34 people had died because they couldn't access housing. This is, a very critical issue. It is about saving lives as well as providing support for people who need it, who don't have any housing options or are suffering from particular crises in their life, and having some supportive housing will help them get through that and back on their feet. So I strongly support this. I think it is something that we really do need to do in the city. It's been said before, but the report on housing that happened many years ago, there's been very little. There was, I think, $1 million that we allocated in last year's budget towards this, and I think that we need to do better. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanczyk. Councillor Shaw.
Probably time. I have some questions for administration. Do we have a total of money that we invest in homelessness now? Through the chair.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, we do. Lori, Ms. Shaley will speak to that.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So on an annual basis, we invest through a few different areas. One being our housing incentive program that Ms. Hill has talked about. The other two being our permanent supportive housing grant, which of course is new. And then the third one is our community investment grant program. Those combined on an annual basis, we invest between $3.5 and $4 million a year. And so the way that that breaks up is, or breaks down is $1 million in our permanent supportive housing grant, roughly 1.5 million through capital grants, through our housing incentives program, and then about $700,000 in tax exemptions, and then roughly $500,000 through our community investment grants program, which is to organizations like shelters, Carmichael Outreach, and that sort of thing.
Thank you for that. Do we have a number on, I know that we forgo a lot of taxes for nonprofit organizations. Do we have that number through you, Mayor Masters?
Thank you. Through the chair, sorry, taxes for nonprofit?
Yes, so when we don't charge taxes for the nonprofit organizations and that, I think it's just nonprofit, I'm not sure, I don't wanna go into churches and stuff, but just the nonprofits.
Yeah.
Do we have that number?
We have the community nonprofit program, I believe is what you're referring to,
Yes,
which is
thank you.
currently capped at just over $1.2 million. And not all of those organizations some of those organizations are like the museum and the art gallery,
right,
and
okay.
And those are some of the bigger ones that eat up probably, 2/3 of the allocation. So I would say you're probably looking at maybe 400,000. Probably not even $400,000 that goes towards Carmichael Outreach, YWCA, or
okay.
any
Yeah,
of those types
that's
of
kind of what I
things.
was getting
I guess
at.
not the YW, they're legislated exempt, but those types of organizations.
Okay. Now we talked with a lady from the Phoenix group, and I asked her a question about if people do want to be homeless. She said yes. Will we be addressing that in this report if this goes through, that there is some people or not people, but that still want, like, I don't know how we can say we're gonna end homelessness 100% if some people, and we even heard today from Councillor LeBlanc that some people don't want to be homed. Will that be addressed in this report coming forward that, okay, there's this many people that just don't, or will we just not have that number? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you through the chair. I think I'll defer that question to Mr. Slater. It's a fairly complex answer, I would.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. I mean, I think it's too early to say what would be in the report. I think we have to do some analysis. Certainly, there's a segment of the community that's not captured in these numbers that are part of a hidden homelessness category. So we'll need to work alongside our partners in the community. Groups like Caritzis and other organizations who are working in the field to explore more.
Thank you. Another question I have, and I hope this comes in the report or if this goes through. There's a lot of services out there, and I dealt with this with the young people that I've worked with. They just don't know how to access all those services. So, like I was explaining to my colleagues, there's some people that I worked with that had never filed income tax, so they didn't even know they had GST coming to them. In this report, will there ever, in this end of homelessness, will this be brought into some of the work that we'll be doing? Will that be included in some of this work through you, Madam Mayor?
Through the mayor, Mr. Slater?
Through the mayor, what you're talking about aligns very strongly with our safety and well-being plan. In particular, we have priorities around access to service, coordinated access to service. It was one of the one of the sort of threads we heard throughout consultation is people's inability to access services or where to find services. So it'll be addressed through the safety and well-being plan, and homelessness is absolutely part of that discussion, and access to housing and supports.
Thank you. We could talk about the cost benefits analysis all day long, and I actually have proof of that it does cost a lot more to incarcerate somebody or to be homeless than it does to have them, productive people in our society. In any of our programming or any of these programming that we're going to be talking about, is there going to be an educational component that will be talked about in the discussion to end homelessness through you, Madam Mayor? Anyone?
Through the mayor, could you possibly rephrase?
Yeah. So I know, and I think a lot of people know, to end homelessness, to end poverty, people need education. It's a huge component to people being homeless and to people being lower socioeconomical. I'm just wondering, in this being brought back to end homelessness, will we be even talking about a way to access education for people to bring them up and out of poverty and into a home through you, Madam Mayor? That makes better sense.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would say that's hard for me to speak on that, but I would say that that's part of a service that nonprofits would provide when supporting clients who are vulnerable, who are trying to access housing and access supports. I would say that would be a component that takes place in organizations already.
So would this be coming in the report for the community wellness and well-being? Will that be coming through in the report, Madam Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So our focus would be on the specifics that are outlined within this motion, which is has a significant focus on providing additional permanent supportive housing through a model like the Housing First model that some of the delegations talked about, as well as the costs and cost avoidance related to that kind of initiative. So the report that we had envisioned, if the motion is passed, is focused more on that. Having said that, through the work we're doing on the community safety and well-being plan, we are continuing to work with organizations in the community around addressing the social determinants of health, and certainly education is one of those. This is a topic that's come up through some of the summits and discussions with stakeholders that have been held, and so we would continue to work with those organizations. But I think the report that the motion lays out is really focused on support for the permanent supportive housing model and the costs associated with that, as well as the cost avoidance associated with that. If council wish to amend the motion, though, we can certainly expand the content of our report.
Would you be willing to do that, Councilor LeBlanc? To amend the motion to include the educational component in this study? Because, and I'll tell you the reason behind this. You get to that age where you're 23, 24, you can't get back into high school. There's a lot of programs that you can't get to, and that's kind of when you get to that point where it's like, I'm tired of being homeless, or I'm tired of the drugs and the alcohol and I want to change. What programs are out there? What can they utilize and get to help them get out of that? Because we all know that poverty is ended through education. So if you wouldn't mind a friendly amendment to that, Councilor Blanc, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Stanczyk, you're okay with that as well? Thank you. Anything else?
I'm good. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stevens.
Just like to thank my colleague for taking the lead on this motion and for including me in the debate. I'd like to acknowledge also how far we've come in the last few years. When this debate first started, it really was one of, this isn't our jurisdiction or our responsibility. I think we've demonstrated that to be patently false. In fact, if you look at the guiding legislation for cities, and in fact, the purpose of cities, there are three major points. One is to provide services that are desirable for all parts of the city. This checks out. Develop a safe and viable community, checks out again. Fosters economic, social, environmental well-being, and for council to consider the well-being and interests of the city as a whole. And I think this motion certainly aligns with all of that. The other point I'd like to raise in terms of how far we've come is the active engagement of city staff, the RPS, Fire and Protective Services, and others, in helping to facilitate responses to chronic homelessness. And I think as the delegates have shown, there's leadership that the city can show, but we have to do more. And I think part of it is we're being pushed by the community to recognize our role in this. I think it's also worth mentioning we now have a mayor who is actively engaged in this file and talking to ministers, and I think building bridges and pushing an issue where there really was no political movement in the past. We are in this game. It is no one's responsibility over another level of government to take charge of homelessness or inequality. Housing is actually one of the core fundamental purposes of a municipality. And I don't think we have to look much further than the plan to homelessness to check out all the math that we've heard about. So if there's any lingering concern that this is overtaxing administration, copy and paste the research that we've already paid for. I might also suggest if one were to think that this is just some left-wing ideology, I look to the conservative government of Ralph Klein as an example for how to make housing first work. While he may not have been the champion of the downtrodden and the poor, he certainly knew that fiscal conservatism was about making efficiencies, and he did the math, and it was far more expensive to police, to respond through emergency services, and to incarcerate than to actually provide people an expedited avenue to secure temporary and then permanent housing. So you can put whatever kind of political figure you want in front of us. This is not a left-right issue. This is a question of humanity. We've heard Christians and the secular community alike come out to speak in favor of this. Also, this is something that we will be able to debate at the budget. And again, it takes the plan to end homelessness one step further, which is very clearly, from an accounting standpoint, what's the actual cost in our bottom line of doing nothing? And so I think that's the kind of due diligence that we have to advance as council. And we can also add that we have spent incredible sums of money dealing with this through emergency services. There's no reason why we can't spend a little bit of money to deal with the front end of this problem. So again, we're already in the game. It's just a matter of are we trying to solve this problem or respond to it and kettle it. And so for these reasons, I hope that we can secure council support to push this ahead, see it discussed in the budget. And I think, and I don't want to underestimate how important this is, but this is a nationally significant vote. Most municipalities dither and wring their hands, blaming everybody else. We can do this, and we've already set the stage for showing municipalities how we can get involved in resolving and addressing this problem. This is not an insignificant vote and matter, and I think we should see it at least go to the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So in regards to the funding, and we heard it from the delegations today, that the City of Regina has done some really great things, significantly just not speaking about it, but actually funding with funding dollars. And I asked administration for just a collective amount when we're looking at the harm reduction stream, the social development streams, and just in and that's looking at the Camp Hope and Owasso and some of the other programs that we've done, but also the housing incentives that we've done. The housing incentives I think was the 1.5. From 2016, because that's when I came on council, to 2022, I could you know, if I took out some of the tax exemptions, because I know not all of the tax exemptions are for housing, but we would see at least 30 million could be a number there from this list. But when you look at those numbers and you think, okay, it's overall from all of our streams of funding that have gone into to certain things to help out. When we came on council on 18, that homeless file came and we did nothing. Even though we advocated it, it was part of the mayor's housing commission. It sat there. We advocated for more, to do more, and it really didn't push forward. So the public is right. But I have another question. We've been meeting, I haven't, but Mayor Masters has met with the group that, it was a housing summit. And I guess I'd like to just hear what was the outcome from that summit, Mayor Masters, in regards to what were the thoughts around, obviously homelessness would have come up. Was there something that you can highlight for us? I was not able to attend that. Was there something that you could highlight?
I think what I would say is that in the community safety and wellbeing plan, there were 6 areas of focus for the city. And one of the areas that the consultant had felt others were dealing with was housing. And I think that's because NAMRIND, as the federal entity for Reaching Home, was managing that. What's become apparent out of, frankly, all of the summits, from domestic violence to substance use to, frankly, racism and discrimination even, all of them have highlighted the stabilization that housing provides. And in order to serve people, they need to have a house over their head. I think there was recognition at the Housing Summit from folks in the room understanding the jurisdictional issue that Councillor Stevens raised, but that we do have a part to play. And I think what we saw even recently with the 24 supportive housing units that were done, there was 1.2 million that came from the province for that and a contribution from the city. That when we get in the game, everybody else gets in the game too. And so I think from a leadership perspective, if we're willing to play a part in it, I think the partners actually, it's easier to get folks at the table. Some of the issues are things like centralized intake, and so it's not just housing that I'm now talking about. It's about folks who need help with substance use. It's folks that domestic violence, as you know, I know you're very passionate about that topic. It's whether it's refugees, immigrants, or new Canadians, they need some help too when they land here. Oftentimes there's other programming that kind of falls by the wayside, and stabilized housing becomes critical for them as well, where they enter a country with skills, even to go get a job, perhaps needing to polish up certain skills or get accreditation, that they're living under the poverty line, which again puts housing at risk. But that idea of coordinated access to service, and I think Mr. Slater referred to it, is that will be the kind of the last summit or the last piece of the puzzle, which is how do you bring all of this together to collect the data on where the gaps needs are, to understand, frankly, a targeted approach to resources are not infinite. So how do you target resources and coordinate with partners, both other levels of government, CBOs, private, to really address where the system is failing some folks. So, you know, supportive housing is one of the issues because in some respects, housing availability exists, but lots of folks need supports when they go into them, and there's the partnership with, frankly, health, right? Like in terms of bringing those folks along to get the health services that they need in order to stay housed. It's really complicated, and I think the reason that you'll probably see a recommendation for a community action table on housing is because they are all intertwined, essentially. So, yeah, that's something that I can tell you.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Thank you. So, to the staff that are gonna be doing the work on this, I guess, how would this work? So you're going to bring back a recommendation as to, from the summit that Mayor Masters is talking about, there's gonna be recommendations coming from that. Like, how will this come before us to share kind of, what this looks like? Because when we talk about 5.5 million, when you read the document, that was on the Housing First, or that Welcome Home package that was done in 18, was done on 2,200. So when you look at that, how does that work with now, I guess I need to know, I know we've got 488 that the last pit count, the previous one that I also participated in was like, I think 298. I think about 90% were Indigenous. So again, how is this gonna come forward for us to make those decisions, and how will it be determined, and what will be the criteria? Like, how will it be measured? I guess that's the other thing. I know that's a big question, but.
Who would like that big question? Lori would like that big. Miss Shaley, you got voted.
Yes, Lori.
You got voted.
So through you, Mayor Masters, we do have a number of sources of information right now. Some of it is, as you suggested, a bit out of date, like the Plan to End Homelessness. We have lots of information from the summit that Mayor Masters has spoke about. So we have this information at our fingertips. We also would like to have some further conversations to update the data and information we have with some of the partners that you heard from today. Phoenix, as an example, Ritz's, which is another partner of ours. And so we'll have some conversations with those agencies to help update our numbers. We do have some measures that will be outlined in other plans that are used across Canada that will bring forward and include as recommendations when we bring forth the report, which will be prior to budget discussions. So sometime in Q4 of this year.
Okay, thank you. So I guess the one thing when this comes forward, I just want to be clear that the report will come at budget with a number, or will it be certain options to it, or I just need clarity. And then at that time on budget, then that's when we would determine what option we'd be looking at, or how does that work?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I would envision, Councillor Bresciani, that as Ms. Shaley has outlined, they will be looking at getting the latest and greatest information that they can. We'll be talking to the partners in the community. We will follow what is outlined here in the motion, if it passes, to provide that information in advance for consideration in the 2023 budget. At that time, I think it would only be prudent that there would be a total cost projected for this. I think it's also fair to say that we would have to provide some scalability options in that, because it goes without saying this was not the only thing that's going to be coming forward to you to fund on an incremental basis. That'll be up to you to decide the priority of which, but I think we as admin would be doing a disservice if we don't give you some kind of focused, scalable options to consider, all of which you might take. But that's how I envision us preparing this for the budget discussion.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess just the last, I'll just make a comment, and I think that caring for our most vulnerable is vitally important. I think we all can agree. Sometimes, and we've heard it before, throwing more money at something always isn't the answer. It's actually getting people in the room to figure out how do we work together to find the best outcome. And I know Councillor Shaw talked about education, and I talk about employment, right? Employment is such a key, because if people can feel like they're part of the community and they've got someone to help them with their skills to get out, to actually be a part and work, they feel part of the community and they're contributing. And, again, I can't speak enough to and in this motion, I don't think there is any options in there about tasking people to, or organizations to help them with skills or to employment, is there? Or resources? Okay. And I think that's an integral part. So I'm not sure if you'd be willing to add that, Dan, because I think that's a vitally important part.
Are you okay if I
Yeah.
speak to this? I think one of the things that's come out of the summit is we have a lot of really incredible organizations that do exactly what you're talking about. And that's why that coordinated access to service isn't just coordinated access to services that are available, whether through the city, through the province, through CBOs or whatnot,
Yeah.
but it's also tied to the issue of there's training and skills development, there's a community building youth futures organization. There are opportunities without causing you to actually write a report about that. I think would be the work of the CSWB in terms of coordinating really that what does it take to have someone have well-being and safety, and we do understand employment and education and all those things are important points of contact. There are organizations providing that, and it's really about, again, what's coming out of all the summits is the connection and coordination
Yes.
of information, of points of connection, so that if I'm dealing with, if I'm a caseworker at an organization and have an individual who needs connection to education, that I know exactly who I can call and I built those relationships, or I'm calling the community safety and wellbeing entity and they've got that access because they're that home base of data and can point folks, that hub system to bring in everybody who's providing services in the city. It's just points of contact and relationship to know where to refer people to, really that navigator system.
Yeah, but I would see it also through the people who are homeless, because when they go to one stop and they can't access that, then they go to the next place, they can't access that, which we heard Phoenix has turned away many. I guess that's the whole thing, right? Like, who's turning away who, and where are they going? And then what are the options? I guess that's the step, right?
Yeah, sort of the housing, actually out of every summit, what's come out is capacity building, coordination of information, and streamlining of services to avoid both duplication as well as folks falling through the gaps. So back to that point again, it's really that everybody has access to, and frankly, to prevent shopping around. That's in the housing summit notes, to prevent that shopping around because they get told no somewhere, so they keep moving around. Where really it's coordinated to the effect that person doesn't have to go to 6 different buildings, 6 different appointments.
Okay.
They can access through one core entity.
Okay, I'll leave it there. If that's going to be coordinated through that or somehow communicated in that way, that would be great. I'll leave that. That's
yeah,
fine.
actually, just to follow up, because I answered the question, Ms. Shaley and Mr. Slater, have I said your understanding? You've been at them all.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, absolutely. To your point on education and training and awareness, I think I would just add that at the heart of what Housing First is a person-centered approach. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach for individuals. So not every program is going to work for everybody, right? So the plans that are put in place for individuals are person-centered, and that person might want, if it's their choice, to have education, skill building, connection to jobs, and those types of things. So it's certainly part of the process, if that alleviates your concern.
Thank you. Yeah, it does. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the response from the city manager as well. When it comes back to budget, there'll be options there to look at to know exactly what we're getting for what. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, when I read the proposed motion, I see it's prescriptive in its funding ask. Yet when I listen to the debate right now, there seems to be a lot of movement scalability. I'm just wondering how that can be on both sides of the ledger, both to be able to fund something fully, but also be scalable at budget time.
Councillor LeBlanc?
I think we need a concrete number to be able to debate it against our other budget priorities. So my view with this is show us what it would cost to, in the language, solve homelessness. So let's take that to mean house everybody who wants to be housed. What would it cost to do it for everybody? Show us that number. I think that should be in the draft. What's the mill rate? What does it cost globally? Separate line item. Leave it in, take it out. I think maybe to Mr. Nichols' point, what would it cost to house half of the people? Things of that sort. I would anticipate that would be in a separate report. But we do need one concrete number in a draft budget in the same way we do with every other draft budget. And of course, we can amend that. But what I'm proposing is the draft budget shows us the number, house everyone who wants to be housed.
Okay, through the chair, just to be clear, I have no problems with something that we can debate and affect, especially with all the other pressures on us coming through this year that we're in right now. Some of the highlights of concerns I have is exactly what you just said. The estimate that's based in 2018 dollars on a plan that's been very much, I believe, outdated by the work done in the current time by administration and the mayor very valiantly. I also am pleased to hear that this does overlay with the work done by administration and the mayor in the various summits that have been performed so far. And I think I've understood that this can lock in and be used properly instead of referring back to a 2018 plan that I wouldn't want to bring off the shelf. So I'm happy about that too. The capacity and the coordination, that's to evolve still as we go through the process that the mayor's been leading so far. Is that correct?
Sorry, ask that one more time.
The capacity and coordination is still an evolving product from the work you're doing. I'm just wondering how that might plug in at budget time when we get this number. The outcomes we find there will be part of the number that comes forth for what we put into the budget number that we work with. Is that how that would look?
That would be my opinion. Councillor LeBlanc, you go ahead.
My sense is there'll be a line item for Canadian Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, that table, that arm's length organization, that number will be X. And there'll be one in there for this motion if it passes, how to solve homelessness, Y. And, you know, I expect if we think some of the money spent on community safety and well-being will reduce the amount of spend here, we'll see that reflected. So there'll be a relationship between the two, but I don't think they'll be collapsed into one budget item. I think we need them separate, especially for this, so we can really see what does it cost and have a debate about it. But I think I would hope there is a relationship between those two. I think Mayor Masters is right. The coordination of service stuff is very important, maybe fits better under that table than under this one, and we've already approved something to do that.
Okay. And just because this is my second term and I've been burnt by language before, when it says full operational funding, there's not going to be a turnaround by the lay of the pen that this can't be debated later on, just to make sure.
What I'm hoping and what I would expect from council colleagues is if you vote for this today, it's to put it in the draft budget so we can have a serious discussion in December. It's not a commitment that you will in fact vote in favor. There's complicated things to weigh. We have lots of priorities. Let's have the debate in December, but we need this to have that debate.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, language is way better than reading the written word. Thank you for the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bandura.
Thank you, Mayor. 2018 to today, that's a long time. Started that when I was part of this thing that we talked about homelessness, and I think I feel comfortable hearing the debate. I mean, it's an important time to have this debate. So my quick question would be how the money will get divided to make sure that we get the bang for the buck. I mean, we've heard that that's going to be, because we have many organizations that are vying for the same dollar. So the first question in that report when it comes to us, because there's going to be a lot of folks that are out there going to be looking for cash. Mayor?
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Mayor. Interesting question, Councilor Bandura. I think that what we have to do is give administration the time to come up with a draft number to put in the proposed budget. And I think at that time, in the budget documents, I think it would only be prudent, as is referenced, I think in the second part of the motion, that there would be a report as part of the budget discussion explaining how we got there, what this means, what are some potential other areas of funding, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we just have to give this some time now, let Ms. Shaley and her staff go away and work on this, understanding based on what they've heard tonight in the debate. And again, the motion says in the proposed budget, and that's what it'll be. Nothing is going to be finalized until such time as council does their up and down vote on the budget. But we will take those things into account. There may well be things that Ms. Shaley and her staff will learn while they're doing this additional work, or things that are now coming up, because this is an evolving pressure area.
Okay, thank you, the Mayor. So what I'm hearing is that not to get stuck on the 5.5. That'll be floating any which way. Could go lower, could go higher, but at least we have something to aim at. That's what I'm gaining from all of this, and the conversation to say that we need something to start the debate. Another thing what I'm thinking is that we've heard this story, we have the conversation about we need to start something. So I think anytime cities start something, other groups and other governments and other entities follow. And I think I've heard that comment is that if you start something, they'll follow you. So I think the debate is just to start something. I mean, I don't want to put our citizens, all citizens at harm. So we need to balance that. We have one taxpayer, right? So I understand all that, but the taxpayers need to look at, there are vulnerable folks out there that we need to help. And the debates went to the point where policing, ambulance rights, we talked about that 2018. That was the housing first. I think there was like 800 or so rides that the individual received from ambulance, rights to police, to whatever. And that's expensive. When the housing first started, the individual, when he was housed, or she or he, 3 times a year. Just calculate that. So I can see the impact on what I'm hearing around the table is that this 5.5 is just a number. It's not to get excited or get upset about it. So it's good to hear the debate. And again, I think conversation we had is this is not forever. Like the city is not forever going to keep funding this. I mean, someone's going to eventually pull up to this and support it. Other governments, we all together. So and I feel comfortable. I'm looking at this as a large number. I like to have some kind of a stability at the budget time, but I think this will give that debate that it's not a hard number that I have to be stuck on that, and that's it. So I think I'm comfortable with this. No more said. I think I'm the last one to speak, so long night. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fundura. Turns out I'm the last one to speak, other than Councilor LeBlanc closing debate. I have a question with regard to, and Mr. Nicol, if it's okay with you, I'm just going to ask directly. Ms. Shaley, Mr. Slater, either one of you, we do call for bids on different projects. Like we'll send a call out. Is that possible? Because the thing about funding is we'd have to have somewhere to spend it. And I don't think we're going to staff up internally to create a housing division to build housing units. That would take way too long. And so is there a call for bids that will go out in the proposals that will go out into the fall as an idea? I'm not sure, that's what I'm asking.
So for you, Mayor Masters, I'm not sure if I understand the question in terms of, so there will be some work we'll do to bring forward a report to council. If council was to approve funding to invest in this area,
right.
I think we would look at maybe best practices from other municipalities and bring forth some kind of proposal around process. So it probably would involve some kind of call, as you're suggesting, but we would likely start by looking at how other municipalities are investing in this area first.
Got it. Thank you. There was some talk during the Reaching Home initiative, the 29 units that were approved last fall that administration would be doing some work in terms of preparatory work, knowing that when these calls come out, there's very short timeframes attached to them, often in terms of awarding them. Has that work been ongoing?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we're continuing to look at those options. Certainly, I think most of the major moves towards one of those proactive approaches that we see in some other municipalities would require council direction. So we'd be coming back to receive that direction from you. And in the meantime, the work is embedded within what we're doing on the comprehensive housing strategy review, ensuring that all of our policies are aligned with these objectives that are being set by council and where the priorities are.
Okay, thank you. No, I think that the rest of council has asked any and all questions that were available. Councillor LeBlanc, you want to close off debate?
Thank you. Just a comment. I'm happy to hear how complementary the motion appears to be with existing work being done at the community safety and well-being table. I think that's positive, and we need to have the left hand talking to the right as we go. So I think we will, and that's good. One amendment, just to take account of Councillor Shaw's friendly amendment, and maybe you can tell me, Councillor Shaw, if this works. So 2A of the recommendation ends with, and the means by which the city would deploy the funding if approved, bracket, including working with service partners. My recommendation, if it works for Councillor Shaw, is that we just put a comma after the word partners and say, including those providing adult education to those living in poverty.
I'll tell you why I'm so persistent on the education. There's lots of different programs that I've been involved with nonprofit organizations. One is Pathway to Education, all these things. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but some of them are kind of fluffy. It's like, well, we're going to help you do this, we're going to help you do that. I want some hard educational component where they're actually learning their grade 12, they're getting skills in it. So although that wording is great, I understand where you're going with that, Councillor LeBlanc, but if you can understand where I'm going with it, I think we can maybe find some way to.
Yeah.
What language do you recommend?
I recommend education, not just, what does this say here? Working through funding, like yeah, but what is adult education?
Any and all things.
Yeah, but education could be he got his first aid.
I think they get the drift. I think administration understands where you're going.
Okay. Yeah. I'm okay. Yeah. We put in there adult education leading to employment or something like that.
That makes sense to me. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Leading to an employment. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
So, so I suppose I'd suggest that friendly amendment, and then with that, put it forward.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Clerks, can I ask that you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much, Council. Moving on, we'll now consider.
No.
Go ahead.
I'd like to ask to move adjournment.
She'll need a seconder.
Anyone?
Councillor Bresciani? All those opposed to adjournment? It's lost. All right, we're moving on to motion 22-4. We have several delegations. One moment, I'm just going to confer with the clerk. I'd like to call upon delegation Ariana Giroux. Giroux, I apologize if I've got that wrong. And you probably heard it all tonight. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes, and then you'll be available to answer any questions council may have. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Ariana Giroux. Good evening and thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to follow my script. My name is Ariana Giroux. I use she, her, and they, them pronouns. I'm a resident of Downtown Core, and I currently serve as the interim executive director of UR Pride, Regina's only year-round service provider for the entirety of the 2S LGBTQIAP+ community. I do apologize. I'm kind of long-winded, so I'm going to burn through this as fast as I can. I'm here 4 days after the Pride Parade to speak to the importance of the motion before us. Moreover, I have come here today to speak on behalf of the community that I represent, and most importantly, to speak on behalf of the young member of the 2S LGBTQIAP+ community I recently met who is facing houselessness and that I spent most of last week getting to know and working with. Today, I would like to share with Council why this motion is so important to that specific young member of the community and ask each of you what you will do to help them. Today, I would also like to speak on behalf of that houseless kid who, through pain and sadness, quietly said to me last week, "I wish I lived in a city that cared about me." This motion and the subsequent report exploring the feasibility of many concrete and tangible methods to improve 2S LGBTQIAP+ lives throughout Regina is not only a step towards directly supporting that youth, but also represents our city's intent to make Regina a leader amongst Canadian cities in diversity and inclusion, a city where 2S LGBTQIAP+ youth feel safe to live. Until the city can stand as a force of positive change and lead by example as an employer, we will not be able to begin the long journey of becoming a truly queer inclusive city. And the city has the capacity via the implementation of policies, processes, hiring practices, and expansive education strategies to help destigmatize and normalize 2S LGBTQIAP+ support, inclusion, and equity in all the forms it may take. By taking these steps, the city can directly combat homophobia and transphobia by showing us institutionally that 2S LGBTQIAP+ people are celebrated and valued members of our community. Our city has the capacity to directly improve the aforementioned houseless youth's life by becoming an employer and service provider that they would be safe utilizing, and therefore providing a blueprint for other organizations. The 2S LGBTQIAP+ community has a unique cultural and community practices and needs, and as such, any policy or practice that impacts our lives cannot truly be inclusive without the community's involvement in the design, implementation, and evaluation of those policies or practices, whether that be through an advisory committee or a dedicated community consultant as suggested by the motion. We see every day here within UR Pride that services provided by non-queer-led organizations fail to address our community's unique needs. For example, our organization has recently begun to address the need for an addiction support group for 2S LGBTQIAP+ people, as we've seen regular demonstrations that other addiction services are simply not safe enough for our community. Every day, we interact with 2S LGBTQIAP+ people like the aforementioned houseless youth who face higher barriers to equitable employment, access to affirming care, and a host of other challenges that the city could directly impact through inclusive policy and funding streams. Lastly, I'm here to assert that the queer community is an active and vital part of the greater community of Regina, and that despite our community's active presence within Regina, there is still a great need for queer-specific funding systems. This past Saturday saw another successful iteration of the annual Queen City Pride Parade. And yet I still interacted with, 30 years on, I still interacted with countless store owners, small businesses, and individuals who expressed frustration around the lack of specific funding available to them. Whether it be the young trans person desperately trying to alleviate the challenges faced by trans youth via free and reduced cost gender-affirming clothing operated wholly without funding, and facing the entirety of Saskatchewan, or the passionate individual working hard to build an inclusive sport night who is struggling to find the funds to rent a space once a month for the program. To us LGBTQIAP+ people deserve the opportunity to work within funding streams designed to address our unique needs and practices. Anecdotally, members of the 2S LGBTQIAP+ community regularly find themselves being forced to conform to the funding streams that do not fit these unique programs that they aim to provide, and they struggle to encapsulate their efforts in a way that is understandable to those outside of the queer community. Finally, I'd like to assert that perhaps the aforementioned houseless youth might have a place to stay if programs like Lulu's Lodge had access to specific funding streams for programs like their own. Thank you, and I'm open to here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor LeBlanc has a question for you.
Thank you. Two related questions. You mentioned the unique community characteristics of this community we're discussing about. Wonder if you can elaborate on that more. And the second related question is does it make sense to do a separate analysis as recommended in this report for this community, or could we roll it into an analysis of all marginalized groups?
Right.
Through the mayor.
Okay. To address your first question, to pull one of many examples from a hat, I've worked a long time with the trans community, and one of the things that we often face is that we have a sign up in our downtown location that was made by a 16-year-old a few years ago that says, "We do weird things to our bodies," and it has a crude drawing of a needle filled with testosterone. Our healthcare, our culture, whether it be drag or knitting groups or any of these common things that we experience here within the community, our culture, our needs, our healthcare, our access to mental health care as well, they're all different. They all look unique to us, right? The challenges that we face aren't the same as the average, white, cis, het person of privilege in the way that we look at it. Yeah, and in relation to your second question, do me a favor, just restate it for me.
That's my fault. Second question is, why can't we lump analysis of this community in with analysis of other marginalized groups, disabled, seniors, Indigenous, etc.?
While I believe it's important to have these wide-reaching reports and analyses, once again, we as the 2S LGBTQIAP+ community face challenges in our own unique ways that cannot be represented the same way that you represent the experiences of, to pick something from a hat again, a white, disabled, cis person who is not a member of the queer community, right? It is inseparable that our unique experiences and culture make the data impossible to represent if you lump it in with every other group. That we really do need to see these groups together.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I see no further questions. Thank you very much for your patience today, and thanks very much for your presentation this evening.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Aspen Huggins. I apologize, Aspen. I'll ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes, and council will ask you questions afterwards. Thanks very much.
Thank you. My name is Aspen Huggins. I'm a 35-year resident of Regina, and I currently live nearby in the wonderful Heritage neighborhood. So, and I'm just here as a member of the community. So, as I said, I'm a 35-year resident of Regina. I'm a public administration professional with a 20-year career working in 2 different levels of government, spanning policy analysis and program delivery management. I'm the former vice chair of UR Pride. And in addition to these professional expertise, I also bring my personal expertise as a genderqueer lesbian raised by queer mothers who is now parenting a transgender university student. And a 12-year-old who seems to be the outlier by being straight. So it's appropriate that you're considering this motion so soon after this weekend's joyful Pride celebrations. Certainly, I have seen much progress for Regina's 2S LGBTQ+ community over the decades that I have lived in this city. But there is more work to be done as many queer and especially trans people continue to experience personal harassment, employment discrimination, and barriers to full participation in city programs and services. I am here to speak in support of this motion, and I will focus my detailed comments on the 2 sections where I believe my personal and professional expertise will be most helpful. The first is Section 4, which concerns the City of Regina as an employer. Subsection 4A calls for adding 2S LGBTQ+ people in employment equity policies. This is a needed change because there are employment disparities between queer and trans people compared to others, and employment equity can be a tool to reduce these disparities. I'd like to note that there are distinct barriers and results for sexual minorities versus gender minorities, and I would recommend that these groups be identified separately in any updated equity policies that the city ultimately adopts. Subsection 4B calls for a streamlined name change process for city staff. This is an easy to implement and essential element of this motion. I'd like to share an experience of my own, a recent experience of my own, because I work for an employer that has not adopted a streamlined name change policy. So recently I changed my name for gender-related reasons, and my workplace that didn't have this type of process available meant that my work ID and my email address continued to have the wrong name for me for more than a year after my name changed. The result of that was that I was outed to every colleague that I worked with, every external client I spoke to, in every meeting that I attended for that entire year. I mean, that created safety risks for me being outed against my will, and it created this daily grind and weight on me to have to out myself and share personal information in every meeting when I was in, when I was just trying to do work. All of this could have been avoided if my employer had adopted a streamlined process like this that let those things change so that my forward-facing information would match the reality. This is particularly important because some transgender people will never be able to change their legal identity documents to match their reality. So being able to have this change in place creates safety for those folks. Under Section 4, I would also urge you to add a subsection 4F to examine the city's employee and counselor health benefit plans to ensure that they include comprehensive coverage for trans health care, because there continue to be many trans health care needs that are not covered under provincial plans. Section 3 of this motion concerns introducing gender-based analysis into all reports and matters coming to council. This is a great idea. I respectfully suggest the wording of the motion be clarified to indicate that the request is for gender-based analysis plus. Gender-based analysis plus is a policy and research tool that can help ensure city policies, programs, and services work for diverse groups of Regina residents. Beyond gender, GBA Plus identifies differential impacts to people based on a variety of personal characteristics such as income level, disability, citizenship status, race, and more. This evidence-based tool is already in use in more than 160 governments around the world, including including several Canadian cities. In the city of Edmonton, for instance, Gender-Based Analysis Plus is now included in all reports that go to council, much like the environmental section is included in the reports that come to this council. Adopting a Gender-Based Analysis Plus as part of all reports that came to council stands to benefit not only Regina's 2S LGBTQ plus community, but also disabled Reginans, newcomers, seniors, and other residents of our city who may experience city programs and services differently based on their unique identity factors. It would do that by helping this council make wise, informed decisions based on disaggregated data, looking at different groups of Reginans when making decisions well into the future. My written submissions provide more information on GBA Plus, including a really fantastic City of Edmonton video that's only 4 minutes long, but gives really good introduction. And I'm also happy to answer your questions about GBA Plus after I conclude my prepared remarks. I reiterate that, with these small recommended additions, I support this full motion. Finally, I would like to remind all of you councillors and guests and staff, thanks for sticking around, when each of us arrived at City Hall today, we were greeted by a large collection of colorful pride flags on the front of City Hall. These celebrate different groups within the 2S LGBTQIAP+ umbrella. I was so proud to see my lesbian flag that matches my earrings. There's a non-binary flag, there was intersex, there was wonderful, great diversity of what's in this community. I appreciate the symbolic welcome. But these symbols ring hollow unless they are matched by concrete action to improve the lives of 2S LGBTQ+ people in our city. Motion 22.4 is a step towards taking that concrete action, and I urge all members of this council to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor LeBlanc.
Aspen, when you're talking about having gender-based analysis plus, ensuring the plus is there, are you talking about provision 3, recommendation 3 of the report?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And
Thank you.
Same thing, just that little plus definitely makes sure that it wouldn't only look at differences between different genders, but also look at the differences between other identity factors.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any other questions from members of council? I don't see any. I'll thank you very much for your tenacity and patience this evening and for your presentation. I'll call upon Delegate Whitney Blaisdell. Could you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, where you reside, and you'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer questions. Good evening.
Thank you so much, and good evening, councillors. I am Whitney Blaisdell. I live here in Regina. I wouldn't say I represent the University of Regina, but I'm a PhD student in the Faculty of Education at the University of Regina, and I do represent an organization called Project Play YQR. Before I start, it's important that I speak in support of this motion, but not from a 2S LGBTQ IAP+ perspective. I want to caution that my statement mentions suicide. I hesitated to include this content, but being uncertain of what other delegates might bring up, I wanted to be sure that it was addressed at least once so that the gravity of this issue can be understood. I also want to apologize to the councillors. In the written statement that I submitted to you that was circulated in your package, you may have noticed a small error in how I presented the information from the research. I correct it now in my oral statement. I was working as a teacher in Regina Public Schools in 2019 when a motion to allow schools to autonomously plan Pride celebrations was defeated at a Regina Public School Board meeting. Although students, families, teachers, and schools showed admirable strength and celebrate Pride, perhaps even more since and because of that evening, the handling of that motion, the discussion surrounding it, and its ultimate defeat was initially devastating. It hurt kids, families, and the larger community. I would also like to remind you of the very colorful and wonderful children that filled this hall in the early hours of this afternoon. This is a charged motion before you. It has agency. It proposes exciting opportunities to make Regina better and for us all to learn and benefit from the actions proposed within it. In preparing this, I read a 2022 Australian study that found, consistent with other peer-reviewed research, that suicide ideation rate amongst LGBTQ plus community members was 37.2% compared to the general population estimates at 2.3%. LGBTQ plus community member suicide attempts were 3.9% within only 1 year compared to 0.4% of the general population. The authors of the study found that LGBTQ plus youth are at the greatest risk. Notably, the authors found both community support and being accepted at work as important and ultimately life-saving factors for LGBTQ plus members. I want to point out that the motion on the table directly implements both of these interventions and more. I do not want you to underestimate the weight of what is in your hands and what this motion offers. I'm prepared to position this motion as life-saving. I also want to clarify that membership within the 2S LGBTQ IAP plus community is not what positions people as more at risk for suicide. It is living in a hostile community. Besides that it is simply humane, I offer support of the motion before you from several perspectives. As a community-based organization leader who implements children and family programming, I appreciate how this motion proposes to make it easier to offer family play programming that is welcoming and inclusive. Our often city-funded programming and events involve gathering at different locations around the city, and it's important that the facilities we use are affirming, accommodating, safe, and respectful. As this motion involves, having members of the 2S LGBTQ IAP plus community advising and informing city-run facilities and programming will point out and help close gaps in community safety and access to play. I'm confident that many of the insights gained from ensuring this community is involved in strategic structural decision-making would benefit the community at large and offer more dignified and respectful spaces and programs for other marginalized communities. As someone in charge of hiring, I can also see the positive impact that queer and trans inclusive employment policies would have. As someone who has worked with children for over 12 years and is a parent to 2, I appreciate how what is being proposed has the capacity to help children feel understood, safe, and that they and their loved ones belong. Transphobia and homophobia are play depriving. They limit where people go, what programs they participate in, and where they might feel safe to be who they are. As someone with a special research interest in play, I appreciate that this motion has agency to protect child and human rights. I understand that this motion is proposed after direct consultation with 2S LGBTQ IAP plus community members who have put their trust in Councillor LeBlanc and ultimately in you and all of us to do right by the generosity of their time and the seriousness of their words. That it has been expressed both that members do not feel safe, celebrated, and welcomed throughout the city, but that they also feel Regina can materially improve the lived experience of residents is ultimately hopeful. I offer my full support of this motion, which has obvious implications for the joy and well-being of the community, including children. Although there was little time between learning of this motion and formally supporting it, I have brought it to the attention of many professionals in the early childhood community and want to let you know it has received wide support in these circles. I want to live and participate in the city that demonstrates its investment in the safety of children and youth, the protection of human rights, and the celebration that is love. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Whitney?
Thank you.
I don't see any questions from council. Thank you very much for your presentation this evening and your patience. I'll call upon Delegation Kat Haynes. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record.
Well, thank you very much.
The organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good evening.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Kat Haynes. I am representing myself, and I'm calling from the heritage community in Regina. I am a genderqueer trans woman and a lesbian who lives in Regina, but I don't want to position myself with my identity, but rather the work I've done around 2S LGBTQ IAP plus advocacy and support work in Regina, Saskatchewan, and across Canada. I've previously been the Programs and Support Manager at UR Pride, a local 2S LGBTQ plus support organization that we heard from earlier today, I've chaired the board of TransAsk, a provincial organization that supports trans individuals and their families, friends, and support networks. And I'm currently the development director at Justice Trans, a national nonprofit organization that seeks to advance justice for two-spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people across Canada. What I'd like to speak to today are what I believe are some serious gaps in this motion, although I am very excited by it. Justice Trans recently completed a pan-Canadian legal needs assessment for two-spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people, which collected demographic information and information about legal experiences and issues from over 700 participants across Canada who identified as two-spirit, trans, non-binary, or gender non-conforming. What we found was that of those 700 participants, over 70% had experienced harassment and discrimination due to their gender identity and or expression, and 50% had experienced other forms of discrimination, including homophobia, racism, classism, fatphobia, amongst others. And oftentimes we found these multiple forms of discrimination and harassment intersected and resulted in unique forms of systemic and personal violence and marginalization. While gender identity and expression are covered by the Canadian Charter of Human Rights, both systemic and direct discrimination, including transphobia and transmisogyny, are still a daily occurrence for many two-spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people in the city. I've been called a faggot while holding hands with my partner. I've been called a tranny, and I've been followed by a man with a bat while he yelled slurs at me through the city for a block. These experiences, not just mine, but the experiences that our research shows, result in complex trauma with issues with physical and mental health, including suicidality and the withdrawal from public space. And what's worse, our research shows that services that should be designed to support these people in need, including healthcare, mental health care, social services, human rights tribunals, and the legal system, often not only fail to provide the required services, but invoke systemic and personal transphobia and transmisogyny themselves, whether intentionally or not. Some other statistics to chew on from this study. 30% of the participants we surveyed were disabled. 37% had experienced housing insecurity. 20% had engaged in sex work at some time in their lifetime, and over 20% had experienced police harassment or violence. The impacts of things like police budgets and the realities of how those budgets contribute to police violence and over-policing of marginalized communities, including queer communities, the impacts of city bylaws and how they affect sex workers, including queer sex workers, and the priorities that counselors set and motions and recommendations they bring forward have a tremendous and deep impact on two-spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people in Regina. As I mentioned, there's much to be excited about in this motion and the proposed report, but to me, it frankly does not address the issues affecting the most impacted by systemic and institutionalized discrimination and harassment in our city. And I would urge councillors to consider how to incorporate these serious gaps into the report, including a prioritization of specifically two-spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming communities and people, as well as the issues I have just raised. Where I work now at Justice Trans, we talk about and believe that by enabling those most affected by systemic marginalization and discrimination, we not only improve the lives of people within those communities, but improve the lives of everyone. Housing, which we've discussed so deeply tonight, but also police violence and budgets, the lack of supports for sex workers are critical issues in the city and country for 2S LGBTQIAP+ people. And by addressing these issues in the report, we'll take the first steps to making Regina a better, safer, and more comfortable community for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kat Stevens. I'll open it up to the floor of council to see if anyone has questions for you. I don't see any. Thank you very much for your presentation this evening.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Melissa Coomer Benson. I'll ask that you introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have from you. Good evening. Melissa, you may need to press *6. You may be on mute.
Yes, thank you. Got it, *6.
Got it.
My goodness. I've been waiting to do that since 1 p.m. That's the problem. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Melissa Kummer-Benson, CEO of YWCA Regina, and I'm happy today to be speaking about this motion on 2S LGBTQIAP+ communities in Regina. Since 1911, YW Regina has been serving women and families in our community, and we've adapted and changed our programs and services to meet the changing needs of those we serve, while continuing to advocate for a more equitable society. We serve women and gender diverse folks in all of our program areas. Our shelters, outreach services, housing services, and community programs serve many women and gender diverse members of the community. In addition to this, our community programs have developed specific mental health programming for gender and sexually diverse youth, and our child care serves 2S LGBTQIAP+ families. YWCA Regina has recently developed and is implementing a gender and sexually diverse framework that supports much needed change to our organization, to our governance, our policies, our staff supports, training and development, and programs and services. This framework includes commitments for change as well as outcomes which are evaluated by accountability partners. This work will not only ensure that YWCA Regina is providing safe and quality programs to members of 2S LGBTQIAP+ community, but will also ensure that our staff are safe, have opportunities to develop further, and have influence over the future of our organization. These frameworks will also support YWCA staff retention and satisfaction rates, as well as support our outcomes of igniting equity in our community. I urge City Council to vote in favor of this motion. Gender and sexually diverse people are marginalized and vulnerable in our community. As has been said previously, a disproportionate amount of 2S LGBTQIAP+ folks suffer from mental health, poverty, violence, homelessness, and human trafficking. Their experiences and voices have been left out at decision-making tables and in our systems and institutions. I believe that this City Council is moving forward with ensuring that all voices have place in our city. I would suggest that it's important to specifically make extra space for voices that have been left out for far too long. This will create a stronger community and a better city for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I'll open it up to the floor of council to see if anyone has any questions for you. Seeing none, thanks very much for calling in tonight.
Absolutely, thank you.
Council, we have two more delegates. We are at a 90-minute legislative break, so if it's okay, we'll just continue on with the last two delegates. Is that okay? I'd like to call on Delegate Julian Witherspoon. I'd like you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have for you. Good evening. You may need to hit *6. You might be on mute.
Hello?
Hello, I think we can hear you now. Oh, you muted yourself again. *6.
Hello.
Hi
Sorry
there.
about that.
We got you now. Yeah, you bet.
Okay. My name is Julian Witherspoon, and I just wanted to thank you so much for giving me this opportunity today. It's been a long day for everybody, so I hope you'll sort of bear with me if I'm a little tired and not as on the ball as I was hoping to be. So I live in Ward 3 here in Regina. I'm a bisexual woman. I'm a mother to gender diverse children. I'm also a researcher, a program developer, and a policy analyst here on Treaty 4 territory and doing work in communities across the province. I'm with you today to discuss this community engagement and the subsequent report that was used to develop the motion in front of you. which I was involved with. This motion represents an exciting first step. It includes both items that are simple and immediately actionable, and items which represent an opportunity for further engagement and collaboration in developing the policies and programs that our community needs. It's not an exhaustive list, as we heard from Kat before us and others, but it's a place to start. We're asking for a report that will explore potential options for action on each of these items presented to you. And while many of these items are relatively simple, others will need to go through their own process to be operationalized once this report is produced, and that's okay. This is not meant to be sort of a one and done, but a continuing conversation. I'm sure this report will find that other municipalities and organizations like the YWCA, which spoke before me, have already developed frameworks or adapted frameworks and procedures and programs and evaluation tools that can help us with some of the larger pieces proposed in this motion. Support for this motion would affirm the city's commitment to LGBTQ IAP plus inclusion with meaningful and ongoing action. Support for this motion would signify your willingness to move beyond standalone solutions to complex community needs, and it's an opportunity to be brave and do the hard work of allyship. In March of this year, I facilitated a community discussion on behalf of IBD Consulting and Councillor LeBlanc about how our community could move beyond the conversion therapy ban that was passed last year. For myself and others in my community, the process of passing that ban caused a great deal of distress and frustration. I took on this project as an effort to build on that tiny bit of momentum and to promote sort of a more positive and proactive community action on inclusion in this city. In addition, in previous discussions like the conversion therapy ban, multiple councillors have commented on the difficulty in consulting with queer communities and holding discussions for 2S LGBTQ IAP plus priorities in a safe and productive manner. And so we saw that again today when marginalized delegates were sort of the last on the agenda and were forced to take time off of work, away from family, and wait while we discussed bricks. And so I would just suggest that this is something that, you know, is ever evolving. This isn't all of it. As a side note, it also took long enough that my medication has worn off. So instead of my real brain, you get my ADHD brain, and I'm so sorry for that. I hope that this kind of engagement, designed and facilitated by and for 2S LGBTQ IAP plus community members, will help to overcome some of the barriers to our safe and dignified participation in these meetings. Qualitative data to support the development of this motion was gathered using mixed method engagement design, supported by academic literature. The methodology was very carefully selected and implemented to be culturally appropriate, facilitate the cross-pollination of ideas, and to produce community knowledge and innovation. A small digital focus group was held with openly 2S LGBTQ IAP plus community members with expertise in the fields of social work, community health, equity and diversity, gender studies, and government policy. And they were asked to participate in an open discussion with a community audience. A question guide was developed to support the objectives brought forth by Councillor LeBlanc to identify tangible actions that the City of Regina could do or could make to increase safety and inclusion for our community. The notes taken there by myself and another facilitator were taken using an open note-taking platform, which really gave everybody there the opportunity to engage with the material, both through conversation and through written form in the chat boxes and in our community notes. And more about those methodologies, if anybody is interested, can be passed along. But at the end of the day, we came up with 4 major themes. And I'm not going to go into all of them in detail because I know I'm short on time, but as a quick overview, the themes were that there is a need to recognize 2S LGBTQ IAP plus and queer cultural practice as distinct, community embedded, and relational. 2, that there is a need to build networks which ease the pressure on queer organizations that are struggling to provide wraparound services that they are simply not equipped, don't have capacity to be providing. And so there's a real need to build capacity in other parts of and in other sectors. And 3, that policymakers and administrators must focus on social determinants of health when developing policy and programming for everybody, but also for 2S LGBTQ IAP plus communities. And finally, that there's a need to build capacity throughout the city in all of the city's activities as an employer, as a service provider, and as a funder. And so these larger themes were used to organize some of the more tangible and sort of practical suggestions that came out of this community discussion. And so what you have in front of you is really a motion that's based on the priorities, the knowledge, the innovation of our 2S LGBTQ IAP plus community, and one that centers the needs of our community in meaningful ways and provides an opportunity to reconcile previous challenges to consulting with 2S LGBTQ IAP plus people on matters that directly affect us. I believe that this motion is critical in affirming the city's commitment to support queer communities, and that the report that would come from this motion would serve as a jumping off point for the City of Regina and Regina City Council to build a more positive relationship, and to show that when the flags come down at the end of June, you will still be there to support us and to celebrate us. Thank you so much for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any further questions that you have about this consultation or the report that was given to Dan prior to this motion.
Thank you very much, Julian Witherspoon. I will open it up to the floor of council for anybody with questions for you. Seeing none, thank you very much for presenting this evening and for the written submission that you provided. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'll call upon Delegate Jacques Brasseur. I would ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have an opportunity to answer any questions they may have. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having me today. Hello, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Jack Brosser. I live in Regina, and I'm also a Regina business owner with a business located in Ward 3 of downtown Regina. I currently run a consulting company that supports nonprofit and public organizations in building better governance, engagement, and outreach processes that more meaningfully incorporate the needs and realities of diverse communities. I'm proud to have been a part of supporting Councillor LeBlanc in drafting this motion, along with my colleague Julian, who spoke just before me. As Julian shared with you, we worked with Councillor LeBlanc to host a series of community-based conversations, along with Councillor Stevens, about a wide range of topics. And one of those topics were about 2S LGBTQ IPA plus communities, where we saw over 24 members of the 2S LGBTQ IPA plus community in Regina offer their ideas and input into how our city government could more meaningfully serve queer and trans communities, looking at sort of a municipal action plan of sorts. This coincides really lovely with a lot of national organizations who have been working with the federal government on building a national action plan for 2S LGBTQ communities. I'm not going to repeat what Julian shared already about the data collection and consultation, because she is much better of a community researcher than I am. And so I encourage you, if you do have questions about that, that Julian can, that what Julian shared with you should answer those. I'm also not going to take the next few minutes to speak about the hundreds of queer and trans people I've worked with as a registered social worker in the province over the past half a decade, who have shared with me stories about their traumatic experiences of unsafe community here in Regina, although I could definitely fill 5 minutes easily that way. I'm also not going to speak to you about the countless ways that other municipalities have served their queer and trans communities, although again, I could fill my time that way for sure. I'm also not going to speak about the serious lack of funding for LGBTQ organizations in our city who provide the healthcare and social services to queer and trans people that the province is ill-equipped or sometimes even unwilling to provide. And I'm not going to speak about the value of queer and trans advisory councils or gender-neutral change rooms or queer and trans families or gender-based analysis plus or how the city can lead as an inclusive employer. Other people have already spoken about those things, and a lot of that is already included in the motion. Instead, I'm going to remind you all that this motion is about the city administration writing a report that would explore and investigate the immense possibilities that could be implemented to better support the queer and trans people who live in our city. A report that would evaluate whether or not this list of recommendations from LGBTQ people in our city are feasible to implement in our city. And the reality is that the information that we're asking for is already out there. The report would not take significant consultation, as we've heard from other delegations today. Information about 2S LGBTQ inclusive municipalities are out there already. I'd really encourage the city to take a look at the CC UNESCO's LGBTQ toolkit for inclusive municipalities in Canada and beyond, which goes into detail about that. I'm confident that city administration can build a report that covers all of the topics listed in this motion with information that's out there already. And so I'm going to urge you, if you spend the next little bit choosing to use the small amount of time we have left this evening to debate the cost of these ideas or whether or not they're realistic or feasible in our city, you're missing the purpose of the motion. Let's not debate cost or feasibility when this motion is specifically about having city administration provide that information to us about the cost and feasibility of these items. The reality is that if you vote against this motion, you're not only telling me and other LGBTQ people that make this city home that you don't think our well-being in the city is a priority, you're also saying that you don't even really think it's worth exploring possibilities that could improve our safety and belonging. So voting against this motion says, I don't even think the needs of LGBT people in Regina are worth understanding or exploring. This motion doesn't change rec programs. It doesn't add gender neutral washrooms. It doesn't implement new programs. It doesn't change employment processes. All it does is say to city administration, we think LGBTQ people are a part of Regina just as much as any other group of people, and we want to understand what we can do to improve their lives. So please vote in favor of this motion. This simple motion that's just asking for the city to write a report that follows recommendations from LGBTQ people who live in the city about how our city can be a safer and more inclusive space. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jacques. I'll open it to the floor of council to see if any member of council has a question for you. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for calling in tonight, and as well as your written submission into council.
Thank you so much.
By legislation, we take a 15-minute break. I'm going to suggest if we just take a 5-minute break and come back to debate the motion, if we could do that, that would give us the needed break that I require, and we can come back and we can let administration get a hold of themselves. Okay. 5 minutes. I'll see you back here at, say, 8 just before 8:40, folks. Got enough to start. Council, we have a communication on the motion from Colin Druhan and Patrick Lynn, Pride at Work Canada from Toronto, Ontario. Can I have a member of council move to receive and file communication CP 22-42? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now have motion MN 22-4. Councillor LeBlanc, can I ask that you introduce the report?
Absolutely. So I'd like to begin just with moving what I hope would be a consent amendment. So to point 3 in response to Aspen Huggins' recommendation that it be amended to read the inclusion of a gender-based analysis plus that includes meaningful. So just to add the word plus following analysis. And then taking that's done. So We've heard from the 2S LGBTQ IAP plus community today. I think it's important. Unfortunately, as far as I know, no member of that community sits around this chamber. What that means is that the community can't directly speak for itself at this table, and that can leave us flying blind in some respects on these important issues. We need to speak to the experts, including those with expertise gained through lived experience. Although I'm not an expert on these issues, I want to be a good ally. And in support of that, Councillor Stevens and I worked together to convene a panel of these community members. And the thrust of the panel talk was what the community can do to be a better place to be queer. As you've heard, the panelists made remarkably concrete suggestions. These were recorded by our consultant into something like meeting minutes. Minutes were provided to me, and to be honest, as a non-expert, I'm not in much of a position to assess the value of those recommendations nor how they fit together in a cohesive way. Therefore, as a non-expert, I essentially copy and pasted those meeting minutes from community into the notice of motion template, and it's what you see today. So it's the closest thing I've put forward to allowing community to speak directly for itself, and I think you've heard community speak in support of it. And importantly, no member of the community has come to speak against it. If this passes, administration will have 1 year to write a report regarding how we can be more queer-friendly, that is, how we can be better allies. In writing the report, I'm confident they will speak to experts in the community and provide us with fulsome informed advice. As noted, we need that advice in order to not fly blind. It's not much different from us seeking a legal opinion before drafting a bylaw or a heritage architect opinion before demolishing a building. I should have amended this speech after that vote. We've made a commitment to stand with this community. In order to do so effectively, we need more knowledge than we currently have. This report will commission that knowledge and present it to us with concrete suggestions for the path forward. I look forward to your support in gathering this information from those with this expertise. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. He requires a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. You're up next.
Great, thank you. I guess for administration and perhaps also for Councillor LeBlanc, certainly in support, you'd mentioned, and I'm going to pick up on where Jack left off. Councillor LeBlanc, you'd mentioned how we'll get a report in a year's time. There's a lot of moving parts here, but my reading of it is we don't need a year for a couple of reasons. So I'm going to ask administration about it, and here's why. For instance, if we're thinking about how we include the spirit of this language in employment relations, administration already has a lot of that work underway. We've talked a lot about equity and diversity in hiring and making the workplace inclusive. We don't need to wait a year for that. We also have reports. There's the Recreation Master Plan. There's also adaptive recreation. We've talked about accessibility to expand beyond mobility issues. We don't need a report for that to be done. So from administration's standpoint, what in this motion could just be plugged in if we support this as is to the work you're already doing, rather than providing us with a cumbersome report a year from now and just actually doing the work and plugging it in where appropriate?
Councillor Stevens, I will say that on facilities, we'll probably defer to Shauna Bisdell because there's a motion on facilities. HR, I believe we have Nancy Amiot in the House, and for programming, it would be Lori Shaley. And so further to that, I would ask, I'll queue you up. Perhaps, Ms. Bisdell, could you speak to it with regards to facilities in terms of work being done?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. So currently, whenever we do plan for new builds, renovations to our facilities, we actually take this into consideration. So we actually consult with all of these groups, and we have standards for universal washrooms and change rooms. Sorry. So we already do this work. You're absolutely right. This wouldn't be additional work that we haven't done already. So it wouldn't be intensive for us.
Perfect, thank you.
I'll go to Ms. Shaley next.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So there's work we have underway right now to expand the range of programs that we offer, as well as to enhance our recreation and community facilities as safe spaces for the community. So that ranges from trying to offer new programs. An all-body swim is something that's been identified. We're planning that for this fall. That's certainly not something that we need a council approval to do. We're starting to do positive spaces training for our staff, or not starting to do that, but rather expanding it so that our staff are better equipped to provide more inclusive services to the community. And that kind of training enhances our facilities as safe spaces. And then we continue to work with Ms. Bizdell's area to enhance the inclusiveness of the design of our facilities, as she said, when we build new facilities or renovate existing facilities. So I think all of those things are things we can do as we hear more from the community. Might also be things like changing the forms or registration processes and that sort of thing in terms of the language that we use. I think the way that it's likely our department that would lead the engagement work related to this motion. And so I think the way that we would approach it when we brought back a report in a year is the report might include an update on the actions that we've been able to take over the year. Some of the things that Ms. Bizdell has mentioned, as well as some of the things that I've mentioned. And then it might also include additional longer term types of actions that would require additional funding to be able to take on. So I think that's how we would approach the work. As we learn through the engagement process, we would be doing, but then there would also be recommendations that would be longer term recommendations because of the budget implications associated with them.
Thank you. Ms. Amiot.
Thank you, through you, Chair. In addition to what this team has been saying, there's a couple things I want to speak to in regards to the 4 points under that employer piece. I don't want to say we have it all figured out because we certainly don't. Is it in a specific equity policy? I can undoubtedly say no. There's no actual policy related specifically to this group. What we do have is a diversity and inclusion plan that speaks to it, but not explicitly. So how fair is that? And where do we maintain that? It's always evolving. We have learned this through this entire meeting, that this is something that continues to change. We've had these conversations for years, over and over, and we need to do better. So having said that it's not explicitly spoken to, we don't have a policy, we do a number of things here at the city that we've had some success with, and we're seeing, you know, some changes, not saying we don't have a long way to go, and that we really do need to look at this fulsomely, holistically, and ensure that it's all part of the work we do. Honestly, we shouldn't even have to have this conversation. This should just be part of how we do business. But we are here, and I've got a job for a while longer, so I'm just gonna keep going here. But when we look at our overall D&I plan, our diversity inclusion plan, it does include some key elements around allyship and around bystander training, respectful workplace, code of conduct, some of those basic requirements that we have internally. But it also doesn't preclude us from going a step further and looking at advancements, enhancements, and how we can make this a great place to work for everyone. And that messaging starting right on the front end of the attraction piece of you wanting to come to this workplace because it presents a really great environment. I just wanted to approach the name change piece too, which should be standard. That shouldn't affect anything. We often hear it may affect benefits, so there might be a piece around benefits you may hear people talk about, that they might need more additional detailed information on the benefit side. But having said that, a name change should be a name change for anybody. There shouldn't be anything that should get in the way of that or make it uncomfortable in any way. The gender neutral piece, we've been talking about that this week too, because we've had a situation that has introduced that as well. So let's take a step back and see where do we have gender neutral bathrooms, washrooms, facilities, and we often add that accessibility piece onto that, and it's two really separate things. Yes, we have accessibility washrooms that we, you know, use as gender neutral. Now, if you look at the one down here, right by Larry Schneider room, it is a gender neutral bathroom. And as just mentioned back here by Ms. Bizdell, is facilities looks and continues to look at new builds, how we do better, where we can actually access that. The education and awareness for leadership and frontline staff that's written here, I would say it's for absolutely everyone. And although we do have a positive space training program that we utilize and people can attend, it is not part of our core programming as an onboarding program. And it really should be utilized as a tool or a resource for folks we're bringing into the organization to give them the skills they need to be effective in appropriate behavior, language, actions, etc., to embrace your full community. So we're really trying to look at ways to enhance that, to improve that. One of the pieces I'd like to mention on that where we have seen some great success, and Chief Jackson, if I'm speaking out of turn here, but Fire has had some really good success in expanding their diversity and inclusion committee and had a recommendation to have a positive space campaign or positive space training actually designed specifically for Fire so it will fit with Fire's mandate and how it needs to be delivered. Again, that speaks to inclusion at the city. We need to look at things in a little bit different way. And that's all it is. We don't have to stay standardized by our traditions and what we've pushed ourselves into. It's just a matter of looking at it with a different lens. So I'm very supportive of Fire looking at it that way. They've taken some other cultural components that they've really streamlined out to get it into a package that's effective and efficient for platoons, for firefighters, and get them in, get them out, and they've got the information. This is vitally important on this end in dealing in a crisis as a first responder and being able to recognize your community, use proper pronouns, understand approach and how you should speak to people. You think sometimes that's common nature, but it's not. We need to teach these things and allocate those things. So I don't want to oversell it that we're doing magnificent things. We're doing some great things and we've got a ways to go. And we've got lots of opportunity to write that policy, include these pieces, and work in collaboration with our other areas to ensure that we're looking at the full picture. The other pieces that I'd love to get more information around is allyship and bystander training? Is that providing a benefit to the employees as a support within the community? We've got our internal diversity and inclusion advisory committee. Can we utilize that committee in some capacity, ensure that we've got representation? And really we look to that committee to host events and activities, but it can't all be events and activities. It needs to be core programming, it needs to be fundamental, it needs to be foundational. And it is a piece of what we do, but I would support that we need to expand that.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate the comprehensive responses to what is being done. My last question has to do with number 6, the City of Regina as a funder. And just, you know, for future reference, that alarm you heard going off is what Barry needs when he senses that councillors are about to spend money. So funding, my understanding is administration is already reviewing grants, funding streams, how much money was in there, what it's dedicated to, conditions and so on. Would it be fair to say that this would also be wrapped into some of that ongoing work and we'd have a budget discussion at some point and whether or not we need more money, terms of reference, et cetera? Can you please clarify?
Ms. Shaley, do you want that one?
Sure, through you, Mayor Masters. Yes, that work is underway. We're taking a review of our social development grants to better align with the safety and well-being plan. And so at a later date, we will be bringing some recommendations related to that to council, which will also be done in alignment with the new community entity that we're going to be establishing to lead our safety and well-being work.
Great. So I see this report or this motion effectively as looking for a green light from council, providing unambiguous support for the work that's being done. And I suspect if there's a report being written down the road, it's going to be a reflection of what's been accomplished and what needs to be done. I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any other member of council have any questions or comments? Councillor Bresciani?
So I just want to be clear from what Councillor Stevens asked. So in regards to the diversity, inclusion, and equity committee that we have, do we have, so we have different groups that sit around that table? Is that how it works? So do we have anyone from the LGBTQ2 community that sit around there? Because we heard that from the Indigenous and from the people with disabilities and the senior, like there was and there was a lot of the things that they talked about tonight were some of the things also that brought council to bring that committee forward. So if it's racism or if it's, you know, feeling a part of the community, granting. So again, I just need clarity. Is that work, like, do they have representation there? And if not, do they need more? And how does all this work fit into that? Through the chair.
Ms. Amiot?
Counselor, through you, Chair. It's a good thing. I got to think about this for just a second. I wouldn't say, I can't honestly say we have representation because it's not a category we capture.
Okay.
Right? It's not as defined by the Human Rights Commission, it's not a designated group, it's a protected class.
Okay.
So we can't isolate it into a separate unit. However, it's something that we've considered and we look at. Do we need to capture that information through example, a self-declaration process, or is that even going to be helpful? So I can't actually speak to if we have representation, but I do know we have allyship and that it's a priority within the committee. So those activities and events are taken on by those folks that kind of step up as the allies in the group. And then folks come together within that fold. So that's how that works in there. Now, I mean, it's out there. People have questioned it, talked about it, is do we want to capture that information? What would we use it for? And that's what the Human Rights Commission asked, go for it. They think it'd be great if we could capture that. They probably want to use the data at some point, but why are we asking it? Right? And I want to work with the community and think, is that really something we need to do? Have we been really successful on the self-declaration piece? And is this something we want to actually add? And what are we going to do with it? How are we going to use it? Who's going to access it? Those kind of questions.
Mr. Nicol, do you want to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and Ms. Amy perhaps can expand on this, but I think it's just, unless I have misunderstood something, the committee that Ms. Amiot refers to is an internal committee of employees.
Oh, okay.
So your questions, I was assuming you were thinking there was some external body. So when Ms. Amiot says, well, we wouldn't necessarily know, of course we wouldn't know. This is just a bunch of staff members who will give of their own time to participate on this internal advisory committee.
Thank you. So there was a time that we did talk about having the Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Committee. And I know we had Black and Sask, and we had Indigenous groups, and we had people from the disability community. So again, you know, it was kind of to hear their voice, and so and almost keep us abreast of what was happening out there. How they even there was I think the newcomers, because some of them felt very isolated, didn't know where they felt in the community. So again, I'm just wondering, from what we've got internal, what happened to the external piece that was supposed to happen? Through the chair.
Councilor Bresciani, I can add a little bit. In the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, racism and discrimination was identified as one of the scopes of work that the community entity should focus on. And at that summit, I will suggest that there was quite a bit of time spent on racism and not enough on the discrimination piece. I think that's the further work of the committee, almost in terms of, we had a conversation, met with the co-chairs just this week to discuss almost the breakout of subcommittees. So I think there'll be like a piece around the discrimination. So in terms of where that EDI table went, I think there was that element of there'll be a community action table, community safety and well-being, which will deal with the community's feeling about racism and discrimination of all kinds.
Okay, and so then would the LGBTQ fit into that area then? And then how would they be engaged into doing that through the chair?
So we did have representation at the summit.
Okay.
And so that work will continue. And I
Okay.
think when you look to go create the action table, you're looking very much for a balance of representation, but then also engagement and consultation at that, from that table in terms of informing some of the action items that are in the plan.
Okay, perfect. So I would agree with Councillor Stevens. I don't want to duplicate the work if it's already being done out there. I don't want to have a report come back if staff are already working on this stuff. But I just want to ensure that the community is being engaged in that way, you know, if it's through, you know, the speakers tonight and kind of taking those things forward. So that's my whole thing is if we're already doing it, let's just include them in those conversations and make sure the voice is heard and go from there. Thank you.
Mr. Nicola, I apologize. Did you want to comment?
It's okay. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just to carry on with your question, Councillor Bresciani, I think you've heard from the three admin staff tonight about all the work that we're already doing, work that we're going to continue to do, and now there's additional pieces outlined in the motion that if passed, we would continue to advance and work on. So that when the report would come back next year at this time, we could say, here's a reminder of everything we've done. Here's the additional things that went on from June 15th of 2022 to now. And here are those outstanding questions that we didn't have answers to or that we didn't have programs or services for. Here's what they could look like. Here's what their costs could be. And again, back to that scalability options that would be provided to council, because going forward, these would include various budget asks, and then they would be considered as part of the next, the subsequent year's budget deliberations.
Does that answer the question sufficiently?
Yeah, that does. And I just think the piece though around when we're looking at all gender changing rooms and things like that, we also heard from the disability community, like moms going into, or, with a wheelchair, like a larger, if you want to call it I don't know the name, but again, it's just something that could, work together, right? So we can kind of see how it's great to kind of be all working together so we can all hear the voices, so we can, so I think one of the comments was that tonight. So, yeah, I think that's great. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I don't see any other further questions. I just have a couple. Ms. Amy, I just wanted to clarify with you in terms of HR, which as an employer, as well as the DIAC committee, Diversity, Inclusion, and Advisory Committee, do you foresee, is there an issue with your engaging with the community, with some of the folks that have come forward, the panel, in terms of continuing, if we're developing the policy anyways, is the engagement piece available to you as well?
Absolutely, and we would need to do that. We would need to have that engagement within the community. And then we've got some outreach there and we have relationships built, and we'll keep extending those and working with those so that we reflect the need of the community.
Thank you for that answer. I actually just have one question for Councillor LeBlanc. As this work is undertaken, as opposed to an omnibus report, do you foresee an issue with perhaps facilities working on and solidifying up a policy that they simply bring it forward as and reference your motion as completing and continuing to move forward and getting feedback from council at that point in time? Would that be reasonable to you?
I think that certainly would be reasonable. The one piece that was quite expressed to me in the consultation was folks would like to see it all in one place at one time. So I think it would be useful to see it as it becomes available, but also at some point to see it all at once.
Okay.
But I agree, if we have it ready in 6 months, I don't see why we'd wait another 6 months to hear about it.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I have no further questions. Councillor LeBlanc, did you want to close off debate?
Yeah, maybe just one comment. It seems like things are going well, and thank my council colleagues for that, and for the folks who came to speak in support of it and took time to educate us today. I really appreciate it. The one piece I'd highlight just ending is, again, in the consultation, it was quite express, I think, that the needs of this community, the life ways of this community are quite distinct from others, and so it's important to have distinct analyses around them. And so I think I heard that echoed from administration today, and hope we continue with that as we implement the work and get the report back in a year. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Clerks, I'd ask that you call the vote.
Yes. Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Council, we are to adjourn at 9 o'clock. We have a reading of bylaws. Would anyone have an issue with the motion to continue, just to continue reading the bylaws? Thank you. You have an issue? Go ahead, sir. Move to adjourn. Councillor Hawkins has a motion to adjourn. He requires a seconder.
There's no seconder. He doesn't get a seconder. If he doesn't get a seconder, then his motion doesn't get put on the floor.
We do, however, need a motion to continue. Thank you. I got Councillor Mancinelli. I got Councillor Stanachek with a seconder. Any opposed? Yes. We're going to register the opposition of Councillor Hawkins. So really quickly, we'll consider the following bylaws. 2022, 36, 37, and 40. I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Stanachek to do the first reading of the bylaws.
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws 2022-36, 2022-37, 2022-40 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanachek. I will ask the clerk to start the vote on first reading.
Everyone shut down.
Oh.
Mayor, I'm not waiting. I shut down my machine.
So it's Councillor.
Do this by voice vote.
Yeah, so I just need, yeah, I just need their voice votes for the people that didn't register.
A recorded vote, Councillor Hawkins?
Can we just do the hands the old-fashioned way?
We can do a recorded vote if you like. You want to take this down? We'll do a recorded vote. Motion on first reading.
I think we're just gonna have to.
Open up the heart and ears.
All right.
The thought.
Is anyone opposed to first reading?
I am.
Oh no, it's gonna be posted third reading.
Through you, Mayor Masters, first reading carries with the following members voting in favor as follows: Councillors Stadnichuk, Stevens, Bresciani, Mancinelli, LeBlanc, Findura, and Mayor Masters. And the following voting against is Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you to the clerks. Councillor Stanachek, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaws 2022-36, 2022-37, and 2022-40 be read a second time.
Excellent, thank you. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on second reading. Never mind, we're going to actually, anyone opposed to second reading? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
That means we're not going to get through.
You might be sneaking that one through.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion for second reading carries with the following members voting in favor as follows: Councillor Stanichuk, Stevens, Bresciani, Mancinelli, LeBlanc, Findura, Mayor Masters, and Councillor Zakidniak. And the following voting against is Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanichuk, can I ask that you do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that council hereby consent to bylaws 2022-36, 2022-37, and 2022-40 go into third reading at this meeting.
I think I know the result of this vote. Anyone opposed to third reading? There we go. City Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Masters, because we did not receive unanimous consent, the final and third reading will be tabled until the next meeting.
Councillor Hawkins?
Move adjournment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Needs a seconder for adjournment. Councillor LeBlanc. Anyone opposed to adjournment at this point in time? I do. Oh, yeah, thank you. Passed, carried. Thanks very much.